Now hiring, Escort. Oops, I meant Exorcist. A haunted job, a cursed contract, and a very attractive boss. By Wynn Valentine. Copyright 2025 by Wynn Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored, or transmitted in any form by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, scanning, or otherwise without written permission from the publisher. It is illegal to copy this book, post it to a website, or distribute it by any other means without permission. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities, is entirely coincidental. Wynn Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers and the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco. Contents. 1. The Job Hunt from Hell, literally. 2. Ghosts, contracts, and buyer's remorse. 3. Meet the landlord who drinks blood. 4. Welcome to Spectral Solutions, Limited. 5. The Speakeasy of the Undead. 6. Exorcisms 101 or How Not to Die. 7. You've been summoned, and not in a good way. 8. Cassian's cursed family tree. 9. A ghostly love triangle, help. 10. A demon walks into a bar. 11. Marnie versus the Undead Mafia. 12. The Ring of St. Theodora, now with extra drama. 13. Betrayal, but make it spectral. 14. The Exorcist becomes the hunted. 15. The Demon X returns, and she's not happy. 16. The Final Haunting. 17. A very unorthodox exorcism. 18. The Kiss That Saves the Day, sort of. 19. Marnie versus the Demon X, final round. 20. Still employed against all odds. Also by Wynn Valentine. Chapter 1. The Job Hunt from Hell, literally. The cardboard box wobbled precariously in Marnie's arms as she stormed through the glass doors of Pinnacle Solutions, her collection of desk trinkets and half-dead succulents threatening to spill onto the polished marble floor. Behind her, Sharon from HR was still calling something about professional conduct and burning bridges. The bridge was already on fire when I got here. Marnie shouted over her shoulder, narrowly avoiding a collision with a suit-clad executive who looked deeply concerned about her mental state. And for the record, sentient potato was a compliment. Have you seen how versatile potatoes are? The security guard, Dave, who'd always appreciated her creative methods of sneaking in late, held the door open with a poorly concealed smirk. Good luck, Miss Caldwell. Thanks, Dave. Sorry about that time with the garden gnome. The autumn air hit her face as she emerged onto the busy street, and reality started sinking in like a lead weight in her stomach. She'd just gotten fired. Again. And rent was due in. She checked her phone while precariously balancing the box. 3 days. Perfect. 40 minutes and one near-death experience with a delivery cyclist later, Marnie trudged up the creaking stairs to her apartment. She'd barely gotten her key in the lock when a familiar voice drifted down the hallway like silk over gravel. Darling, you're home early. And carrying a box. Please tell me you're not starting another pottery phase. The building's insurance specifically excludes acts of artistic incompetence. Lord Ezekiel Graves, Zeke to his tenants, much to his theatrical dismay, lounged against the wall like he was posing for a Renaissance painting. His platinum hair caught the dim hallway light, and his silk robe, because of course he was wearing a silk robe at 2 p.m., rippled with an impossible breeze. "Not pottery," Marnie muttered, shouldering her door open. "Just my dignity, and about 7 years' worth of paper clips." Zeke followed her inside without invitation, which was typical vampire landlord behavior. "Ah. The employment situation has gone sideways again, has it?" "That sentient potato of a CEO," Marnie started, dumping the box onto her coffee table. "Called security when you suggested implementing Casual Friday by letting everyone work in potato sacks?" "No. Well, not exactly." Marnie collapsed onto her couch, which wheezed in protest. "I simply pointed out that his new productivity metrics made about as much sense as a vampire running a tanning salon." Zeke's perfect eyebrows arched. "I'll have you know I owned 3 very successful tanning salons in the 80s. "Of course you did." Marnie grabbed a throw pillow and screamed into it. "While I do appreciate your creative approach to corporate criticism," Zeke said, examining his immaculate nails, "I feel compelled to remind you that rent is due in exactly 72 hours and 14 minutes. Marnie lowered the pillow. "You're not going to give me an extension?" "Darling, the last time I gave you an extension, you spent your rent money on a supposedly haunted Roomba." "It was haunted. It kept writing 'clean me' in dust." "That's what Roombas do." Zeke glided toward the door, his robe somehow catching another impossible breeze. 72 hours, dear heart. Don't make me do something dramatic." "You're always dramatic," Marnie called after him, but he was already gone, leaving only the faint scent of expensive cologne and judgment in his wake. With a groan, she pulled out her laptop and opened the job listings. After an hour of scrolling through positions that all seemed to require excellent people skills, and team player attitude, double her eyes were starting to cross. Assistant manager, must love corporate culture. Senior sales associate, looking for go-getters. Professional dog whisperer, must provide own crystals. "Come on," she muttered, clicking to the next page. "There has to be something for people who think calling their boss a root vegetable is valid feedback." That's when she saw it. The listing practically glowed on her screen. Exciting opportunities for personable free spirits, $$ earnings. Immediate openings for individuals with natural charm and an open mind. Flexible hours, competitive pay, no experience necessary. Must be comfortable with intimate one-on-one interactions. Marnie sat up straighter, her cursor hovering over the listing. Intimate one-on-one interactions was probably just a fancy way of saying, talking to people, right? And she could do that. Sometimes. When properly motivated by impending homelessness. "I mean, I'm personable," she told her dying spider plant. "I have personality. Multiple personalities, according to my last performance review." The plant dropped another leaf in response. "And free spirit? I'm so free-spirited, I just told a CEO he was a tuber. That's practically a job qualification right there." She clicked the listing, scanning the details. The pay was, actually incredible. Almost too incredible. But desperate times called for desperate measures, and if things got weird, she could always quit. It's not like they actually expected escorts to, well, she'd seen Pretty Woman. She knew how these things worked. Sort of. Before she could talk herself out of it, Marnie started filling out the online application. Under special skills, she wrote, "Excellent at reading people and calling them root vegetables when applicable." For previous experience, she listed, 5 years of convincing my vampire landlord that Mercury being in retrograde affects my ability to pay rent on time. She hit submit with a flourish, then immediately regretted every life choice that had led to this moment. "Well," she told the spider plant, which had somehow lost another leaf in the last 30 seconds, "at least things can't get any worse." The email arrived at precisely 3:33 a.m., its subject line glowing ominously in Marnie's dark bedroom. "Your application has been accepted. Immediate response required." She squinted at her phone screen, wondering if late-night job offers were standard practice in the escort industry. The message itself was brief. Present yourself at 13 Ravencroft Lane tomorrow at sunset. Dress appropriately. Bring nothing made of silver. Well, that's not serial killer Wyatt at all, Marnie muttered, but copied the address anyway. It's not like she had other options, unless Zeke suddenly developed an appreciation for interpretive dance as a form of rent payment. The next evening found her standing outside her building, tugging at the hem of her one professional dress, while Zeke lounged against a gargoyle that definitely hadn't been there yesterday. Darling, he drawled, while I appreciate your newfound entrepreneurial spirit, perhaps consider a career that doesn't involve visiting Gothic mansions at sunset? It's just an interview, Marnie said, double-checking the address on her phone. And how did you even know where I'm going? I make it my business to know everything that happens in my building. Also, you left the email open on your laptop. You broke into my apartment? I was doing a routine inspection. For moths? He examined his nails. Besides that address? Ravencroft Lane. Nothing good ever happens there. The last tenant I knew who went there came back speaking in tongues. That was probably just Linda from 4B. She does that when she's drunk. Just. Zeke's expression shifted to something almost sincere. Do try not to get involved with any more vampires. The last one left scorch marks on my vintage wallpaper. That was one time. Marnie protested. And technically, he was only half vampire. The other half was worse. Finding Ravencroft Lane proved surprisingly difficult. It seemed to exist in that strange pocket of the city where GPS signals went to die, and street signs rearranged themselves when you weren't looking. By the time Marnie located number 13, the sun had dipped low enough to paint the Victorian mansion's windows in bloody crimson. The building looked like something out of a Gothic romance novel, all spires and gables and definitely haunted bay windows. Carved ravens perched along the iron fence, their stone eyes following her movement up the cracked path. Super normal place for high-end escort services, Marnie muttered, reaching for the brass knocker. Totally legitimate business practice. Nothing weird about this at all. The door swung open before she could knock. Marnie's carefully prepared greeting died in her throat. The man filling the doorway looked like he'd stepped out of one of those brooding hero romance novel covers, all sharp cheekbones and darker-than-black suit and eyes that seemed to see straight through her carefully constructed facade of competence. You're late. His voice was deep, with an accent she couldn't quite place. Old money meets old world meets something older. The street kept moving, Marnie said before she could stop herself. I mean, traffic was terrible. He arched an eyebrow but stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter. The foyer beyond him was all dark wood and deeper shadows, illuminated by actual gas lamps that cast flickering light across walls lined with, were those ritual daggers. This way. He moved with liquid grace through the hallway, leading her past rooms filled with curious artifacts and what looked suspiciously like a stuffed chimera. Marnie's brain helpfully supplied that this was probably not standard escort agency decor, unless they were really committed to a very specific aesthetic. The office he led her to was a cathedral to the occult. Books with ominous titles lined floor-to-ceiling shelves, interspersed with jars containing things that might have once been alive. A massive desk dominated the space, its surface covered in star charts and what appeared to be a very detailed diagram of demon taxonomy. Please sit. He gestured to a high-backed leather chair that looked like it might have opinions about her soul. Marnie perched on the edge, her mind racing. So, about the position. Yes. He settled behind the desk, shuffling through some very official-looking parchment. Your application was interesting. Particularly the part about your experience with supernatural entities. Oh, the vampire landlord thing? That was just a joke. Lord Graves is many things, but a joke isn't one of them. He looked up, his dark eyes intense. Though I am curious about the incident with the half-vampire you mentioned outside. Marnie's stomach dropped. You heard that? Were you watching me? The ravens report everything they see. He said this like it was perfectly normal to have spy birds. Now, about your ability to see spirits. My what now? It's right here in your application. He tapped a piece of parchment that definitely wasn't the form she'd filled out online. Under special skills, can see dead people but pretends not to because therapy is expensive. I never wrote that. Marnie leaned forward, scanning the document. That form was about escort services. The man, who still hadn't introduced himself, she realized, went very still. Escort services? Yes. The job listing? For She made a vague gesture that somehow managed to be more awkward than just saying the words. Intimate one-on-one interactions? Yes. His lips twitched. With the deceased. Marnie's brain caught up with her mouth. She looked around the office again, at the ritual daggers, the demon charts, the jar definitely containing eyeballs that were definitely looking back at her. Oh no. I'm Cassian Drath, he said, extending a hand across the desk. Chapter 2. Ghosts, Contracts, and Buyer's Remorse. Marnie let out an awkward laugh that echoed off the dark paneled walls. So is this like an elite escort service or something? She gestured at the occult paraphernalia surrounding them. With a gothic theme? Cassian's expression remained perfectly neutral, though something that might have been amusement flickered in his dark eyes. We do provide specialized services for a very particular clientele. He reached into a desk drawer and withdrew a piece of parchment that looked suspiciously aged. Just need your signature on our standard agreement. The contract slid across the polished wood with an unsettling whisper. Marnie leaned forward, squinting at the elaborate script. The words seemed to dance across the page, rearranging themselves when she tried to focus on any specific clause. Is the print supposed to be moving? She blinked hard, wondering if maybe she'd accidentally grabbed one of her roommate's special brownies for breakfast instead of her own. Nothing to be concerned about, Cassian assured her, his voice smooth as aged whiskey. He tapped a perfectly manicured finger against the signature line. A typical formality. We find it helps ensure all parties are properly aligned with their responsibilities. A rational person might have found this suspicious. A rational person might have asked why the ink seemed to shimmer with an inner light, or why the parchment felt warm to the touch, or why there was a faint scent of brimstone wafting from the page. Marnie, however, was thinking about her empty bank account and the 3 months of unpaid rent she owed to her definitely not a vampire landlord. She'd survived working for CEO Gerald, the human potato Henderson, for 2 years. How much worse could this be? With a shrug that carried all the weight of her questionable life choices, Marnie picked up the ornate fountain pen Cassian offered. Could be weirder than that potato company. The pen felt heavy in her hand, and the nib gleamed with what looked suspiciously like fresh blood rather than ink. She scrawled her signature across the bottom line. The instant her pen lifted from the page, the parchment erupted in crimson light. Heat seared across her palm as her name burned itself into the contract, the letters writhing and transforming into something that definitely wasn't English. Or any other human language. Yikes! Marnie yelped, yanking her hand back. The scent of scorched paper filled the air, along with something earthier and decidedly more supernatural. That's not normal contract behavior, right? Please tell me that's not normal contract behavior. Perfectly standard, Cassian replied, watching the glowing text with satisfaction. Though most new hires don't maintain quite such a steady hand during the binding process. Impressive. The binding. Marnie's voice trailed off as the contract's glow subsided, leaving behind text that now seemed permanently etched in dark red. Process? A soft chime echoed through the office. One of the jars on the shelf behind Cassian's desk rattled ominously, its contents, which looked distressingly like a pickled tentacle, pressing against the glass as if trying to get a better look. Ah, excellent timing. Cassian stood, straightening his already immaculate suit jacket. Your first assignment has just arrived. Assignment? Marnie's voice cracked slightly. Don't I need, training? Or equipment? Or at least a basic understanding of what exactly I just signed up for. You'll learn on the job. He moved around the desk with that liquid grace that was definitely not human. Though I should mention that bit about seeing spirits? It wasn't a clerical error. We've been watching you for some time, Miss Caldwell. Your particular talent is exactly what we need. My particular? Marnie's brain stuttered over the implications. Wait, you mean those weren't stress-induced hallucinations? The deceased gentleman who follows you to the coffee shop every Tuesday? The spectral cat that lives in your apartment building's laundry room? The rather vocal spirit in the cemetery you cut through on your way to work? He raised an eyebrow. All quite real. And now, thanks to that contract, they're your responsibility. The chime sounded again, more insistent this time. Several more jars rattled on their shelves, and what might have been a skull in the corner definitely winked at her. But I thought this was an escort service. Marnie protested, though the evidence suggesting otherwise was becoming harder to ignore. It is, in a way. Cassian's lips curved into what might have been his first genuine smile. You'll be escorting souls to their final rest. Congratulations, Miss Caldwell. You're now officially an exorcist. The skull definitely laughed this time. And somewhere in the city, Marnie was certain, her former boss was looking like much less of a potato in comparison to whatever this situation was about to become. Marnie stared at the contract, her signature still glowing with an unsettling crimson light. The parchment curled slightly at the edges, wisps of sulfurous smoke trailing upward. They're all done, Cassian stated, as if they'd just completed a perfectly normal job application and not some kind of arcane blood pact. Welcome to Spectral Solutions, Limited. His tone remained as impassive as his expression, though Marnie could have sworn there was a hint of amusement lurking in those dark eyes. Her brain finally caught up with the situation, and words tumbled out in a panicked rush. But I thought this was for an escort job. You can't seriously expect me to be an exorcist. I can barely escort myself to work on time, let alone, she gestured wildly at the various occult implements scattered around the office. Whatever this is. The contract is magically binding, Cassian replied, straightening a stack of papers with methodical precision. You'll have to train on the job. I have a surge of cases. Cases? Marnie's voice climbed an octave. You mean ghosts? Her eyes widened as the reality of the situation sank in. All those whispers she'd been ignoring, the shadowy figures she'd convinced herself were just tricks of the light, the old woman who kept asking her to water non-existent plants in the park. There's no way I'm qualified for that. You should have read the fine print. Cassian's deadpan delivery might have been funny if Marnie wasn't too busy having an existential crisis. A metallic crackling sound drew her attention to Cassian's desk, where an ancient chrome toaster sat among the scattered papers and mysterious artifacts. Its cord writhed like a living thing, and the slots began to glow with an ominous red light. Marnie jumped back as the toaster made a sound suspiciously like a chuckle. A piece of bread, she could have sworn there hadn't been any bread inside a moment ago, popped up with a cheerful ding. Burned into its surface in precise, crispy letters were the words, "You should run." Is that? Marnie pointed at the toaster, her hand shaking slightly. Is that thing giving me advice? Ah? Cassian picked up the slice of toast, examining it with mild interest. Don't mind Herbert. He's just trying to be dramatic. Herbert? Marnie's voice cracked. The toaster has a name? Of course not. Cassian tossed the toast into a waste bin that looked suspiciously like a human skull. That would be ridiculous. The toaster is possessed by a minor trickster spirit who prefers to be called Herbert. The toaster sparked in what Marnie could only interpret as agreement. Another piece of bread materialized and began to toast, the smell of burning wheat filling the air. Right, Marnie said faintly. Because that's so much more reasonable. Your sarcasm, while noted, doesn't change the fact that you are now contractually obligated to assist with paranormal investigations and removals. Cassian opened a drawer and pulled out what looked like an ID badge. Your official title is Junior Paranormal Investigator and Spiritual Relocation Specialist. That's a fancy way of saying ghost hunter, Marnie muttered, but took the badge anyway. Her photo was already on it, though she had no memory of having it taken. The holographic surface shimmed with symbols that made her eyes water. The toaster dinged again. This time the message read, "Better you than the last one." What happened to the last one? Marnie asked, then immediately regretted it. Nothing fatal, Cassian assured her, which wasn't remotely reassuring. Though I believe they're still trying to remove the ectoplasm from their hair. A phone rang somewhere in the office, its tone an eerie melody that made Marnie's teeth ache. Cassian picked up a receiver that looked like it had been stolen from a Victorian parlor. "Spectral Solutions," he answered smoothly. "Ah, Mrs. Haversham? Yes, I understand completely. No, throwing your husband's ghost down the stairs won't make him any more dead. We'll be right there." He hung up and fixed Marnie with an expectant look. "Ready for your first case?" "Do I have a choice?" "No." Cassian stood, retrieving a black leather bag from beside his desk. "But you might want to change your shoes. High heels and haunted houses don't mix well." Marnie glanced down at her carefully chosen interview pumps, then back at the contract that had somehow managed to ruin her life in less than 10 minutes. "I don't suppose you have any ghost hunting appropriate footwear in my size?" The toaster dinged one final time. The message on this slice read, "Check the closet. And bring salt." "Herbert's right about the salt," Cassian said, already heading for the door. "Though I wouldn't trust his fashion advice. Last week he tried to convince a client that neon leg warmers were appropriate funeral attire." Marnie looked between the toaster, which was now humming what sounded suspiciously like the Ghostbusters theme, and Cassian's retreating back. This was not how she'd planned her Monday to go. Not even close. But the contract was signed, the badge was in her hand, and apparently there was a ghost throwing a tantrum in someone's stairwell. And if she was being honest with herself, which she tried to avoid on principle, this was still probably better than working for the potato. "Fine," she sighed, kicking off her heels. "But if I die on my first day, I'm coming back to haunt this entire building." The toaster sparked cheerfully, and a fresh piece of sourdough popped up with the words, "That's the spirit." Marnie stumbled out of Spectral Solutions into the late afternoon sun, clutching her new employee badge like it might bite her. Which, given everything else that had happened in the last hour, seemed entirely possible. A woman walking her dog crossed to the other side of the street, probably put off by Marnie's wild-eyed expression and the fact that she was wearing one high heel and one borrowed combat boot. "This is fine," she muttered, limping toward the bus stop. "Everything's totally fine. I just accidentally signed a magically binding contract to hunt ghosts with a guy who looks like he raided a Victorian undertaker's closet. And there's a possessed toaster named Herbert. Completely normal Monday." The bus shelter advertisement next to her suddenly changed from a dentist's smile to the words, "You're handling this well," which really wasn't helping her maintain any sense of reality. Marnie pulled out her phone, thumb hovering over Ellie's contact. Her best friend would be starting her shift at the Thirsty Vampire, the most unfortunately named bar in the city, though the craft cocktails almost made up for it. Ellie always said the regulars tipped better when they thought the place was authentically spooky. If only she knew. "Hey Else," Marnie practiced under her breath, "remember how I was going to that Escort interview? Funny story, turns out it was actually for an exorcist position. Haha, classic mix-up, right? Also, I can see ghosts now. Or maybe I always could. Anyway, how's your day going?" A passing businessman gave her a concerned look. Marnie realized she was still talking to herself while wearing mismatched shoes outside a building that was slowly turning from gray stone to deep purple, presumably just for kicks. She could picture Ellie's reaction with perfect clarity. That elegant eyebrow arch, the slow blink, the way she'd set down whatever glass she was polishing with deliberate care. Then would come the head tilt followed by, "Honey, what did you do?" Because that was the thing about Ellie. She never doubted Marnie's stories, no matter how bizarre. When Marty had sworn their college dorm room was haunted by the ghost of a 1980s aerobics instructor, who kept critiquing their form during late-night study sessions, Ellie had simply suggested they incorporate leg warmers into their daily wear to appease the spirit. But this was different. This wasn't just a quirky anecdote about yet another of Marnie's professional mishaps. This was, well, she wasn't entirely sure what this was, but it definitely fell into the category of life-altering supernatural chaos. Ellie had enough to deal with already. Between managing the bar's increasingly eccentric clientele and fending off what she called her vampire problem, though she always said this with air quotes and an eye roll, she didn't need Marnie's fresh batch of weirdness. Maybe I just won't mention it, Marnie mused, then immediately snorted at her own suggestion. Right. Because she was so great at keeping secrets. Like that time she'd tried to surprise Ellie with concert tickets and ended up blurting out the entire plan over breakfast 3 weeks early. The bus shelter advertisement flickered again. Friends don't let friends face the supernatural alone. Oh, shut up, Marnie told it, then immediately glanced around to make sure no one had heard her arguing with public transportation infrastructure. Her phone buzzed with a text from Ellie. You better be on your way to tell me how that interview went. I've got a new lavender gin that needs testing, and your name on it. Marnie groaned, slumping against the bus shelter. The universe, it seemed, wasn't going to let her avoid this conversation. She typed back, on my way. You're never going to believe what happened. Another buzz. Did you accidentally join a cult again? That was one time, Marnie replied, then added, and no? This is weirder. She could practically hear Ellie's delighted laugh through the next message. Now this I have to hear. Get your butt over here. Marnie looked down at her mismatched footwear, then back at Spectral Solutions, where she swore one of the gargoyles winked at her. How exactly was she supposed to ease into this conversation? Hey, remember how you always said I had a talent for finding unusual situations? Well, buckle up, Buttercup, because this one's a doozy. The bus shelter had one final message for her. Just rip off the Band-Aid. You know what? Marnie straightened up, squaring her shoulders. You're right, creepy advertisement. Ellie deserves the truth. Besides, she's the one who works at a bar called The Thirsty Vampire. Maybe she'll understand better than I think. Her phone buzzed again, and bring those shoes you're wearing. I sense there's a story there too. Marnie looked down at her feet and sighed. Sometimes she wondered if Ellie had some kind of sixth sense herself. Or maybe her best friend just knew her well enough to recognize when she'd stumbled into another spectacular life choice. The bus ride to The Thirsty Vampire felt like the longest 20 minutes of Marnie's life. She spent most of it composing and discarding explanations, each one sounding more ridiculous than the last. The elderly woman sitting next to her kept inching away, probably because Marnie kept muttering things like magical contract and possessed kitchen appliances under her breath. When she finally pushed through the bar's heavy wooden doors, the familiar scent of citrus and aged whiskey wrapped around her like a comfort blanket. The place was already filling up with the early evening crowd, a mix of suited professionals and what Marnie now suspected might be actual supernatural beings. Was that guy in the corner always that pale? And did his martini glass contain something decidedly thicker than olive juice? Ellie stood behind the bar, platinum hair gleaming under the vintage chandeliers as she mixed something that sparked and smoked. She looked up, caught sight of Marnie's mismatched shoes, and immediately reached for the top-shelf gin. Oh, honey, Ellie said, already pulling out 2 glasses. That bad? You have no idea. Marnie slumped onto her usual stool, dropping her head onto the polished wood with a theatrical thunk. Remember when I accidentally joined that meditation group that turned out to be a smoothie-based pyramid scheme? The one where you had to sell cosmic consciousness in berry blast flavor? This is worse. Ellie's perfectly shaped eyebrows shot up. She slid a lavender-tinted cocktail across the bar, garnished with what looked suspiciously like a sprig of wolfsbane. Spill. Every detail. And don't try that vague summarizing thing you do when you're embarrassed. I know all your deflection tactics. Marnie took a long sip of her drink, buying time. Okay, But promise you won't interrupt until I'm done? Because this is going to sound, well, just promise? Cross my heart and hope to. Actually, let's skip that part. Ellie leaned forward, elbows on the bar. I'm all ears. Marnie opened her mouth, closed it, took another fortifying sip, and then just decided to rip off the Band-Aid. So, funny story. You know how I thought I was interviewing for an escort position? The one that seemed too good to be true? Yeah. Turns out it was for an exorcist. Like a real one. With actual ghosts and everything. And I may have signed a magically binding contract before I realized what was happening. And now I work for this incredibly attractive, but kind of intense guy named Cassian who runs a paranormal investigation agency. And also I can see ghosts. Which apparently I've always been able to do, but was just really good at ignoring. Oh, and there's this possessed toaster named Herbert who really has it out for me. The words tumbled out in a rush, and Marnie immediately grabbed her drink again, watching Ellie's face for signs of impending intervention planning. But Ellie just nodded, reaching for a bottle of something that definitely wasn't on the regular inventory list. Yeah, that tracks. Marnie choked on her gin. I'm sorry, what? I mean, it explains a lot. Ellie started mixing another drink with practiced efficiency. Like that time you swore the library study room was occupied by someone doing jumping jacks at 3 a.m. Or when you kept insisting Mrs. Haversham's cat was actually giving you financial advice. That cat had solid investment strategies. Marnie protested automatically, then caught herself. Wait, you believe me? Ellie gestured around the bar with a knowing look. Honey, half my regulars haven't had a pulse since the Reagan administration. And don't even get me started on the vampire situation. The what now? Oh, you know. Ellie waved dismissively. Apparently, I have some kind of irresistible blood type. It's becoming a whole thing. Really complicates my dating life. She slid another drink toward Marnie. This one's on the house. You're going to need it when I tell you about last week's speed dating disaster. Marnie stared at her best friend, mouth slightly agape. How are you so calm about all this? Please. Ellie snorted, effortlessly catching a bottle someone had knocked off the far end of the bar without even looking. I've known you since you tried to convince our entire 8th grade class that your chemistry project was possessed by the ghost of Marie Curie. That was different. I was just being dramatic then. Were you though? Ellie arched an eyebrow. Because I distinctly remember that project glowing in the dark. And I'm pretty sure radioactive elements weren't part of the assignment. Marnie opened her mouth to argue, then closed it as several past unexplainable incidents suddenly took on new meaning. Oh God, you're right. I've been seeing weird stuff forever, haven't I? I just kept coming up with increasingly ridiculous explanations, because the truth was too. She gestured vaguely with her glass. Supernatural? Ellie supplied, helpfully. I was going to say absurd, but yeah, that works too. Marnie drained her drink. So you don't think I'm crazy? Marnie sweetie, you're wearing one Louboutin and what appears to be a steel-toed combat boot. The crazy ship has sailed. Ellie's expression softened. But seeing ghosts? That's probably the most normal thing about you. Hey. I mean that with love. Ellie started mixing another round. Now tell me about this Cassian person. Is he hot in a brooding Victorian way, or more of a modern Gothic romance novel cover model? I am not discussing my new boss's aesthetic appeal, Marnie protested, even as her traitorous brain helpfully supplied an image of Cassian's perfectly tailored waistcoat, and the way his eyes had gleamed when she'd accidentally summoned that filing cabinet ghost. That blush says otherwise. Ellie grinned. Come on, give me details. Does he sweep dramatically around in a long coat? Please tell me there's a long coat involved. Chapter 3. Meet the landlord who drinks blood. Marnie's feet ached as she climbed the last flight of stairs to her third-floor apartment. The borrowed boots from Cassian's office, which had appeared exactly in her size, complete with protective runes etched into the soles, weren't exactly breaking in friendly. Then again, neither was spending 4 hours trying to convince a passive-aggressive ghost that throwing his widow's new boyfriend down the stairs wasn't a healthy coping mechanism. She mentally calculated the hours until Zeke's rent deadline while fishing for her keys. 48? No, closer to 46 now. The exorcist job would eventually pay well, assuming she survived long enough to cash her first check, but that didn't help with her immediate financial crisis. A dramatic sigh echoed through the hallway, making Marnie freeze mid-step. There, sprawled across the windowsill like a romance novel cover model, was her landlord. Lord Ezekiel Graves, Zeke to his tenants, much to his theatrical dismay, had somehow managed to arrange his silk-robed form into a pose that caught the last rays of sunset, making his platinum hair gleam like a halo. "If it isn't the lady of the hour," he drawled, examining his perfectly manicured nails. "Do tell, how fares your sudden career as a ghost hunter?" Marnie's scowl deepened. "How do you even, never mind. It was a misunderstanding. And mind your own business." "But darling," Zeke practically purred, unfolding himself from the windowsill with supernatural grace. He began circling her slowly, his silk robe swishing against the worn hallway carpet. "Your shenanigans absolutely reek of chaos. As your landlord, I simply must intervene. Think of the property values." "The property values," Marnie deadpanned, "in this building where the washing machine regularly spits out Victorian-era socks and the mail keeps getting delivered to 1985? Details." Zeke waved a pale hand dismissively. With his other hand, he produced a leather-bound ledger from seemingly nowhere. A trick Marnie suspected had more to do with his unnecessarily voluminous sleeves than actual magic. "Speaking of details, there's that little matter of your rent? You're already down to the wire on those 72 hours. Marnie shifted uncomfortably, very aware of the ectoplasm still clinging to her borrowed boots. "I'm handling it." "Oh?" Zeke's perfectly sculpted eyebrows rose. "Is that what we're calling signing magically binding contracts with notorious paranormal investigators these days? Handling it. How do you know about—" Marnie stopped herself. "No, actually, I don't want to know how you know that. What I want is to take a shower, order takeout, and pretend today never happened." "Fascinating plan." Zeke flipped through his ledger with unnecessary flourish. "However, it lacks a crucial element, namely my money." "I'll have it," Marnie insisted, though her voice wavered slightly. "Cassian said the first payment would be—" "Ah yes, Cassian." Zeke's smile turned positively feline. "Cassian Drath, whose family has been hunting things that go bump in the night for 7 generations. Cassian, who hasn't kept an assistant alive, metaphorically speaking of course, for longer than 3 months. That Cassian?" Marnie's stomach did an uncomfortable flip. "You know him?" "Darling." Zeke pressed a hand to his chest in mock offense. "I'm a centuries-old vampire who owns half the rental properties in this city. I know everyone worth knowing." He paused, tapping one long finger against his ledger. "And several people who aren't." "That's—" Marnie searched for words that weren't entirely profane. "That's really not helping my stress levels right now." "It wasn't meant to." Zeke snapped the ledger shut with a sound like a coffin lid closing. "Consider this a friendly warning from your concerned landlord. The supernatural community in this city is complicated. And you've just signed yourself up for the deep end of the haunted pool, so to speak." "I didn't exactly have a choice," Marnie muttered. "One always has a choice." Zeke's expression turned serious for a moment, a look that seemed wrong on his usually dramatic features. "Though I'll admit some choices are more difficult than others." Then just as quickly, his theatrical air returned. "Speaking of choices, you have exactly 46 hours and 23 minutes to make one about my rent." "Don't remind me," Marnie muttered, recalling their last unpleasant chat where he'd outlined in excruciating detail the consequences of late payment. Something about her belongings being ceremonially transferred to the astral plane. which she'd assumed was landlord hyperbole, until she'd witnessed Mrs. Chen's coffee table literally vanish after a missed payment last month. Zeke's eyes narrowed, a calculating gleam replacing his usual theatrical sparkle. He tapped one long finger against his chin, studying her with the kind of intensity usually reserved for examining fine art or selecting victims in horror movies. "Well," he drawled, "it just so happens I can make an exception, if you handle a wee ghost problem. You want me, the completely untrained ghost hunter, to get rid of a ghost for you?" Marnie's eyebrows climbed toward her hairline. The possessed toaster's warning echoed in her mind, "You should run." Maybe kitchen appliances weren't such unreliable sources of wisdom after all. "Nothing major." Zeke waved a dismissive hand, his silk robe sleeves swooshing through the air with unnecessary drama. "Just a pesky spook constantly haunting the West Wing. Dreadful racket, really. The tenants in 3C have filed 17 complaints this week alone, and frankly, I'm running out of creative ways to explain away the sound of chains dragging across hardwood at 3 in the morning. Marnie shifted uncomfortably in her borrowed boots. "Chains? Like actual ghostly chains? That's a bit on the nose, isn't it? Some spirits are traditionalists." Zeke shrugged, managing to make even that simple gesture look like a dance move. "Besides, you should be grateful. At least it's not another demon infestation. The paperwork for those is absolutely murderous." He took a graceful step closer, and suddenly the hallway felt much smaller. Looming over her with perfect posture that somehow made him seem even taller, Zeke's lips curved into a wolfish grin. "Successful exorcism, and I'll wipe away your debt as a professional courtesy. Consider it, networking among supernatural service providers." "I've been a supernatural service provider for approximately 6 hours, Marnie pointed out. "And most of that time was spent trying to convince a ghost that his ex-wife's new boyfriend isn't actually Satan incarnate. Though honestly, the guy does wear Crocs with socks, so the ghost might have a point." But Zeke had already turned away, gliding down the hallway with the kind of fluid grace that reminded Marnie that vampires were, technically speaking, apex predators, even if this particular specimen preferred silk robes to cape and fangs attire. 46 hours and counting, darling." His voice echoed back to her. "Do consider my offer. The ghost tends to be most active around midnight, something about the witching hour being peak haunting time. Dreadfully cliché, I know, but what can you do?" Marnie opened her mouth to protest, but he'd already disappeared around the corner in a swish of expensive fabric and ancient vampire dramatics. She stood there for a long moment, weighing her exceptionally limited options while trying to ignore the way her new rune-etched boots seemed to be humming ominously. Option 1. Somehow manifest 3 months' worth of rent money in the next 2 days. Given her current bank balance, and the fact that her last paycheck had bounced higher than a caffeinated kangaroo, that seemed unlikely. Option 2. Attempt to exorcise a ghost using her grand total of 6 hours experience, which mostly consisted of telling another ghost that stalking wasn't an appropriate way to process grief. Option 3. Start pricing cardboard boxes for her inevitable eviction into the street, where she'd probably end up being haunted anyway because apparently that was her life now. The boots' humming increased slightly, as if offering their own opinion on her situation. Marnie glanced down at them, noting how the silver runes seemed to shimmer in the dim hallway lighting. They were nice boots, really. Comfortable, despite being literally enchanted. The kind of boots a proper exorcist might wear while, say, dealing with a chain-dragging ghost in the west wing of her apartment building. "This is a terrible idea," she informed the empty hallway. The hallway, being an inanimate structure and therefore wiser than she was currently being, didn't respond. She dug through her messenger bag, past the emergency ghost containment kit Cassian had thrust at her, which appeared to be mostly salt packets stolen from various fast food restaurants, until she found her phone. The screen lit up with an unread message from her new employer. "Do not attempt any solo exorcisms until properly trained. This is non-negotiable. Also, the boots will report any unauthorized supernatural engagement directly to me. CD." Marnie stared at the text, then at her humming boots, then at the dark hallway leading to the west wing, where a ghost with apparently traditional tastes in haunting accessories was making a racket. "Well," she muttered, already knowing she was going to regret this. "I guess it's not technically an unauthorized supernatural engagement if my landlord specifically authorized it, right?" The boot's humming took on a distinctly judgmental tone. Marnie watched Zeke's silk-clad form disappear around the corner, the echo of his designer slippers somehow managing to sound smugly expensive against the worn carpet. The hallway lights flickered. They always did that after he passed through, like even the electrical system knew it should bow to his dramatic exits. "Show off," she muttered, running a hand through her curls. They'd started the day somewhat professionally styled, but had devolved into what she liked to call possessed poodle chic. Between dodging demon-possessed kitchen appliances and dealing with vampire landlords, her hair had apparently decided to stage its own rebellion. The enchanted boots chose that moment to hum again, a sound somewhere between a microwave's dying beep and a judgmental throat clearing. "Oh, shut up," she told them. "You're not even technically my boots. You're company boots. Probably haunted company boots." They vibrated in what felt suspiciously like agreement. Marnie leaned against the wall, exhaustion hitting her like a spiritual 2x4. The wall's peeling wallpaper scratched against her back, and she was pretty sure she'd just stuck her elbow in a cobweb, but standing felt like too much effort right now. Her new career was barely hours old, and she was already failing spectacularly at it. The possessed toaster had been bad enough, who knew pastries could be so threatening, but now this? She could tell Zeke to take his ghost problem and stuff it. She really could. Except the last time someone defaulted on rent, they'd ended up making payments to the Unseelie Courts collection agency. Poor Marcus from 2B still broke out in hives whenever he passed a fairy ring, and he jumped at the sound of tinkling bells. The Phi weren't known for their forgiving payment plans. 46 hours, she repeated to herself, pushing off from the wall. That's fine. I'll just figure out how to exorcise a ghost in 2 days. No problem. People learn new skills all the time, right? Like knitting. Or juggling. Or banishing supernatural entities from the mortal plane. Her apartment door stuck, like it always did when she was too tired to deal with it. Marnie threw her shoulder against it, stumbling inside when it finally gave way. The familiar sight of her shabby one-bedroom didn't exactly lift her spirits. The place was, well, cozy would be the real estate euphemism. Cramped would be more accurate. Possibly violating several building codes would be closest to the truth. But it was hers, or at least it was hers as long as she could keep paying rent. She dropped her messenger bag onto the sagging couch, watching as a small cloud of dust puffed up from the cushions. The emergency ghost containment kit spilled out, scattering salt packets across the worn upholstery. One packet had burst, leaving a thin line of salt across the fabric like some sort of sad attempt at supernatural home decoration. The kitchen area, really just a corner with ambitious dreams, still bore the scorch marks from last month's attempt at cooking. The bathroom door hadn't closed properly since that time something that definitely wasn't a raccoon had taken up residence in the ventilation shaft. The windows rattled whenever the wind blew, which was always, because apparently draft-free windows were for people who could afford better zip codes. But it was home. Her very own slice of supernatural real estate hell, complete with mysterious stains on the ceiling, and that one outlet that sparked whenever she plugged something in. She'd fought hard for this place, had celebrated when Zeke had finally approved her application, after she'd promised to never ever attempt karaoke night at his favorite bar again. A distant clanking sound echoed through the walls, probably the ghost Zeke wanted her to deal with practicing its chain-rattling routine. The noise traveled through the building's ancient pipes, making it sound like the spirit was trying out for some sort of undead percussion ensemble. "This is fine," Marnie said to her empty apartment. "Everything is fine. I'm just going to learn exorcism basics overnight, somehow avoid getting fired from my second job in a week, and hopefully not end up owing money to any more supernatural entities." The boots hummed again, softer this time, almost sympathetic. "You know what? She kicked them off, watching as they landed perfectly upright by the door, their runes still gleaming. I should probably review those exorcism notes Cassian gave me. Though after tonight's revelations and that third lavender gin cocktail at Ellie's bar, my brain feels about as useful as a chocolate teapot. Another crash echoed through the walls, followed by what sounded suspiciously like ethereal moaning. Or maybe I'll just stick my head under a pillow and pretend none of this is happening. Marnie flopped onto the couch, sending another cloud of dust into the air. That's a solid life choice, right? Denial? It's worked so far. The salt packets crinkled under her as she shifted, reminding her that denial had stopped being an option somewhere around the time she'd signed that blood contract. Now she had enchanted footwear, a boss who looked like he'd walked out of a gothic romance novel, and a vampire landlord who wanted her to moonlight as an amateur exorcist. And rent was still due in 46 hours. Marnie's gaze drifted to the scuffed countertop where her vision board, really just a collection of apartment listings and career goals scribbled on post-its, had lived until last week. She'd taken it down after the whole sentient potato incident, but the ghost of her ambitions still lingered there, gathering dust alongside the chipped mugs and that weird stain that looked suspiciously like a face. The face stain winked at her. She winked back because at this point, why not? Okay, universe, she muttered, pushing herself off the couch. I get it. You've got a weird sense of humor. But if I want any shot at a normal life after this ghost hunting detour, I need to keep a roof over my head. Even if said roof occasionally leaks ectoplasm. Her basic exorcism kit, currently stuffed into a reusable grocery bag with a dancing avocado on it, sat accusingly by the door. Cassian had thrust it at her earlier, along with a manila folder labeled Absolute Essentials for Not Dying, probably. The folder had looked suspiciously well worn, like it saw frequent use. Marnie dumped the contents onto her coffee table, sending a scatter of blessed items across the weathered surface. The salt packets she already knew about, those had made themselves at home on her couch. But there was also sage, wrapped in brown paper and tied with twine, because apparently Cassian shopped exclusively at Ye Old Ghost Hunter's Emporium. A rather tired-looking crucifix that had definitely seen better centuries, and what appeared to be a spray bottle labeled Holy Water, Do Not Drink. Right, she said, picking up the crucifix. It felt warm in her hand, though that might have been the questionable wiring in her walls. Cassian did say I'd have to learn on the job. This is basically an internship, right? Just with more potential for supernatural possession and fewer coffee runs. The boots, still standing at attention by the door, gave an encouraging hum. She gathered the supplies, arranging them in the avocado bag with more care than she'd shown her actual groceries in months. The sage went in first, followed by the salt, what remained of it anyway. The crucifix she hung around her neck, where it promptly got tangled in her hair. Listen, she told her reflection in the microwave door as she fought to free her curls from the chain. You've got this. You're resourceful. You once convinced a vegan vampire that blood oranges counted as ethical feeding. This is just temporary. A slight detour on the road to normalcy. Her reflection looked skeptical. The ghost's chain-rattling symphony started up again, this time accompanied by what sounded like a kazoo. Marnie froze, crucifix chain still wrapped around her finger. Is that Sweet Caroline? The ethereal humming grew louder, and yes, that was definitely Neil Diamond's classic being performed by what had to be the world's most musically inclined spirit. The pipes joined in for percussion, creating a sound that would make any choir director, living or dead, weep. Oh good Lord. Marnie grabbed the bag of supplies and marched toward the door. I'm about to exorcise a ghost with a thing for 70s pop. This is my life now. This is actually happening. The boots perked up as she approached, their runes glowing with what she chose to interpret as encouragement rather than mockery. Right, she said, slipping them on. They adjusted to fit perfectly, because of course they did. I may have stumbled into this career by accident, but I'll be damned, possibly literally, given the way things are going, if I let it derail my life completely. The ghost hit the chorus, and the pipes gave an enthusiastic clang that shook dust from the ceiling. "Besides," Marnie added, checking that she had her keys and phone, "how hard can it be? Salt sage, say some Latinish words, and boom, one evicted spirit. It's basically supernatural property management." The boots vibrated in what felt distinctly like laughter. "Oh, shut up," she told them, reaching for the door handle. "Your enchanted footwear. What do you know about exorcisms?" They hummed innocently, which was not at all reassuring. The hallway lights flickered as she stepped out, and somewhere above, the ghost launched into an enthusiastic bum 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 that made the whole building shudder. A door slammed several floors up, followed by someone shouting, "We get it. You like Neil Diamond. Move on already." Marnie squared her shoulders, adjusted her grip on the avocado bag, and started toward the stairs. The crucifix bounced against her collarbone with each step, and the boots seemed to be trying to march in time with the ghostly performance. "Okay, spooky Neil Diamond fan," she muttered, "let's see if we can't find you a better venue for your eternal encore." The lights flickered again, and somewhere in the building, something that sounded suspiciously like a tambourine joined the supernatural orchestra. Chapter 4. Welcome to Spectral Solutions, Limited. The morning sun filtering through Spectral Solutions' Gothic windows did nothing to improve Marnie's current state. She dragged herself through the office door, leaving a faint trail of ghostly residue in her wake. Her hair looked like it had been styled by a possessed ceiling fan, and there was definitely something green and sticky coating the left sleeve of her jacket. The boots, at least, had stopped their judgmental humming somewhere around 4 a.m. "You look..." Cassian's voice drifted from his desk, where he sat surrounded by ancient tomes and what appeared to be a crystal ball serving as a paperweight. He seemed to be searching for a diplomatic word. "Like I got into a fight with the Ghostbusters prop closet and lost?" Marnie supplied, collapsing into the chair across from him. "Because that's exactly what happened. Did you know ectoplasm can get under your fingernails? Because I do now. Very intimately." His dark brows rose as he studied her, his expression shifting from mild concern to stern disapproval. "I heard about your unsanctioned ghost removal last night." The words came out clipped and precise, like he was restraining himself from adding several choice adjectives. "You mean when my landlord forced me to exorcise one of his tenants?" Marnie let out a hollow laugh. "Yeah, that was fun. Really brings new meaning to the phrase, hostile eviction. Though I have to say, for someone who's been dead since the Victorian era, Mr. Chains and Moans had some surprisingly modern opinions about interior decorating. Did you know ghosts could critique throw pillows? Because I do now. For 2 hours straight. Lord Zeke overstepped by sending you on a job without proper training," Cassian admonished, his fingers drumming an irritated pattern on his desk. "He had no authority to deploy you, and he knows it. There are protocols, procedures." "I didn't really have a choice," Marnie cut in, picking at a spot of ectoplasm on her sleeve. It made a sound like Velcro coming undone. "He threatened to sick loan sharks on me if I didn't pay up. And let me tell you, when a vampire threatens you with loan sharks, you kind of have to assume they're not the regular kind that just break your kneecaps." Be that as it may, Cassian pinched the bridge of his nose, a gesture she was quickly learning meant he was trying very hard not to lose his professional demeanor. "You're lucky you weren't seriously hurt. That ghost could have..." "What?" "Critiqued me to death." The words came out sharper than she'd intended, probably because she was running on zero sleep and enough adrenaline to power a small city. "Look, I know it wasn't ideal, but I handled it. Sure, there was that moment when he tried to possess the radiator and turned my jacket into abstract art with steam burns, but I got him out. And I only had to use..." She paused, counting on her fingers. "Okay, maybe all of the salt packets you gave me. And possibly some garlic powder I found in 3B's kitchen. And I may have had to improvise an incantation using lyrics from Bohemian Rhapsody, but it worked." Cassian's expression did something complicated, like he couldn't decide whether to be impressed or horrified. "You exorcised a Victorian ghost using Queen lyrics?" In my defense, he seemed to appreciate the dramatic flair. Right up until the part where he, stopped existing on this plane of reality. The crystal ball on Cassian's desk chose that moment to emit a soft, disapproving chime. He glanced at it, then back at Marnie, his dark eyes narrowing. The contract you signed explicitly stated that I wouldn't engage in solo supernatural activities without proper training, I know. Marnie slumped further into her chair. But the boots didn't stop me. They just hummed disapprovingly, which, by the way, is a really weird sensation when you're trying to dodge ghost-thrown furniture. The boots, Cassian said with exaggerated patience, are enchanted to report unauthorized activities, not prevent them. They're not magical babysitters. Well, maybe they should be. Because right now they're just really expensive tattletales with arch support. She paused, glancing down. No offense, Boots. The Boots responded with a brief hum that somehow managed to sound both offended and smug at the same time. Cassian rose from his desk with the fluid grace of someone who spent way too much time practicing dramatic movements in front of a mirror. At least that's what Marnie assumed, given his penchant for sweeping gestures and perfectly timed exits. Which is why we start your official training immediately with a tour. He gestured for her to follow, his black coat somehow managing to billow despite the complete lack of wind in the office. Marnie hauled herself up from the chair, her boots offering a supportive little hum that felt suspiciously like pity. Oh good, more walking. Because my feet aren't already plotting revenge against me. The office of Spectral Solutions stretched far deeper than its Victorian facade suggested. Cassian led her past towering shelves crammed with leather-bound books, their spines embossed with titles that made her eyes water just trying to read them. Something that looked suspiciously like Latin homework skittered across the floor, pursued by what appeared to be a self-propelling feather duster. Our more energetic residents, for starters, Cassian explained as they passed a filing cabinet that was definitely growling. He reached out absently to pat its top drawer, and the growling subsided into something more like a mechanical purr. Most of them are harmless, just a bit temperamental. Temperamental like my coffee maker on Monday mornings, or temperamental like that radiator that tried to steam press me into the afterlife last night? Marnie asked, eyeing the filing cabinet warily. Somewhere in between. The corner of his mouth twitched. Though Herbert's definitely been making his opinions about you known. Oh God, the toaster? Marnie groaned. I still have scorch marks on my favorite sweater from his welcome message yesterday. He prefers to be called Herbert, Cassian corrected, with the weary tone of someone who'd had this conversation many times before. And he's just particular about new employees. Particular like a food critic at a fast food restaurant, maybe? Marnie muttered. I swear that power cord tried to trip me. Before she could elaborate on her grievances with possessed kitchen appliances, a figure materialized through one of the bookshelves. He wore an impeccably tailored Victorian suit, complete with a top hat that somehow managed to look both ethereal and incredibly solid. The ghost executed a perfect bow, his translucent form shimmering in the dusty light. Reginald, Cassian introduced, mostly polite if you ignore his air of disdain. Charmed, Reginald drawled, his ghostly monocle catching non-existent light. Though I must say your technique last night was rather unconventional. Thunderbolt and lightning, very, very frightening indeed. Marnie felt her cheeks heat. You heard about that? My dear, the entire spectral community is buzzing about it. Though I do wish you'd chosen something more refined. Perhaps a nice Wagner? A crash from further down the hallway cut off Marnie's response, followed by two distinct voices raised in what sounded like an centuries-old argument. Absolutely did not steal your death certificate in 1873. Then why was it found in your possession, you ethereal embezzler? Two more ghosts burst through the wall, one dressed in what looked like a banker's outfit from the 1800s, the other sporting a rather impressive handlebar mustache and a sheriff's badge. They were so caught up in their squabbling that they nearly passed right through Marnie, who yelped and jumped backward, directly into a stack of books about proper seance etiquette. And the peanut gallery, Cassian called dryly, steadying her with a hand on her elbow. The touch sent an entirely different kind of shiver down her spine. Everyone, our new consultant. Try not to scare her off. The ghosts froze mid-argument, turning to regard her with identical looks of spectral glee that made Marnie seriously reconsider her career choices. The banker adjusted his incorporeal tie while the sheriff twirled his mustache, both of them grinning like they'd just found their new favorite form of entertainment. "Oh, this is going to be delightful," the banker declared, floating closer. "I'm Theodore Blackwood III, formerly of First National Bank, currently of this rather dusty hallway." He attempted to shake her hand, which resulted in Marnie's fingers going numb with cold. "And I'm Sheriff James Cooper," the mustache ghost announced, tipping his transparent hat. "Don't let old Theo fool you. He's been trying to clear his name for a century and a half, but that death certificate definitely had his ghostly fingerprints all over it." "It did not." Theodore huffed, his form puffing up like an indignant spectral peacock. "And I'll have you know that fingerprint analysis wasn't even invented when I died, so your entire argument is fundamentally flawed." Marnie glanced between the bickering ghosts, the disdainful Reginald who was now critically examining her scuffed boots, and Cassian, who looked like he was fighting back something that might have been a smile. This was definitely not how she'd imagined her week going when she'd answered that job ad. Then again, considering she was still covered in ectoplasm from her impromptu midnight exorcism, maybe this was exactly the kind of chaos she should have expected. "So," she said, trying to sound more confident than she felt, "is this the part where you tell me all the office gossip, or do I have to wait until the next full moon for that privilege?" The ghost's eyes lit up with an unholy gleam that suggested she might have just made a terrible mistake. Or possibly the best decision of her life. At this point, it was getting harder to tell the difference. Marnie trudged up the creaky stairs to her apartment, her feet feeling like they were encased in cement. The events of the day swirled in her mind like a supernatural soup: bickering Victorian ghosts, a possessed filing cabinet that had strong opinions about alphabetical order, and Cassian's frustratingly attractive way of raising one eyebrow whenever she said something particularly snarky. Which, let's be honest, was about every 5 minutes. She fumbled with her keys, nearly dropping them when a particularly loud thump echoed from the apartment below. Probably just Mrs. Henderson's cat knocking over another plant, though these days she couldn't be sure it wasn't some sort of poltergeist with a vendetta against succulents. The door swung open before she could get her key in the lock, revealing Ellie sprawled across their ancient couch like a 1940s movie star, complete with a martini glass balanced precariously on her stomach. The only thing ruining the glamorous effect was the fact that she was wearing fuzzy bunny slippers and what appeared to be a t-shirt with "Vampires Do It With Bite" printed across the chest. "There you are." Ellie's face lit up with the kind of enthusiasm that usually preceded either brilliant ideas or spectacular disasters. In Marnie's experience, it was about a 50-50 split. "I've been thinking." "Uh-oh, dangerous territory," Marnie quipped, dropping her messenger bag with a thud that made something inside it rattle ominously. She really hoped that wasn't the protective charm Cassian had insisted she carry, the one that looked suspiciously like a snow globe filled with glitter and what might have been tiny eyeballs. "What brilliant idea have you concocted this time?" The last time Ellie had worn that particular expression, they'd ended up crash-landing a hot air balloon in the middle of a Renaissance fair. The Knights had been surprisingly understanding about the whole thing, though the guy selling turkey legs was still sending them angry emails. "Just hear me out." Ellie sat up, somehow managing not to spill a drop of her martini, a skill she'd perfected during her years of bartending. "After the day you've clearly had, you deserve some serious cheering up." She gestured at Marnie's general dishevelment, which included what looked like cobwebs in her hair and a suspicious green stain on her sleeve that might have been ectoplasm. Or possibly just really old Jell-O. The jury was still out on that one. Marnie collapsed into their threadbare armchair, which wheezed in protest. "I don't know if I like where this is going," she said, eyeing her best friend warily. "The last time you tried to cheer me up, we ended up at that karaoke bar where all the singers were actual sirens. I still can't listen to Total Eclipse of the Heart without getting seasick. Ellie waved away her concerns with a perfectly manicured hand. That was one time, and besides, you have to admit it was memorable. But this is different. This is about your new career path. Marnie's brow furrowed as Ellie waggles her perfectly arched brows mischievously. I'm almost afraid to ask. She could feel a headache building behind her eyes, though that might have been residual effects from Herbert the Haunted Toaster's morning greeting. Who knew appliances could be so passive-aggressive about proper bread toasting techniques? 2 words, Vinny's speakeasy. Ellie's eyes sparkled with the kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for people who hadn't spent their afternoon arguing with a possessed toaster. A little music, a lot of alcohol, definitely some underworld eye candy. Marnie stared at her friend, trying to process the words that had just left Ellie's mouth. A supernatural speakeasy. Because clearly, what she needed after a day of dodging aggressive filing cabinets and explaining to a ghost that unfinished business didn't include reorganizing someone else's sock drawer, was to willingly walk into a den of more supernatural chaos. You want me to go to a supernatural speakeasy? Marnie kept her voice flat, channeling her inner Cassian-level deadpan. Yeah, because that's the perfect nightcap after my new ghost-whispering duties. She picked at the mysterious green stain on her sleeve. It had started to shimmer slightly, which was probably not a great sign. Ellie's lower lip jutted out in a practiced pout. Oh come on, it'll be fun. When's the last time we really cut loose and forgot about work for a night? The last time they'd cut loose, Marnie had woken up with a temporary tattoo of a unicorn playing jazz saxophone and a business card from a mermaid life coach. But before she could voice this particular concern, Ellie had already bounded off the couch with the kind of grace that shouldn't be possible after 2 martinis. She made a beeline for their shared closet, throwing open the doors with dramatic flair. You're going to love it, I just know it. Ellie's voice came muffled from inside the closet as she rummaged through their collective wardrobe. A moment later, something silky and black came sailing through the air. Besides, what's the worst that could happen? Catching the garment, Marnie held it up with the kind of caution usually reserved for handling explosive devices. The dress was gorgeous, a vintage-style number that somehow managed to be both elegant and slightly dangerous looking. Kind of like that weird antique dagger on Cassian's desk that he'd sworn was just for opening mail. You do remember what happened the last time you said, "What's the worst that could happen," right? Marnie asked, even as she ran her fingers over the dress's smooth fabric. We ended up in that underground poker game with those trolls. I still can't look at a bridge without getting flashbacks. That was different. Ellie emerged from the closet clutching a pair of heels that definitely violated several laws of physics. The trolls were having a bad night. Besides, Vinny's is totally legit. Well, as legit as an underground supernatural speakeasy run by a ghost mob boss can be. Marnie's head snapped up. I'm sorry, did you just say ghost mob boss? Oh yeah. Ellie waved her hand dismissively, as if she hadn't just casually dropped that bomb. Vinny's great. He's been running the place since the 1920s. Technically, he died in the 1920s too, but that's just a minor detail. He makes the best ethereal martinis this side of the afterlife. The dress suddenly felt heavier in Marnie's hands. Let me get this straight. You want me to go to a speakeasy run by a dead mobster, surrounded by who knows what kind of supernatural creatures, when I barely know how to handle a simple bakery haunting? Exactly. Ellie beamed, already pulling out her makeup bag. It's perfect networking. Plus, the jazz band is to die for. Literally, they're all ghosts from the original Cotton Club. Marnie flopped back in the chair, which creaked ominously. You know, when I was little and wished my life would be more exciting, this really wasn't what I had in mind. Trust me, Ellie said, wielding a tube of red lipstick like a weapon, you're going to thank me for this later. Now hold still, we need to make sure you look drop-dead gorgeous. No pun intended. As Ellie advanced with determined purpose, Marnie couldn't shake the feeling that she was about to add another chapter to her rapidly growing book of supernatural mishaps. Still, as she looked at the dress again, A tiny part of her, probably the same part that had thought applying for an escort position was a good idea, whispered that maybe, just maybe, this could be fun. Besides, how much trouble could one little speakeasy visit cause? She pointedly ignored the way her new protective charm started vibrating in her bag, its tiny eyeballs rolling in what looked suspiciously like exasperation. Chapter 5. The Speakeasy of the Undead. Marnie endured Ellie's ministrations with all the grace of a cat being forced into a Halloween costume. The vintage dress hugged curves she hadn't even known she possessed, while her usually unruly red curls had been expertly tamed into something that actually resembled a hairstyle. "Stop fidgeting," Ellie commanded, wielding an eyeliner pencil with surgical precision. "Unless you want to look like a raccoon instead of a femme fatale." "I look ridiculous," Marnie muttered, tugging at the dress's neckline. "Like I'm playing dress-up in someone else's clothes." "You look stunning," Ellie corrected, stepping back to admire her handiwork. Very Jessica Rabbit meets Ghost Whisperer chic. They clicked their way down dimly lit streets, Marnie trying not to break an ankle in the borrowed heels, while Ellie navigated the cobblestones like she'd been born in stilettos. They stopped at what appeared to be an abandoned sandwich shop, its windows covered in newspapers from 1928. "This is it?" Marnie asked, eyeing the suspicious green substance oozing from under the door. Ellie ignored her, rapping out a complicated pattern that sounded suspiciously like the opening bars of Don't Stop Believin'. The door swung open with a dramatic creak, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. "After you," Ellie gestured with a flourish. "If I die down there, I'm coming back to haunt you specifically," Marnie warned, gathering her dress and starting down the stairs. The speakeasy hit all her senses at once. Smoky air that somehow smelled like gardenias and gunpowder, the warm glow of Art Deco chandeliers, and music that seemed to bypass her ears and settle directly into her bones. The crowd was a mix of everything supernatural: vampires in sharp suits nursing blood-red cocktails, a group of witches cackling over something that sparked violet in their glasses, and more than a few transparent patrons floating slightly above their bar stools. "See? Isn't this place just deliciously illicit?" Ellie's grin was infectious as she tugged Marnie toward the crowded bar. The bartender, a tall woman with silver skin that actually sparkled, was mixing drinks with 6 arms moving in perfect coordination. Before Marnie could comment on the anatomical impossibility of it all, the temperature around them dropped 20 degrees. A presence materialized beside them, bringing with it the distinct scent of expensive cigars and gunpowder. The ghost wore a pinstripe suit that probably cost more in the 1920s than Marnie's entire wardrobe today. His dark hair was slicked back, and his blue eyes literally glowed as they fixed on her face. "Well, hello there, gorgeous," he practically purred, his form flickering slightly as he leaned closer. "The name's Vinnie Morello, former proprietor of this fine establishment." His voice carried the kind of smooth confidence that came from decades of getting exactly what he wanted, alive or dead. Marnie opened her mouth to introduce herself, but Vinnie's expression suddenly changed. The ghostly mobster's eyes widened, their blue glow intensifying as he reached out to brush her cheek with transparent fingers. The touch felt like ice water trailing down her skin. "Angelica," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "After all these years." Ellie's sharp intake of breath beside her told Marnie this wasn't part of his usual greeting routine. "I'm not," Marnie started, but Vinnie was already circling her, his form becoming more solid with each passing second. "It is you, dollface. The same eyes, that spark of fire." He gestured expansively, causing nearby patrons to duck as his arm passed through their heads. "You've come back to me. I knew you would. I told everyone you'd return." "There seems to be a misunderstanding," Marnie tried again, backing away slightly. "I'm Marnie Caldwell. Definitely not Angelica." "Of course you'd say that, precious. You're in a new body after all." Vinnie's smile was dazzling, literally. Small sparks of ethereal energy crackled around his teeth. "But I'd know my Angelica anywhere. We were meant to be together, even death couldn't keep us apart." He snapped his fingers, and suddenly the jazz band switched to a slow romantic number. The ghost of what appeared to be Al Capone himself materialized at the piano, shooting Vinny a knowing wink. "Dance with me, like in the old days?" Vinny held out his hand, which was becoming alarmingly solid. "Before those lousy Martinelli boys tried to muscle in on our territory and things got messy." Marnie shot Ellie a desperate look, but her friend appeared to be struggling not to laugh. "I really think." "Boss," a new ghost materialized beside them, this one wearing a slightly bullet-riddled suit. "We got a situation with some werewolves in the VIP section. Something about territorial marking. Can't you see I'm in the middle of a reunion here?" Vinny's eyes flashed dangerously, making the other ghost flinch. "My Angelica has finally returned to me." "I'm not Angelica." Marnie's voice came out louder than intended, causing several nearby glasses to vibrate. "Look, I just started a new job as an exorcist." She realized her mistake immediately. The temperature dropped another 10 degrees, and Vinny's expression shifted from love-struck to horrified. "An exorcist?" His form flickered rapidly. "My beloved Angelica, working for the other side?" He clutched his chest dramatically. "This is worse than the time I got whacked. At least then it was quick." Marnie's head spun as Vinny continued his theatrical display of heartbreak, his ghostly form now draped across the bar like a translucent throw rug. Several other specters had gathered to watch, whispering behind transparent hands and shooting her sympathetic looks. "I can't believe it," Vinny wailed, his pinstripe suit rippling with ethereal energy. "My own Angelica, working for the Exorcists. What's next? You gonna tell me you're also pals with the Prohibition agents?" "I keep trying to tell you," Marnie started, but Vinny was already launching into what appeared to be a well-rehearsed soliloquy about betrayal and eternal love. "First they take my life," he gestured dramatically, accidentally passing his hand through a vampire's martini. "Then they take my speakeasy's original liquor license, and now they've corrupted the love of my afterlife." The temperature dropped another few degrees. Ellie, the traitor, had retreated to a safe distance and was recording the whole thing on her phone, mouthing "This is gold" when Marnie glared at her. "Mr. Morello?" Marnie tried again, smoothing down her borrowed dress. "I'm really not." "Vinny." A familiar deep voice cut through the theatrical chaos, like a knife through butter. "I should have known you'd be behind this harassment." Marnie's stomach did a complicated flip, as Cassian materialized from the shadows like he'd been summoned by the sheer force of her exasperation. He wore his usual all-black ensemble, but something about the speakeasy's lighting made him look even more unfairly attractive than usual. His dark eyes narrowed as he took in the scene. "Ah, if it isn't Drath." Vinny's form solidified completely as he straightened up, his ghostly presence filling the space with static electricity. "Come to steal my woman away again, have you?" "Again?" Marnie couldn't keep the incredulous squeak from her voice. "Oh, you don't remember that part yet, dollface." Vinny patted her hand consolingly, his touch leaving frost on her skin. "But Drath here, his great-grandfather was quite the ladies' man. Swept poor Angelica right off her feet, didn't he? Right before everything went sideways with the Martinelli situation." Cassian pinched the bridge of his nose, a gesture Marnie was starting to recognize as his dealing with supernatural nonsense tell. "That's not what happened, and you know it." "No?" Vinny's eyes flashed dangerously. "Then perhaps you'd like to explain to everyone here exactly what did happen that night at the Cherry Street warehouse?" Several ghostly heads turned with sudden interest. "That's ancient history," Cassian growled, taking a step forward. "And this ends now." The air crackled with tension as the two men faced off. Marnie noticed Cassian's hand sliding toward the inner pocket of his jacket, probably reaching for one of his many protective amulets. Meanwhile, Vinny's form was growing more solid by the second, and the glasses behind the bar had started to rattle ominously. "Oh, for heaven's sake," Marnie muttered, stepping between them before the situation could escalate further. She shot Cassian what she hoped was a quelling look. "I've got this, thanks." Cassian's eyebrows rose slightly, but he stepped back, his hand dropping from his jacket. The corner of his mouth twitched in what might have been amusement. Steeling herself, Marnie turned to face Vinny with her most polite customer service smile, the one she'd perfected during 3 years of retail hell. "Look, I'm flattered really. And this place?" She gestured around at the speakeasy. "It's absolutely amazing. But there's been a misunderstanding." "But Dollface," Vinny started. "No, please let me finish." Marnie held up a hand, surprised when the ghost actually fell silent. "I'm not Angelica. I'm Marnie Caldwell, and until about 48 hours ago, I was just a regular person who got fired for calling her boss a sentient potato. Which, by the way, was completely justified." A few snickers rippled through the crowd. Even Cassian made a sound that might have been a hastily disguised cough. "I know nothing about warehouses or Martinellis or whatever happened in 1928. What I do know is that I accidentally signed up to be an exorcist because I can't read fine print. I owe 3 months' rent to a vampire who thinks my new job will lower his property values, and my best friend dragged me here tonight because she thought I needed cheering up." She paused for breath. "And while being mistaken for someone's long-lost love is arguably more flattering than being mistaken for an escort, which is how this whole mess started, I really need to establish some boundaries here." The speakeasy had gone completely silent. Even the ghostly piano player had stopped mid-chord to listen. "So," Marnie continued, her voice softening as she met Vinny's glowing blue eyes, "while I'm very sorry for your loss, and I'm sure Angelica was wonderful, I'm not her. I'm just me. Marnie, the disaster who can apparently see ghosts, and is trying very hard not to completely mess up her new job. Speaking of which," she glanced at Cassian, "please tell me this isn't going to count as overtime." For a long moment, nobody moved. Then Vinny's form flickered, and to everyone's surprise, he threw back his head and laughed. The sound echoed through the speakeasy like champagne bubbles, warm and infectious. "You've got moxie, kid," he said, wiping at his eyes with a transparent handkerchief. "Angelica had that same fire. But you're right, you're not her. The eyes are all wrong for one thing. Hers were green." "So we're good?" Marnie ventured cautiously. "We're good," Vinny confirmed, his form becoming slightly less solid as he relaxed. "Though I hope you'll still stop by the club now and then. Any dame brave enough to tell off a ghost mob boss deserves a standing invitation." He snapped his fingers, and a small card materialized in Marnie's hand. "VIP access. The password changes daily. Just ask any of my boys, they'll hook you up." "I thank you." Marnie stared at the card, which seemed to be made of actual gold. "Don't mention it, doll." Vinny straightened his spectral tie. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to deal with those werewolves in the VIP section. They're probably marking their territory all over my vintage chaise lounges again." He tipped an equally spectral hat in Cassian's direction. "Drath." "Morello," Cassian returned with a slight nod. Chapter 6. Exorcisms 101, or How Not to Die. The gold VIP card was still warm in Marnie's hand when Cassian's phone buzzed. One glance at the screen and his expression shifted from almost amused to dead serious. "We need to go. Now." He was already heading for the door, his long stride eating up the distance. "What?" "But I just got—" Marnie waved the card at his retreating back, then huffed and scrambled after him. "Right? Because heaven forbid we actually discuss anything like normal people." 20 minutes later, they stood before the Hawthorne Hotel, a towering Victorian masterpiece that had clearly seen better centuries. Cassian strode through the ornate lobby doors like he owned the place, leaving Marnie to hurry after him, her sensible flats clicking against the marble floor. "All right, rookie. Consider this your first major field test." Marnie took in the grandly decaying space, all gilt mirrors and crystal chandeliers fighting a losing battle against time and neglect. A chill crept up her spine that had nothing to do with the building's questionable heating system. "What exactly are we dealing with here?" "An unusually high concentration of souls," Cassian said grimly, his voice pitched low as an elderly couple shuffled past, clutching their room keys like talismans. Guests have been checking out early due to unexplained phenomena. No sooner did the words leave his lips than a ghostly bellhop materialized directly in front of them, his translucent uniform pristine despite the decades-old bloodstain at his collar. Well, if it isn't Cassian Drath himself. The bellhop's voice echoed with theatrical delight. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a celebrity in our midst. Marnie jumped as more spirits flickered into view. A flapper by the grandfather clock, a businessman still clutching his 1950s briefcase, a pair of giggling housemaids who definitely hadn't survived whatever scandal they were whispering about. Did you hear about his family curse? The flapper stage whispered, her beaded dress clicking silently. The Drath tragedy of '96, so sad. The businessman shook his head solemnly. I heard his grandmother tried to. That's quite enough, Cassian cut in, his jaw tightening imperceptibly. The temperature around them dropped several degrees. Let's move this along, shall we? He turned to Marnie, dark eyes glittering with something that might have been challenge. Start asking questions. Carefully. Marnie glanced between Cassian and their rapidly growing audience, her mind racing. Clearly, there was some juicy family drama here that nobody had bothered to mention during her non-existent job orientation. But the way Cassian's shoulders had tensed told her that pushing for details right now would be about as smart as poking an angry bear with a stick. Right? She cleared her throat and addressed the bellhop, who was still beaming at them like they were the evening's entertainment. So, how long have you been working here? Oh, ages. He did a little pirouette that left spectral rose petals floating in his wake. Since 1922. Terrible accident with the luggage lift. But the benefits are excellent, eternal rest and all that. And have you noticed any recent changes? New arrivals, unusual activity, that sort of thing? The bellhop's smile dimmed slightly. Well, now that you mention it. He glanced nervously at the second-floor landing. There have been some disturbances. Harold, don't you dare, the flapper started, but Marnie had already caught the look. What kind of disturbances? The sort that make the living leave and the dead wish they could, a new voice answered. Marnie turned to find a severe-looking woman in Victorian dress floating near the front desk, her ghostly ledger clutched to her chest. I am Mrs. Hawthorne, and this is my hotel. Was my hotel. She sniffed. And something is very wrong. Wrong how? Cassian stepped forward, all business despite the whispers still following his every move. Things are shifting. Mrs. Hawthorne's form flickered like bad reception. The boundaries between floors growing thin. Memories bleeding through where they shouldn't. And the new ones, she broke off, shuddering. New ones? Marnie prompted gently. They're not like us. The bellhop had lost his theatrical air entirely. They're angry? Hungry. They don't belong here, but they keep coming and we can't. A crash from above cut him off. The chandelier swayed ominously, as something that sounded very much like running footsteps thundered across the ceiling. The elderly couple by the elevators took one look at each other, and made a break for the front doors. Smart people, Marnie muttered, then raised her voice to address the remaining ghosts. Okay, quick question. Has anyone actually seen these new arrivals? Any idea where they're coming from? The spirits exchanged uncertain looks. Finally, one of the housemaids spoke up. They stay in the shadows mostly. But sometimes, late at night, you can hear them talking about what? Cassian's voice had gone dangerously quiet. About coming home, Mrs. Hawthorne finished. They say the door is opening, and it's time to come home. Another crash echoed from above, followed by what might have been laughter, if laughter could sound like breaking glass and screaming metal. Fantastic. Marnie looked at Cassian. Please tell me you have a plan that doesn't involve us going up there. Of course. He reached into his jacket and pulled out what looked suspiciously like a charm made of bones. We're going up there, immediately. Marnie took a deep breath, channeling her best customer service voice from her barista days. Hi there, folks. I'm Marnie. What can you tell me about the phenomena here? She gestured vaguely at the ceiling, where the ominous thumping had temporarily subsided. The bellhop's spectral eyes lit up with unholy glee. Oh, but first, he floated closer, adjusting his translucent cap. You're being terribly modest, aren't you? Playing it coy about your beau's history? My what now? Why, Mr. Drath, of course. The flapper materialized beside them, practically vibrating with ghostly excitement. You two make such a striking couple. Though I do hope you're prepared for the family curse. We're not, Marnie started, but the businessman cut her off. Did you know his great-grandfather tried to marry a banshee? He adjusted his ethereal tie importantly. Quite the scandal in supernatural circles. That's nothing, one of the housemaids chimed in. Wait until you hear about the Christmas party of 1943, when his aunt summoned the demon? The other maid giggled. Or the incident with the possessed fruitcake? Both, actually. They were related. Marnie shot Cassian an apologetic look, mouthing sorry. His jaw had clenched so tight she could practically hear his teeth grinding. And then there was the tragedy of '96, Mrs. Hawthorne added solemnly, when young Cassian's grandmother attempted to reverse death itself. Using forbidden magic, the bellhop supplied. And a particularly temperamental Ouija board, added the flapper. Which backfired spectacularly, leading to the infamous Drath family curse. Where every firstborn son must. That's classified information, Cassian cut in, his voice arctic. The temperature dropped so dramatically that frost actually formed on the nearest mirror. But the ghosts were on a roll now, decades of accumulated gossip spilling out like an otherworldly tabloid. Did she tell you about his ex? The businessman stage whispered to Marnie. Literal demon. Name's Lilith. Nasty piece of work. Still bitter about the breakup. Sets things on fire when she's angry. Which is always? Cassian's expression had gone from merely brooding to thunderously dark. The chandelier above them swayed ominously, and Marnie could have sworn his eyes flickered with something that definitely wasn't natural. Okay. She waved her hands frantically. I think that's enough personal drama for now. Back to the hotel haunting? You know, the actual reason we're here? The ghost deflated slightly, like children denied dessert, but Mrs. Hawthorne straightened her spectral spine. Yes, well. It started 3 weeks ago. The shadows began moving. Moving how? Marnie prompted, desperately trying to steer the conversation back on track. Like they were hungry, the bellhop said, his earlier theatricality gone. We'd see them stretching across walls, reaching for guests. And then the whispers started. In languages we don't recognize, one of the maids added. Dark things. Ancient things. And the mirrors. The flapper shuddered, her beaded dress rattling silently. Sometimes they don't reflect what they should. Sometimes they show elsewhere. A distant howl echoed through the building, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Marnie jumped, bumping into Cassian, who steadied her with a hand that was surprisingly warm for someone who looked like he'd stepped out of a gothic novel. Third floor, he said grimly. The activity's increasing. Wonderful. Marnie straightened her jacket, trying to look more professional and less like she wanted to run screaming into the night. Any other details we should know? Secret passages? Mysterious artifacts? Cursed room service menus? Well? The bellhop twisted his cap nervously. There is the matter of room 313. What about it? It's moving. Marnie blinked. The room is moving? Yes. Sometimes it's on the 3rd floor, sometimes the 5th. Once we found it in the basement, right next to the boiler room. And the things we hear coming from inside. He trailed off, looking distinctly uncomfortable for someone who'd been dead for nearly a century. Right? Marnie glanced at Cassian, who was already pulling more mysterious objects from his coat. Please tell me one of those is ghost repellent. Or better yet, a really big do not disturb sign? Better. He handed her what looked like a crystal pendant on a silver chain. Protection amulet. Don't take it off. What happens if I do? Nothing good. He started toward the stairs, his coat swishing dramatically. Stay close. And whatever you do, don't look directly into the mirrors. Why not? Because sometimes, Mrs. Hawthorne called after them, they look back. Chapter 7. You've been summoned, and not in a good way. Marnie slumped onto her couch, kicking off her boots and massaging her temples. The day's parade of chatty spirits had left her with the mother of all supernatural headaches. Who knew ghosts could be such gossips? She'd spent hours listening to Mrs. Henderson's Spectral Book Club complain about their ethereal reading choices, followed by twin poltergeists arguing over who died first, and finally a Victorian gentleman ghost insisting she mediate his decades-long feud with the ghost next door over proper fence etiquette. I need a raise, she muttered, reaching for the emergency chocolate stash she'd started keeping under her coffee table. Or better yet, a vacation. Do exorcists get vacation days? The chocolate bar wrapper crinkled accusingly. Don't judge me, she told it. You try spending 8 hours listening to dead people's drama without stress eating. Her phone buzzed with yet another message from Vinny, something about a moonlit seance and his favorite jazz quartet. She'd been dodging his increasingly elaborate attempts at courtship all week. Yesterday, he'd somehow convinced an entire spectral orchestra to materialize in her bathroom while she was trying to brush her teeth. A heavy knock rattled her door, making her jump and drop the chocolate. Oh, come on, Vinny, she called out. I already told you I'm not interested in ghost dancing lessons. The knock came again, harder this time. The pictures on her wall trembled. Marnie groaned, hauling herself off the couch. Look, I'm flattered really, but... She yanked open the door and froze. 2 figures loomed in her doorway, neither of them Vinny. On the left stood a towering ghost in what looked like judicial robes, his face set in lines of stern disapproval. Wisps of otherworldly energy curled around him like smoke. On the right, a vampire woman in an impeccably tailored suit regarded Marnie with the kind of disdain usually reserved for something stuck to the bottom of designer shoes. Miss Caldwell. The ghost's voice resonated with ethereal authority. We've been watching your activities with great concern. My activities? Marnie squeaked, trying to subtly check if she had chocolate on her face. I was just sitting here eating, contemplating the metaphysical nature of existence. The vampire's lip curled. We're not here about your deplorable eating habits. Though they are concerning, the ghost added. We're here, the vampire continued, because you've been disrupting the delicate balance between the mortal and supernatural realms. What now? You've been summoned before the Vale Council, the ghost intoned, to answer for the unrest you've caused. Marnie blinked. The what council? The governing body of all supernatural affairs, the vampire explained, examining her manicured nails. Your unprecedented ability to communicate with spirits has caused quite the stir. The dead are neglecting their haunting duties to gossip with you. That's not my fault. Marnie protested as they moved to flank her. They're the ones who won't stop talking. Do you know how many ghost grandmothers have tried to set me up with their ghost grandsons this week? The natural order is being disrupted, the ghost declared. Haunted houses are becoming social clubs. Vengeful spirits are forgetting their vengeance. Just yesterday, a poltergeist stopped mid-rampage to tell you about his poetry collection. It was actually pretty good poetry. This cannot continue. The vampire gripped Marnie's arm with surprising strength. The council will decide what to do about this situation. Wait. Marnie tried to dig in her heels as they steered her toward the door. Don't I get a phone call? Or a lawyer? Is there such thing as a ghost lawyer? Because I haven't caused any unrest. If anything, I'm providing a valuable supernatural therapy service. The council will hear your case, the ghost said, somehow managing to sound both ominous and bored. At least let me grab my shoes. Shoes are irrelevant to metaphysical proceedings. says the guy who doesn't have feet anymore. The vampire sighed deeply. This is precisely the kind of disrespect we're talking about. Can I at least text my best friend? Marnie tried, fumbling for her phone. So she doesn't think I've been kidnapped by, oh wait, that's exactly what's happening. Your mortal obligations are temporarily suspended, the ghost declared as they pulled her into the hallway. That's not how jobs work. Or rent. Or basic human rights. But her protests fell on supernaturally deaf ears as they marched her down the corridor. The lights flickered ominously, shadows stretching and twisting around them. The vampire produced what looked suspiciously like a blindfold. Oh no, Marnie said, backing up against the wall. No way. This is where I draw the line. I don't do surprise blindfolds with strange supernatural entities. That's like rule number 1 of not dying horribly in horror movies. The path to the council chambers must remain secret, the ghost insisted. Then use a GPS. Or Google Maps. I hear they even have supernatural navigation now. The vampire moved faster than Marnie's eyes could track, and suddenly everything went dark. This is totally going in my resignation letter, Marnie muttered as they guided her forward. Dear Cassian, I quit because your stupid contract got me kidnapped by the supernatural Illuminati. Silence, both her escorts commanded. Make me. Wait, no, don't actually make me. That came out wrong. Can we start over? Maybe schedule this for next week when I'm wearing better pants? The last thing she heard before the world shifted sickeningly beneath her feet was the vampire's long-suffering sigh and what sounded suspiciously like the ghost muttering, I told them we should have sent the werewolves instead. When the blindfold finally came off, Marnie had to blink several times to adjust to the strange, silvery light that filled what appeared to be, well, she wasn't entirely sure what it appeared to be. The chamber seemed to shift and breathe around her, its walls simultaneously close enough to touch and impossibly far away. The effect made her slightly queasy. But the architecture wasn't nearly as unsettling as the audience. Dozens of creatures lined the misty walls, their forms flickering between solid and transparent. Marnie spotted several vampires in expensive suits, a cluster of what looked like banshees, wearing surprisingly sensible business casual, and something with too many eyes that she decided not to look at directly. They all stared at her, with the kind of judgment usually reserved for people who talk during movies or put pineapple on pizza. At the center of the chamber, seated on a throne that appeared to be made of solidified shadows, perched the most ancient harpy Marnie had ever seen. Not that she'd seen many harpies, but this one definitely won the most likely to have witnessed the birth of time award. Her feathers were streaked with silver, and her eyes held the weight of centuries. Miss Caldwell. The harpy's voice creaked like old floorboards in a haunted house. Do you know why you've been brought before the Vale Council? Would you believe me if I said no? Marnie tried for her most winning smile. Because I'm still fuzzy on the details. Also, quick question. Is this a business casual supernatural court, or should I have worn my formal exorcism wear? A ripple of disapproving murmurs swept through the chamber. The harpy's talons clicked against her throne. The ghosts flock to you unnaturally, Miss Caldwell, she continued, her reedy voice carrying an edge of steel. You're upending the balance. If you cannot control this phenomenon, drastic measures will be taken. Drastic measures? Marnie's voice definitely didn't squeak. Much? Look, I'm not doing anything to attract them. They just like talking to me. Maybe they're lonely. Have you considered implementing a ghost social program? Weekly mixers? Supernatural speed dating? This is not a joke. The vampire who'd escorted her stepped forward, fangs glinting. The dead have duties. Purpose. They cannot spend their afterlife gossiping about their grandchildren's poor life choices with some mortal girl. First of all, Marnie started, but before she could defend her perfectly valid career as a supernatural therapist, the chamber's massive doors burst open. Cassian strode in, his black coat billowing dramatically. Marnie made a mental note to ask him how he managed that effect. There wasn't even any wind in here. His mouth was set in a grim line as he surveyed the assembly. "What's going on here?" His voice carried the kind of authority that made even the many-eyed thing pause. "Leave Marnie out of your politicking." The vampire lord sneered, showing entirely too many teeth. "Your little assistant is the one disrupting the veil, drath. If she won't resolve this willingly, I'll get to the bottom of it," Marnie cut in quickly, shooting Cassian a meaningful look before the council could finish that particularly ominous threat. "Really? Scout's honor? Or exorcist's honor? Is that a thing? It should be a thing." The harpy studied her for a long moment, her ancient eyes seeming to peer straight through to Marnie's soul. "You have 1 week, Miss Caldwell. Discover why the dead are drawn to you and correct it. Or we will be forced to intervene." "Intervene how?" Marnie asked, but the silvery light was already fading, the chamber dissolving around them like mist. She blinked, and suddenly they were standing in the alley behind her apartment building. A cat yowled in surprise and darted away, dropping what looked suspiciously like a ghostly fish. "I don't like this, Marnie." Cassian ran a hand through his hair, messing up his usually perfect brooding look. "We need to figure out why you've become a ghost magnet. And fast." "You think?" Marnie slumped against the brick wall. "Also, where were you when the supernatural fashion police showed up at my door? I could have used some backup before the whole blindfold situation. I was dealing with a possessed vending machine." He grimaced. It kept dispensing nothing but black licorice and fortune cookies, with existential crises written inside. "Of course it did." Marnie pushed off from the wall, wobbling slightly. Metaphysical court appearances really took it out of a girl. "So, any ideas why every ghost in the city suddenly wants to tell me their life story? Death story? Whatever?" "A few theories." Cassian's expression darkened. "None of them good." "Fantastic." She started toward the building's back entrance, then paused. "Hey, quick question. Does supernatural witness protection exist? Because I'm thinking maybe a nice vacation somewhere without ghosts might be." "There's nowhere without ghosts," Cassian interrupted. "And running won't solve this." "Easy for you to say. You're not the one getting ghost-stalked by every spirit with unresolved family drama." She fumbled for her keys. "Which is apparently all of them. Did you know Mrs. Henderson's Ghost Book Club is reading Wuthering Heights for the 47th time? They have opinions, Cassian. So many opinions." He caught her arm as she nearly dropped her keys. "We'll figure this out. Before or after the Veil Council decides to intervene." She made air quotes with her free hand. "Because I've got to tell you, I'm not loving their management style. Or their dress code. Or their whole ominous threat thing." "Before," he said firmly. "Trust me." And the weird thing was, despite everything, the contract mess, the ghost drama, the supernatural kidnapping, she kind of did. "Fine." She finally got the door open. "But first I need coffee. And maybe some holy water. Is there such thing as holy coffee? Because I feel like that should definitely be a thing." Chapter 8. Cassian's Cursed Family Tree. Marnie followed Cassian into his office, her boots clicking against the hardwood floors with determined purpose. The morning sun filtered through Gothic windows, casting dramatic shadows across shelves lined with questionable artifacts, and what appeared to be, was that a jar of pickled something with eyes? She shut the door behind her. "All right, Spill. What's this about a family curse?" Cassian's jaw tightened as he moved behind his massive oak desk, suddenly very interested in reorganizing a collection of crystals and charms. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Oh please." Marnie perched on the edge of his desk, deliberately disrupting his careful arrangement of protective amulets. "The ghosts won't shut up about it. Poor cursed Cassian this and tragic drath legacy that. Mrs. Henderson's whole book club is writing fan fiction about your brooding backstory." He winced. "Their what?" "Focus. Family curse. Spill." "It's an old story," he said tersely, finally meeting her eyes. One my ancestors should have left buried. But the Drath name has been cursed for centuries. Marnie crossed her arms, refusing to be intimidated by his best brooding stare. Well? I'm listening. If this has something to do with my ghost situation, I need details. Cassian ran a hand through his dark hair, messing it up in a way that was absolutely not attractive. At all. He paced to the window, his reflection ghosting across the glass. It started in 1786. My great-great-great-grandfather Theodore Drath was ambitious. Ambitious how? He wanted power over death itself. Cassian's voice dropped. He thought he could control the supernatural world through ancient rituals and binding contracts. Sound familiar? Marnie touched the contract signing scar on her palm. Totally different situation. I just wanted health insurance. Theodore made deals with entities he shouldn't have approached. Tried to bind them to his will. Cassian turned, his expression grim. It didn't end well. Color me shocked. The entities retaliated. They cursed not just Theodore, but every Drath to come after. He picked up an old pocket watch, its face cracked and frozen at midnight. Each generation is bound to the supernatural world, through some cruel twist of fate. We try to break the curse, and we fail. Spectacularly. Define spectacularly. My grandfather fell in love with a banshee. Their courtship destroyed 3 historical buildings and a very nice pub. He set the watch down carefully. My father tried to date a normal woman. She turned out to be possessed by an ancient trickster spirit. And you? Marnie asked, trying to keep her voice casual. Dating a demon seemed like a good idea at the time. He grimaced. It wasn't. Ah? Marnie fidgeted with a crystal ball that definitely wasn't supposed to be showing her embarrassing moments from middle school. So that's why you're so? She gestured vaguely at his whole everything. So what? You know. Broody. Dramatic. Allergic to normal human interaction. I am not dramatic, he said dramatically, his coat somehow catching a non-existent breeze. Right? Marnie set down the crystal ball before it could reveal her 8th grade dance disaster. But what does this have to do with me? Unless? Her eyes widened. Oh no. No. The contract. Did I accidentally marry you or something? Is that why the ghosts are obsessed with me? What? No. Cassian looked genuinely startled. The contract just made you my employee. Oh, thank God. She paused. I mean, not that marrying you would be terrible. You're very... She waved at his general aesthetic again. But I'd prefer to at least get dinner first. Was that a hint of color in his cheeks? Before she could be sure, he turned away, rifling through an ancient tome. The point is, the curse affects everything the Draths touch, including our business dealings. So you think the reason ghosts are drawn to me is because I signed a contract with you? Marnie frowned. That seems like something you might have mentioned before I bled all over your paperwork. I didn't know this would happen, he said, frustration evident in his voice. The curse manifests differently every time. Sometimes it's subtle, sometimes it's... He gestured at her. This. Hey. I resent being called a curse manifestation. She paused. Although it would explain a lot about my dating history. This isn't a joke, Marnie. He moved closer, close enough that she could smell whatever fancy cologne cursed paranormal investigators apparently wore. The council is right, something's affecting the balance. If it is the curse. Then what? Then I've dragged you into something dangerous. His expression softened slightly. Again? Please? Marnie hopped off his desk, squaring her shoulders. I was plenty capable of finding danger on my own before you came along. Or did you forget about the possessed toaster incident? That was last week. Exactly. And look how much worse my life has gotten since then. That's talent. He almost smiled. Almost. We need to figure out if the curse is really behind this. And if it is, we'll deal with it, Marnie said firmly. After all, I've got a week before the council goes all supernatural mafia on me. Plenty of time to break a centuries-old family curse, right? Cassian's almost smile faded. Marnie? Besides, she continued brightly, how hard can it be? We've got your dramatic flair, my natural charm, and an entire ghost book club ready to write our success story. What could possibly go wrong? The lights flickered ominously. You just had to say it, didn't you? Cassian sighed. Sorry. Force of habit. Marnie glanced at the ceiling. But seriously, we're going to fix this. Together. Whether your cursed ancestors like it or not. A delicate ahem echoed through the office, followed by the distinctive sound of a ghostly monocle being adjusted. Marnie turned to find Reginald materializing near the bookshelf, his translucent form radiating disapproval like a spectral space heater. Yes, quite the lineage of arrogant fools, really. The Victorian ghost straightened his cravat with practiced disdain. But this latest debacle is unprecedented. The word debacle hit a nerve Marnie didn't even know she had. Hey. She rounded on the snarky spook, jabbing a finger through his incorporeal chest. My debacle is not Cassian's fault. If anyone can solve this stupid curse, I can. The words tumbled out before she could stop them. Fierce and certain, despite the absolute ridiculousness of challenging a centuries-old family curse with nothing but attitude and questionable ghost-whispering skills. But something about Reginald's tone, that patronizing "oh look, another Drath disaster" expression, made her want to prove him spectacularly wrong. She felt Cassian's gaze on her, heavy and intense. When she glanced his way, his eyes held something she couldn't quite read. Surprise maybe, or concern, or possibly just indigestion from that questionable coffee they'd had earlier. Whatever it was, it made her stomach do a little flip that had nothing to do with cursed beverages. You don't know what you're signing up for, Marnie, he said, his voice carrying that particular blend of warning and resignation she was starting to recognize as his default setting. He leaned against his desk, all dramatic angles and brooding posture. This isn't like talking down Mrs. Henderson's book club or avoiding Vinny's ghostly advances. Those were both very legitimate challenges, Marnie pointed out. Do you know how persistent romance novel-obsessed ghost ladies can be? And Vinny sent me a singing telegram. Made entirely of ectoplasm. It dripped? This is different. Cassian's jaw tightened. The curse has destroyed every Drath who's tried to break it. Some quite literally. Great Aunt Prudence ended up trapped in a grandfather clock for eternity. That explains the ticking in the hallway, Marnie muttered. My point exactly. He pushed away from the desk, his coat swishing dramatically. And honestly, how did he do that without a wind machine? This isn't your burden to bear. Marnie lifted her chin defiantly, squaring her shoulders. Maybe not. But I'm certainly not giving up without a fight. She meant it too. Sure, she'd stumbled into this job by accident, and yes, maybe she was woefully underqualified to battle ancient curses. But something about the way Cassian carried this weight alone, the way he'd accepted his fate as if it were as inevitable as Reginald's daily complaints about modern fashion, made her want to prove them all wrong. A ghost of a smile tugged at Cassian's lips, there and gone so quickly she might have imagined it. Then the brooding mask slipped back into place, familiar as his perfectly tailored coat. We'll see about that. Indeed we shall, Reginald interjected, floating closer with an air of theatrical concern. Though I must point out, the last time someone showed this much enthusiasm about breaking the curse, we ended up with that regrettable incident involving the possessed pipe organ and 3 very traumatized choir boys. That was different, Cassian said quickly. Oh? Marnie raised an eyebrow. Do tell. Perhaps another time, he deflected, suddenly very interested in organizing the contents of his desk drawer. We should focus on the immediate problem. The council gave us a week to fix the ghost situation. Ah yes, the ghost situation. Reginald sniffed. which, might I add, has gotten quite out of hand. Just this morning, I caught Theodore trying to organize a spiritual union meeting in the break room. Something about better haunting conditions and dental benefits. Ghosts need dental? Marnie asked. Of course not. But it's the principle of the thing. Focus, Cassian interrupted. We need to figure out why the ghosts are drawn to you specifically. If it is the curse manifesting, there should be signs, patterns we can trace. Well, Marnie mused, they do seem chattier around me. Like they've been waiting centuries for someone to finally listen to their drama. That's because you encourage them, Reginald said primly. Why, just yesterday you spent 45 minutes discussing hat fashions with Mrs. Whitmore's sewing circle. They had some valid points about modern millinery. Besides, I got them to stop haunting that boutique, didn't I? Only because they're now planning to open their own spectral hat shop in the lobby. Cassian pinched the bridge of his nose. This is exactly what I mean. The longer you're exposed to the curse, the more complicated things get. The more dangerous. Good thing I like complicated then. Marnie grinned, ignoring the way his concern made her heart do something suspiciously fluttery. Now, about that pipe organ story. Chapter 9. A ghostly love triangle, help. Marnie tugged at the hem of her emerald cocktail dress, already regretting every life choice that had led her to this moment. Lord Zeke's mansion loomed before her like something out of a Gothic romance novel, all sweeping arches, dramatic gargoyles, and definitely too many lightning rods for a clear night. The invitation had arrived via ghostly messenger, who'd scared the living daylights out of her shower routine, written in what she desperately hoped wasn't actual blood. A gathering of supernatural sophisticates, it had proclaimed in swooping calligraphy. And below that, in Lord Zeke's distinctive scrawl, attendance mandatory. Rent negotiations possible. Well, nothing like a little financial blackmail to get a girl dolled up for a party. She smoothed her dress one final time and stepped through the ornate double doors. The foyer opened into a ballroom that would have made Marie Antoinette weep with envy. Crystal chandeliers actually floated, above the crowd, casting prismatic light across a sea of supernatural partygoers. Vampires in tailored suits sipped from champagne flutes filled with suspicious red liquid. Witches in designer gowns traded hexes like gossip. And the ghosts, oh boy, the ghosts were out in force tonight. Marnie, darling. Lord Zeke materialized beside her in a swirl of silk robes, somehow managing to look both perfectly coiffed and artfully disheveled. His platinum hair caught the floating candlelight as he beamed at her with just a hint of fang. I'm absolutely delighted you could make it. His eyes gleamed with mischief as he gestured across the room. And look, you have admirers already. Marnie followed his gaze and immediately wished she hadn't. On one side of the room stood Cassian, cutting a striking figure in all black, shocking, his expression set in what she'd come to think of as his professional brooding face. On the other side, Vinnie Morello held court among a group of ghostly gangsters, his ethereal blue eyes fixed on her with an intensity that made her skin prickle. Wonderful, she muttered. Just what every girl wants. To be caught between a brooding exorcist and a ghost with boundary issues. Isn't it though? Zeke's grin widened. I do so love a good triangle. Add such spice to these dreary affairs. There is no triangle, Marnie hissed. There's just me, trying to do my job without getting possessed, cursed, or eternally haunted by my supernatural stalker. Darling, you're in supernatural real estate now. A little possession is practically a job requirement. Before Marnie could point out all the ways that was absolutely not true, Cassian materialized at her elbow. His presence brought with it the familiar scent of old books and whatever fancy cologne he pretended not to wear. A word? He didn't wait for her response, just guided her smoothly toward a quieter corner of the ballroom. His hand barely brushed her lower back, but she felt the touch like a brand. You need to put a stop to Vinnie's obsession, he said without preamble. It's getting out of hand. Marnie blinked. Hello to you too. Lovely evening. Why yes, I did do something different with my hair. I'm serious. His dark eyes tracked something over her shoulder. He's been pulling strings in the ghost community, spreading rumors about your connection. It's causing problems. What kind of problems? The kind that get people killed. Or worse. There's worse than killed? In our line of work? Always. A familiar spectral chill announced Vinny's arrival seconds before his voice drawled. There's my gorgeous ghoul wife. Marnie turned to find the ghost mob boss looking particularly dapper in his vintage pinstripes, his otherworldly presence drawing every eye in the vicinity. He flashed her that wolfish grin that had probably charmed countless flappers back in the day. Save a dance for me, doll? Before she could respond, his translucent arm slid around her shoulders. The touch sent ice through her veins, and not in a romantic way. More in a maybe I should have written a will way. Cassian's jaw ticked dangerously, a muscle jumping beneath his skin. The temperature around them dropped several degrees, and not because of Vinny's ghostly presence. Hands off, Morello, he growled. Marnie extracted herself from Vinny's arctic embrace with a forced laugh that sounded brittle even to her own ears. How about we all just take a nice step back and remember that this is a fancy party? With witnesses? Lots and lots of witnesses? Ah, come on, dollface. Vinny's spectral form flickered with amusement. Your guard dog here is just jealous. He knows we got history. We really don't, Marnie said firmly. I'm not your reincarnated anything. I'm just a girl who accidentally became an exorcist and would really like to make it through one social event without supernatural drama. You're wearing the necklace I sent you, Vinny pointed out smugly. Marnie's hand flew to the Art Deco pendant at her throat. This was from you? Lord Zeke said it was a welcome gift from the building association. I may have pulled some strings with distribution. Vinny winked. Looks perfect on you, just like it did in 1924. Cassian's hand shot out, fingers wrapping around Marnie's wrist. Take it off. Now. Excuse me? She tried to tug free, but his grip was gentle and inexorable. That necklace is spelled, he said through gritted teeth. It's why the ghosts have been drawn to you. Why they won't leave you alone. Oh. Marnie's fingers fumbled with the clasp. Oh no. Please tell me, this isn't why Mrs. Henderson's book club won't stop following me into the bathroom. Among other things. Cassian's eyes never left Vinny's face. You've been manipulating her this whole time. The ghost mob boss spread his hands in a what can you do gesture. Can you blame a guy for trying? Besides, the spell just makes her more visible to our kind. More attractive to the spiritual eye, you might say. No harm done. No harm? Cassian's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. The entire supernatural community is in chaos because you wanted to play matchmaker with the living? Marnie's head spun as Vinny launched into yet another story about his lost love, his spectral form growing more animated with each dramatic gesture. The ghost's usual blue glow had intensified to an almost painful brightness. You should have seen her, doll. Angelica was the bee's knees, the cat's pajamas, had every fella in Chicago wrapped around her little finger. But she only had eyes for me. Vinny's ethereal features softened with remembered affection. Until that fateful night at the speakeasy. Let me guess, Marnie cut in. Somebody got whacked? Such modern vernacular, Vinny clicked his tongue. But yes, there was an unfortunate incident involving some rival businessmen and a Tommy gun. I took the hits meant for her. His spectral form flickered. When I woke up on the other side, she was gone. But now? His glowing eyes fixed on her with unsettling intensity. Now you're here. Same spirit, same sass, same way of looking right through a guy, metaphorically speaking, of course. Cassian's grip on Marnie's wrist tightened fractionally. She could feel the tension radiating off him in waves. I'm not Angelica, Marnie said firmly. I'm just me. Regular old Marnie Caldwell, who until very recently thought the scariest thing in her life was her student loan debt. You don't remember yet, but you will. Vinny snapped his translucent fingers, and suddenly the floating champagne fountain near them began to bubble and churn. Maybe this'll jog your memory. Our first dance was right here in this ballroom back in 23. The fountain exploded. Marnie barely had time to yelp before she was drenched in ectoplasm. The ghostly substance dripped down her face, ruining her dress and probably her dignity along with it. The surrounding partygoers gasped and scattered, leaving a wide circle around their supernatural showdown. Vinny's spectral laughter echoed through the ballroom. See? Green's always been your color, doll. That's when Cassian snapped. His fist flew through the air, connecting solidly with Vinny's jaw, which shouldn't have been possible given the whole ghost thing, but apparently anger and magic made for one hell of a combination. The mob boss's form scattered like smoke before reforming, his ethereal features twisted in shock and rage. That's it, I'm done, Marnie shouted, flinging glowing slime from her arms. This ridiculous love triangle ends now. I am not your reincarnated girlfriend. I am not some supernatural prize to be fought over, and I am definitely not in the mood for any more ghostly drama. You tell him, darling. Lord Z called from his perch on a nearby fainting couch, clearly living for every moment of this disaster. Vinny's form grew larger, darker, his usual charm replaced by something ancient and dangerous. You can't keep us apart forever, Drath. Marnie is my ghoul bride, fated to rule by my side. Oh my God, would you listen to yourself? Marnie threw her hands up, sending more ectoplasm flying. I don't want to rule anything. I can barely manage my Netflix queue. But neither man seemed to hear her. They faced each other like duelists, Cassian's hands crackling with protective magic while Vinny's spectral form writhed with otherworldly energy. The temperature in the room plummeted, frost creeping across the windows. Enough. Cassian's voice cut through the tension like a blade. This ends now, Morello. The necklace comes off, the haunting stops, and you leave her alone. Or what, Exorcist? Vinny sneered. You'll send me to the other side? Been there, done that, got the ectoplasmic t-shirt. From his fainting couch, Lord Z called out helpful suggestions like, go for his non-corporeal throat and someone hex him already? Marnie had reached her limit. She yanked the cursed necklace off, hurled it at Vinny's feet, and stormed toward the exit, leaving a trail of ghostly slime in her wake. Behind her she heard Cassian call her name, but she didn't stop. She burst through the front doors into the cool night air, her ruined dress clinging to her skin. A moment later, Cassian emerged from the mansion, heading in the opposite direction without a backward glance. Lord Zeke appeared in the doorway, dabbing at his eyes with a silk handkerchief. Well, he mused to no one in particular, that could have gone better. But also, his fanged grin widened as he watched his tenants disappear into the night. Far more entertainingly. The vampire landlord turned back to his party, where the ghostly fountain still spurted ectoplasm in time with the chamber orchestra. Someone really should clean that up, he remarked cheerfully. But first, who's up for charades? I'm thinking tragic romance in 3 acts. Marnie stood in her bathroom, grimacing as she peeled the ectoplasm-soaked dress from her skin. The material made a horrifying squelching sound as it separated from her body, and the ghostly substance had somehow managed to work its way into places she'd rather not think about. This is definitely not dry clean only, she muttered, holding the ruined garment at arm's length. This is more like burn it with fire only. She tossed it into the bright red hazardous waste bin Cassian had insisted she keep in her apartment, which, okay, maybe he'd had a point about that one. Her phone pinged. And pinged. And pinged again. Marnie wrapped herself in a fluffy robe and grabbed the cursed device, only to find her supernatural social media feeds exploding. Someone, and she had a strong suspicion it rhymed with Lord Snake, had posted multiple angles of the fountain incident. The top video, already trending with an ungodly number of views, was titled, Ghost Boss Gets Decked by Hot Exorcist While Fighting Over Medium, not clickbait. I hate everything, she declared to her empty bathroom. I cannot believe you got into a slime fight at Lord Zeke's party. Ellie's voice rang out as she breezed into the apartment, barely bothering to knock. She appeared in the bathroom doorway, grinning like a kid on Christmas morning. This is better than the time that vampire tried to serenade me with an EDM version of My Heart Will Go On. It wasn't a fight, Marnie protested, trying to work a glob of ectoplasm out of her hair. It was just Vinny being, Vinny. You know, doing his whole "you're my reincarnated soulmate" routine. And then Cassian had to go all white knight about it. Speaking of which, Ellie pulled out her phone, waggling her eyebrows suggestively. Did you see the video of Drath decking that ghost? Because hot damn. I didn't even know you could punch a ghost. The way he just... She made an exaggerated, swooning motion. Total superhero moment. He's an idiot, Marnie grumbled, though her cheeks felt warm. A completely overreacting, unnecessarily dramatic idiot who probably just made everything worse. You know Vinny's not going to let this go. Oh please, you loved it. Ellie hopped up onto the counter, swinging her legs. I saw your face right after it happened. Before the whole storming out in righteous fury thing. I did not storm out in righteous fury. I made a tactical retreat covered in supernatural slime. Marnie's phone pinged again, this time with a number she didn't recognize. She opened the message, and her stomach dropped. Playing with fire only gets you burned. Tick-tock. Okay, that's creepy, Ellie said, reading over her shoulder. Like horror movie creepy. Should we be worried? Marnie silenced her phone with perhaps more force than necessary. Add it to the list. Right after Ghost Mob Boss thinks I'm his dead girlfriend and cursed family drama, but before, 3 months behind on rent to a vampire. Speaking of rent, Ellie's expression turned sly. Lord Zeke sent a message. He says he'll knock off 2 months if you let him use the fountain footage in his new reality show pitch. Supernatural Singles, Love Beyond the Veil. Marnie threw a wet washcloth at her friend's head. I hate this job. No you don't. Ellie dodged the washcloth with practiced ease. You love it. You love the chaos, you love helping people, even dead ones, and you definitely love working with tall, dark, and broody. I do not. Marnie's protest was cut short by another ping from her phone. This time it was a text from Cassian himself. Need to talk. Important. Meet at office tomorrow. Ooh, all caps, Ellie noted. Must be serious. When isn't it serious with him? Marnie slumped against the wall, leaving a slight ectoplasmic smear. Everything's life or death, curse this and doom that. Would it kill him to use an emoji once in a while? Pretty sure it would, actually. He'd probably burst into flames if he tried to send a smiley face. Ellie hopped off the counter and started rummaging through Marnie's closet. Now, what are you wearing tomorrow? Clothes. Normal clothes. This is not a date, Ellie. Honey. Ellie emerged with a dangerously low-cut top. The man punched a ghost for you. At the very least, you owe him some strategic neckline action. Marnie's phone buzzed again. Another unknown number. The curse wants what it wants. Time's running out. Okay, that's it. Marnie threw her phone onto her bed. I'm done. I'm going to take the world's longest shower, order obscene amounts of takeout, and pretend none of this is happening. Want company? Ellie was already pulling out her own phone. I know this great Thai place that delivers. The owner's a witch, but like a cool witch. She does this thing where the pad thai actually dances on your plate. Marnie managed a small smile. You're the best, you know that? Oh, I know. Ellie grinned. Now go to slime yourself while I order. And don't think we're done talking about that punch. I want a frame-by-frame analysis of every brooding expression. As Marnie stepped into the shower, she could hear Ellie in the other room, apparently already on the phone with the Thai place. Yes, extra dancing noodles please. We're having a supernatural crisis recovery night. Steam billowed around Marnie as she emerged from the bathroom, feeling marginally more human and significantly less ectoplasmic. She'd scrubbed until her skin was pink, but she swore she could still smell the faintest hint of supernatural slime clinging to her hair. Don't tell me, another threat from the underworld peanut gallery? Ellie clucked her tongue from her perch on Marnie's couch, scrolling through her phone. They're getting bold. At this point, I should just start a spreadsheet. Marnie flopped down beside her friend, damp hair soaking into the cushions. Column A, cryptic warnings. Column B, supernatural entities who want to date me. Column C, number of times Cassian's brooded dramatically in my general direction. As if the universe had been waiting for its cue, Marnie's work phone, the special one Cassian had given her complete with protective runes etched into its case, burst into an unholy rendition of Highway to Hell. Ellie had changed the ringtone last week, and Marnie hadn't bothered switching it back. Speaking of dramatic brooding, Marnie muttered, snatching up the phone. What's wrong now? Turn on the news. Cassian's voice crackled with static and urgency. Channel 6. Demonic activity is spiking across town. Ellie was already grabbing the remote, flicking to the local news station. The usually chipper evening anchor looked decidedly less perky as she reported live from downtown, her perfectly styled hair whipping in an unnatural wind. Marnie's blood ran cold as the camera panned across the street behind the reporter. Shadows writhed along building walls like living ink, taking shapes that hurt her eyes to look at. The microphone picked up distant howls that made her teeth ache, sounds that shouldn't exist in this world or any other. Is this being broadcast everywhere? Marnie asked, her mouth dry. Like regular people can see this? They're calling it a mass hallucination, Cassian replied grimly. Blame it on bad mushrooms in the city's restaurant supply, or something equally ridiculous. But you and I both know what this really is. The camera zoomed in on a particularly dark patch of shadows. For a split second, Marnie swore she saw a face form in the darkness, beautiful and terrible, with eyes like burning coals and a smile that promised exquisite pain. Don't go near it, Cassian warned, his voice tight. This has all the markers of my ex's handiwork. She's sending a message. Ellie, who had been leaning closer to the TV, whipped around so fast she nearly fell off the couch. X, she mouthed at Marnie, eyes wide. Then louder. As in the demon X you told me about? Yikes, girl, you need to stay away from that drama. I heard that, Cassian said dryly. And she's right. This isn't your standard haunting, or even your garden variety demon. Lilith is different. Dangerous. And apparently very interested in recent developments. On screen, the shadows were spreading, seeping across the pavement like spilled ink. The reporter had abandoned all pretense of professionalism and was backing away, her high heels clicking rapidly against the sidewalk. Recent developments, Marnie repeated flatly. You mean the fact that I can talk to ghosts? Or the whole curse situation? Or maybe it's because you decided to go all WWE on Vinny at the party. All of the above. Something crashed in the background on Cassian's end of the call. Look, just stay inside. Put salt on your windowsills. Draw the protective sigils I taught you. And whatever you do, don't. The line went dead. Marnie stared at her phone, then at the TV, then at Ellie. So, she said, aiming for casual and missing by a mile, about that Thai food? Oh no. Ellie pointed an accusatory finger at her. No. I know that face. That's your I'm about to do something stupid face. Your let's poke the supernatural bear face. Your what's the worst that could happen face. I don't have faces, Marnie protested, even as she stood up and started gathering her things. I have a perfectly normal range of expressions that... You're going to go help him, aren't you? Ellie threw her hands up in exasperation. The hot cursed guy with the demon X specifically told you to stay put, and you're going to do exactly the opposite. Marnie paused in the middle of pulling on her boots. He might need backup. He's a professional paranormal investigator with actual training and magical artifacts. Ellie gestured at Marnie's outfit, yoga pants and an oversized sweater with a ghost giving a peace sign. You're wearing novelty knitwear. Yeah, but I can see ghosts. Marnie grabbed her bag, checking for the essential ghost hunting supplies Cassian had forced her to carry: salt, iron filings, and the ring of St. Theodora, which was supposed to ward off spirits but mostly just attracted the chatty ones. Maybe I can help. Besides, demon X or not, I signed a contract. In blood. Pretty sure demonic emergency counts as billable hours. Nodding grimly, Marnie couldn't shake the feeling that her life was about to get exponentially more complicated. But really, what was one more supernatural crisis? At least this time, she wasn't covered in ectoplasm. Yet, Ellie watched her friend with a mixture of resignation and concern. Fine. But I'm calling Lord Zeke. If anyone knows about dramatic X's and property damage, it's him. She paused. Also, maybe change into something less cuddly? I don't think peace sign ghosts are going to intimidate a demon. Hey, this sweater is both comfortable and thematically appropriate. Marnie headed for the door, trying to ignore the way the shadows in the hallway seemed darker than usual. Besides, I hear the latest trend in exorcist fashion is disaster casual. Chapter 10. A demon walks into a bar. The shadows seemed to crawl across the pavement as Marnie picked her way through what remained of the downtown shopping district. Store windows gaped like broken teeth, their displays scattered across the sidewalk in heaps of mangled mannequins and shattered glass. The air felt wrong, thick and syrupy, like trying to breathe through molasses. This is way above my pay grade, Marnie muttered, stepping over what appeared to be half a parking meter. Which, considering I haven't actually been paid yet, is really saying something. Her ghost-sensing abilities were going haywire. Usually, spirits appeared as distinct entities, annoying but manageable like supernatural telemarketers. But here, everything felt smeared, as if reality itself had been dragged through an Instagram filter labeled demonic nightmare. She checked her phone again. Still no response from Cassian. The last message she'd managed to send him, "On my way, don't do anything stupid," remained unread. Rich coming from her, considering she was the one wandering around a demon-wrecked street in a sweater featuring a peace sign ghost. I should have changed, she grumbled, picking at the now dusty fabric. Ellie was right. No one's going to take me seriously, in. Well. The voice slid through the darkness like silk over steel. If it isn't Cassian's new little helper causing all this trouble. Marnie's heart stuttered. The shadows around her seemed to congeal, forming shapes that shouldn't exist in three-dimensional space. She turned slowly, already knowing who she'd find. The woman standing there made Marnie think of razor blades dipped in honey. She was beautiful in the way forest fires were beautiful, mesmerizing, destructive, and absolutely terrifying. Her eyes glowed with actual hellfire, casting dancing shadows across features that belonged on a Renaissance painting of fallen angels. You? Marnie's voice caught as the demon circled her with predatory grace. Each click of her heels sent ripples through the shadows at their feet. What do you want? This wasn't my doing. The demon Lilith laughed, the sound like breaking crystal. Oh, I know, she crooned, reaching out to toy with a strand of Marnie's hair. Her touch was burning cold. But you've certainly stirred up quite the hornet's nest, haven't you, Ghost Whisperer? Marnie jerked away, her heart pounding. The ring of Saint Theodora burned against her finger, but somehow she doubted it would do much good against someone like this. Still, she wasn't about to let herself be intimidated by Cassian's ex, demon or not. If you're here about Cassian, she said, lifting her chin, then whatever your beef is, leave me out of it. Leave you out of it? Lilith's smile widened, showing teeth that were just a touch too sharp. Darling, you inserted yourself into this the moment you signed that contract. Did you even read the fine print? The blood clauses? The supernatural entanglements section? There was a supernatural entanglements section? Page 6, paragraph 4, subsection B. Lilith examined her nails, which seemed to shift between regular manicure and lethal talons, depending on how directly Marnie looked at them. Right after the part about dental benefits. There are dental benefits? Marnie couldn't help asking. When Lilith arched an perfectly sculpted eyebrow, she quickly added, "Not the point. Look, I'm just trying to do my job. Whatever history you have with Cassian. History? The temperature dropped several degrees. Oh, you sweet naive thing. This isn't about history. This is about destiny. Fate. A curse that's been winding through the Drath bloodline for generations. She leaned closer, her breath smelling of wood smoke and winter nights. And you, little medium, are throwing quite the wrench in the works. Marnie took a step back, her sneaker crunching on broken glass. I don't know what you're talking about. No? Lilith's smile turned cruel. Then why are all the ghosts in the city drawn to you? Why are the barriers between worlds growing thinner wherever you go? Why is Cassian's curse suddenly? She waved a hand at the destruction around them. Acting up? The questions hit too close to the ones Marnie had been trying not to ask herself. She squared her shoulders, channeling her best, dealing with difficult customer's voice from her retail days. If you're trying to scare me off, you're wasting your time. I signed a contract. In blood, Lilith agreed pleasantly. Which makes this so much more interesting, don't you think? Lilith threw back her head, laughter ringing off broken windows like shattered wind chimes. You're the one who can't seem to stay out of Drath business, little girl. The words carried an edge sharp enough to draw blood. Marnie's fingers curled into fists at her sides. The ring of St. Theodora pulsed with useless warmth against her skin, probably attracting even more dramatic spirits to this mess. Perfect. The demon's perfectly manicured hand shot out, gripping Marnie's chin. Her touch burned cold enough to steal the breath from Marnie's lungs. Let me be clear, Lilith purred, smile stretching wider than any human mouth should. Stop meddling in forces you can't begin to comprehend before you get hurt. The threat hung in the air between them, heavy with supernatural weight. Marnie could feel the demon's power rolling off her in waves, like standing too close to a bonfire made of ice. Her heart hammered against her ribs, but something deeper than fear, maybe stupidity, maybe stubbornness, made her lift her chin. Is that a threat? The words came out steadier than she felt. Because I've got to tell you, your intimidation technique needs work. I dealt with worse managing the returns desk at Target during Black Friday. Lilith's eyes flashed, actual flames dancing in their depths. Her grip tightened, nails lengthening into talons. Enough, Kalina. Cassian's voice cracked through the darkness like a whip. He moved with impossible speed, inserting himself between them. The silver object in his hand turned out to be an ancient-looking amulet that pulsed with pale light. Leave her out of our quarrel. Marnie stumbled back, rubbing her chin where 5 perfect crescents of frost were already forming. Kalina. The demon's true name hung in the air like smoke, and Marnie filed it away for future reference. Names had power, she'd learned that much from the ghost of the librarian who haunted the office break room. Our quarrel? Kalina's laugh was softer now, intimate in a way that made Marnie's skin crawl. She traced one finger down Cassian's chest, leaving a trail of frost on his black coat. Oh, I think she's already involved, whether you want to admit it or not, lover. The last word hit like a slap. Marnie watched Cassian's shoulders tense, saw the muscle jumping in his jaw. There was history there, centuries of it probably, knowing her luck. The contract, Cassian started, but Kalina cut him off with a wave of her hand. Is the least of your problems. Her gaze slid past him to Marnie, calculating and cruel. Tell me, does she know about the prophecy? About what really happened to your grandmother? About why the ghosts are so drawn to her? Each question landed like a physical blow. Marnie saw Cassian flinch, saw something dark and painful flash across his face. He raised the amulet higher, its light cutting through the supernatural darkness. That's enough. It's never enough with you, darling. Kalina's smile was almost sad. It never was. She winked at Marnie, the gesture somehow both playful and menacing. Do ask him about the prophecy, won't you? I'd love to hear his explanation. Before either of them could respond, she vanished in a swirl of sulphurous smoke that left Marnie's eyes watering. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, leaving behind nothing but the sound of distant sirens and the acrid smell of brimstone. Marnie waited exactly 3 seconds before turning to Cassian. So, she said, trying to keep her voice level. Ex-girlfriend, huh? He wouldn't meet her eyes. It's complicated. Yeah, I got that from the whole demonic femme fatale vibe she had going. Marnie gestured at the destruction around them. Want to explain what she meant about a prophecy? Or why every ghost in a 50-mile radius suddenly wants to be my best friend? Cassian's hand tightened around the amulet until his knuckles went white. We should get back to the office. Oh no. Marnie stepped in front of him, jabbing a finger at his chest. No more deflecting. No more brooding silences. Your demon ex just threatened me with actual hellfire. I think I deserve some answers. He caught her hand, his touch gentler than she expected. You're hurt. What? She glanced down at the frostburns on her chin, already fading to an angry red. It's fine. I've had worse paper cuts from filing TPS reports. Stop changing the subject. Marnie? The way he said her name made something flutter in her chest. Please? Not here. The office has protections. She studied his face, the tension around his eyes, the way he kept scanning the shadows as if expecting Kalina to reappear. Finally, she sighed. Fine. But I want answers. Real ones. And coffee. The good stuff from that haunted cafe down the street, not the sludge from the break room. The break room coffee isn't that bad. Cassian, even the ghost who haunts it won't drink it. That should tell you something. The corner of his mouth twitched, almost a smile. He was still holding her hand, she realized. Neither of them seemed inclined to mention it. Deal, he said softly. Coffee and answers. Though you might not like what you hear. Story of my life lately. Marnie glanced at the destruction around them, then back at their joined hands. But hey, at least the dental benefits are good, right? This time he did smile, just barely. Who told you about the dental benefits? Your ex, actually. Right before she threatened to destroy my soul, or whatever. Marnie squeezed his hand once before letting go. Come on, boss. You owe me a venti supernatural explanation with extra shots of truth. The ancient couch at Spectral Solutions wheezed in protest as Marnie sank into its weathered cushions. Her hands still tingled from the frostburns, and the lingering scent of brimstone clung to her clothes. The office's familiar chaos, stacks of paranormal paperwork, the possessed filing cabinet's occasional growl, and the friendly ghost's attempt to organize pencils by length, felt weirdly comforting after the evening's demonic encounter. Cassian emerged from the break room carrying 2 steaming paper cups from Haunted Grounds, the coffee shop down the street. His dramatic black coat was still dusted with frost, and something dark lurked behind his eyes. He handed her one of the cups, and Marnie wrapped her cold fingers around it gratefully. 3 shots of espresso, splash of oat milk, he said, settling into the armchair across from her. And yes, I remembered the cinnamon. My hero. The coffee's warmth seeped into her hands, chasing away the last traces of Kalina's frost. Though I notice you're stalling. Cassian took a long sip from his own cup, black like his soul as he'd once deadpanned. Kalina's return is complicated. His voice carried the weight of centuries' worth of family drama. It ties into the family curse in ways I didn't fully understand until now. The curse you said was impossible to break? Marnie tucked her legs under her, careful not to spill her coffee. The one that's apparently been making your family's life hell since, when was it again? 1756. He ran a hand through his already disheveled hair. My ancestor Edmund Drath made a deal with something ancient. Something that should have stayed buried. Of course he did. Marnie rolled her eyes. Because nobody in your family could just take up stamp collecting as a hobby. The ghost of a smile touched Cassian's lips. Edmund was ambitious. He wanted power, influence. The entity offered him both, but there was a price. There's always a price, Marnie muttered into her coffee. The curse bound our bloodline to the entity's influence. Each generation it manifests differently. Some of us see ghosts, others dream prophecies. But we're all drawn to the supernatural, whether we want to be or not. His fingers tightened around his cup. And we're all watched, guided, manipulated. By Kalina? She's the entity's emissary. Bitterness crept into his voice. She ensures the curse persists, generation after generation. When I was younger, more naive. She seduced you, Marnie finished. The pieces were falling into place like a particularly messed up puzzle. Let me guess, right when you were starting to figure out how to break the curse? Cassian's silence was answer enough. That's why she's here now, isn't it? Marnie sat up straighter as realization hit. Me helping you try to break it, that's threatening her power. Yes. He met her eyes finally, and the intensity in his gaze made her breath catch. But there's more. The ghosts following you, the way they're drawn to your presence, it's not random. The possessed filing cabinet chose that moment to slam its drawers in rapid succession, making Marnie jump. Coffee sloshed over the rim of her cup, narrowly missing her already ruined clothes. Sorry, the friendly ghost called from across the room. That happens when he gets nervous about prophecies. Prophecies? Marnie's voice rose an octave. What prophecies? And why is office furniture getting nervous about them? Cassian set his coffee aside and leaned forward, elbows on his knees. There's an old prediction in my family's grimoire. It speaks of someone who could communicate freely with the dead, someone whose presence would disrupt the supernatural balance. Oh no. Marnie shook her head. No. I did not sign up for some chosen one nonsense. I signed up for what I thought was an escort position, remember? The contract wasn't a coincidence. His voice was gentle but firm. Nothing about this has been coincidence, Marnie. The ad finding you, your ability with ghosts, even that possessed toaster's warning on your first day, it's all connected. The friendly ghost drifted closer, pencils forgotten. Is he finally telling her about the prophecy? Because I've been dying to discuss it. It paused. Pun absolutely intended. Not helping, Cassian growled. Marnie took a long drink of her coffee, wishing it was something stronger. So what you're saying is, your demon ex-girlfriend is trying to stop me from helping you break a centuries-old family curse because some dusty book said I might be able to actually do it? That's a simplified version, yes. And the ghost mob boss? The vampire landlord? The supernatural council? Were they all part of this grand design too? Cassian shifted uncomfortably. The council possibly. The others are just unfortunate complications. Unfortunate complications, Marnie repeated flatly. Right? Because that's totally what you call an undead mob boss who thinks you're his reincarnated girlfriend, and a vampire landlord who keeps accidentally scheduling property inspections during daylight hours. The ghost helpfully chimed in. Don't forget about the possessed filing cabinet's crush on the coffee maker. Not helping, Cassian said through gritted teeth. Marnie set her coffee down with deliberate care. Okay. Fine. Let's say I believe all this prophecy stuff. Let's say I am somehow cosmically important to breaking your family's curse. That still doesn't explain why you didn't tell me sooner. I wanted to protect you. From what? The truth? Because newsflash, Cassian, I'm already neck-deep in supernatural chaos. I think I deserve to know why. He stood abruptly, pacing the cluttered office. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be safer. If Kalina believed you were just another employee. She'd what? Leave me alone? Because that worked out great tonight. Marnie gestured to her frost-burned skin. Face it, boss. Your plan sucked. The ghost nodded sagely. She's right, you know. Communication is key in any relationship, professional or otherwise. Would you please go haunt something else? Cassian snapped. Fine. The ghost drifted toward the filing cabinet. But just so you know, we've all been taking bets on when you two would finally. Out? The ghost vanished with a theatrical sigh, leaving behind a perfectly arranged row of pencils and an awkward silence. Cassian nodded grimly, his expression darkening. The more you're involved, the more she'll escalate to remove that threat. A familiar disdainful sniff cut through the tension. Well, this is certainly a delightful turn of events. Marnie barely suppressed a groan as Reginald materialized in his usual corner, monocle glinting in non-existent light. The Victorian ghost adjusted his cravat with translucent fingers, looking thoroughly perturbed by the whole situation. I must say, he continued, each syllable dripping with proper British disapproval, the quality of supernatural drama has declined significantly since my day. In my time, curses were handled with dignity. Propriety. The occasional duel at dawn, perhaps, but nothing so gauche as frost-throwing demon women in designer boots. Not now, Reginald, Marnie muttered, but the ghost was on a roll. Might I add that ghostly activity is spiking across the city in very unnatural patterns? Just this morning, I observed 3 specters attempting to haunt the frozen yogurt shop on 5th Street. Frozen yogurt. In my day we haunted proper establishments, manor houses, Gothic cathedrals, the occasional cursed cemetery. He sniffed again. I suspect your demonic friend's meddling. Marnie exchanged a weighted look with Cassian. The situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. Her coffee had gone cold, her hands still tingled from frostburn, and now apparently ghosts were terrorizing dessert shops. Perfect. We need to get ahead of this, she said determinedly, setting aside her useless coffee. The familiar chaos of the office, the growling filing cabinet, the possessed toaster's occasional pop, even Reginald's ongoing commentary about the decay of proper haunting etiquette helped steady her nerves. If my abilities are the key to breaking your curse, then Kalina will stop at nothing to eliminate you from the equation, Cassian finished, worry creasing his brow. He'd stopped pacing, but his fingers drummed an anxious rhythm against his thigh. She's already making moves. The frost attack tonight was just a warning. Quite right, Reginald interjected. Though her form was atrocious. In my day, supernatural attacks had choreography, style. Please, Cassian growled, stop saying in my day. The ghost drew himself up to his full height, offended dignity radiating from his translucent form. Well, I never. Perhaps if you paid more attention to proper supernatural protocol, you wouldn't be in this predicament. Did you even consider consulting the Spirit Etiquette Guide of 1842 before engaging with the demon? The what? Marnie asked, momentarily distracted. Oh, don't encourage him, Cassian warned, but it was too late. The Spirit Etiquette Guide of 1842, Reginald repeated with relish, clearly states that all supernatural courtships must be properly chaperoned by at least 2 spectral entities of good standing. Which, I might add, would have prevented this whole demon ex-girlfriend situation. The possessed toaster chose that moment to spit out a piece of bread. Burnt into its surface was a simple message: drama queen. Herbert. Reginald gasped, clutching his ghostly pearls. How dare you? I am simply trying to maintain standards in these trying times. Marnie pressed her fingers to her temples. Can we please focus? Demon ex-girlfriend trying to kill me, remember? She won't kill you, Cassian said quickly. Too quickly. Not directly, at least. It's not her style. Oh, that's comforting. She'll try to isolate you first, he continued, running a hand through his hair. Turn the supernatural community against you. Make it impossible for you to help me break the curse. Already happening, Marnie pointed out. The council's suspicious, Vinny's obsessed, and Lord Z keeps accidentally scheduling meetings during times that could literally kill me. Actually, Reginald cut in, somehow managing to look both proper and smug, according to my sources. Your ghost gossip network, you mean? Cassian muttered. According to my highly reliable information network, Reginald continued with dignity, the vampire landlord's behavior might be less accident and more demonic influence. Several spirits observed him meeting with the striking woman in red leather last Tuesday. Marnie's stomach dropped. Kalina. Indeed. Reginald adjusted his monocle. They were quite animated in their discussion about property values and the unfortunate effects of ghost whisperers on the supernatural real estate market. The filing cabinet rattled ominously, and Herbert the toaster popped out another piece of bread. This time the message read, "Watch your back." That's it. Cassian crossed the room in 3 quick strides, determination hardening his features. "You're staying here tonight." "Excuse me?" Marnie blinked. "I have an apartment. With actual furniture. And a bed that isn't haunted. And a vampire landlord who's working with Kalina," he countered. "The office is warded. You'll be safer here." "I hate to agree with such an impulsive suggestion," Reginald sighed, "but Mr. Drath has a point. Though naturally, I shall act as chaperone. For propriety's sake." "Nobody's chaperoning anything," Marnie protested. "And I'm not hiding in the office like some damsel in distress. If Kalina wants to play dirty, fine. Let's play dirty." Cassian's eyes narrowed. "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking it's time to use my apparently prophesied ghost whispering abilities to our advantage." She stood, brushing off her frost-damaged clothes. "You said ghosts are drawn to me? Perfect. Let's give them something to talk about." "Oh dear," Reginald murmured. "I do believe she's plotting." "I'm not plotting," Marnie corrected, a plan already forming. "I'm networking. If Kalina wants to turn the supernatural community against me, we'll just have to turn it against her first. And who better to spread gossip than ghosts?" Herbert popped out another piece of toast, chaos incoming. For once, Marnie hoped the possessed toaster was right. Marnie stared at the burnt message on her slice of rye, her stomach doing that familiar flip that came with Herbert's more ominous predictions. The possessed toaster had been unusually active all morning, churning out warnings faster than she could eat them. The growing pile of cryptic toast was starting to look less like breakfast and more like a very carb-heavy cry for help. "Danger," this latest one proclaimed in crispy capital letters. "Well, that's reassuring," she muttered as the toaster emitted a menacing popping sound, its cord writhing across the desk like an agitated snake. "Any chance you could be more specific? Maybe throw in some helpful details about how to avoid said danger?" Herbert responded by violently ejecting another piece of bread that read, "Duck." Marnie instinctively ducked just as something whooshed over her head. A paper airplane that definitely hadn't been there a second ago, now circling the office with suspicious intent. "Oh, wonderful," Reginald drawled from his corner. "The messenger spirits are acting up again. Most undignified form of communication, if you ask me. In my day." "If you finish that sentence, I will find a way to exorcise you myself," Marnie warned, straightening up. Her phone chose that moment to explode with notifications, buzzing against the desk like an angry hornet. 27 messages, all from Vinny. "My dearest flower," the first one read, followed by a string of ghost emojis. "Word on the Spectral Street is that demon broad's back in town. Don't worry your pretty little head, your Vinny's got connections." The messages grew progressively more dramatic from there. "No demon's gonna mess with my ghoul bride. I got spirits in every corner of this city, doll face. Eyes everywhere. Just say the word and I'll send my boys to rough her up." "Can demons get roughed up?" "We'll find out. Already called in favors from the phantom families in Jersey." "Honestly," Reginald TSKED, reading over her shoulder with his usual air of Victorian disapproval, "that mobster's obsession grows more unhinged by the day. He'd do best to stay out of this." As if in direct defiance of Reginald's words, Marnie's phone lit up with a new barrage. "Got the whole spirit syndicate ready to move, sweetheart. One word from you and we'll show that demon what real supernatural warfare looks like. Nobody threatens my future wife and gets away with it. Already got phantoms stationed outside your apartment. Don't worry, they're very discreet. Probably." Marnie groaned, letting her head thunk against the desk. "Great. Just great. Now I've got an overprotective ghost mob boss trying to start a supernatural turf war." "If I may," Reginald began, adjusting his eternally pristine cravat, "this situation rather reminds me of the great spectral scandal of 1857 when..." He was interrupted by Herbert launching another piece of toast directly at his face. It passed through him, of course, but the message was clear: read the room. Well? Reginald huffed. I never. Herbert, your manners have deteriorated shamefully since that trickster spirit took up residence in your circuits. The toaster responded with a series of aggressive clicking sounds that somehow managed to convey exactly what Herbert thought about Victorian manners. Marnie's phone buzzed again. This time it was a group message to what appeared to be every supernatural contact in her phone, including several she definitely hadn't added herself. Attention all spirits, specters, and supernatural associates, Vinny's message declared in all caps. Emergency meeting at the speakeasy tonight. Topic: protecting our beloved ghost whisperer from demonic interference. Dress code: formal haunting attire. RSVP or face eternal torment. Oh no, Marnie muttered, watching as responses started flooding in. Apparently, half the city's supernatural population had opinions about her love life. Lord Zeke's response was particularly cutting. Bold of you to assume your little gathering won't tank my property values further. Also, I require back rent before attending any emergency meetings. The paper airplane from earlier made another pass, finally landing on her desk and unfolding itself. Inside was a message written in elegant frost-rimmed script. Choose your allies carefully, little medium. Some friends are more dangerous than enemies. It was signed with a delicate K. Herbert immediately incinerated the note with a spark of electricity, then produced a piece of toast that read, "She's watching." Fantastic, Marnie sighed, watching as her phone continued to blow up with supernatural drama. This is exactly what I needed today. A ghost mob war, a demon sending me creepy notes, and, she glanced at the latest message from Vinny. Apparently a protection detail of Prohibition-era phantoms following me around. If you'd like my professional opinion, Reginald offered, this situation calls for a proper Victorian séance. With tea service. No one wants your professional opinion, Herbert's next toast declared. As Reginald launched into an impassioned defense of traditional ghostly protocols, Marnie's phone lit up with one final message from Vinny. P.S. Don't worry about the demon's little note trick. Already got my best guys tracking down her hiding spot. Nobody out dramatics Vincent Morello, especially not some upstart from the underworld. See you tonight, doll face. The paper airplane's ashes suddenly swirled into the shape of a smile, before dissolving completely. Herbert popped out what had to be his 15th warning of the morning: incoming chaos. Chapter 11. Marnie versus the Undead Mafia. Marnie stared at Vinny across the dimly lit speakeasy, certain her ears were playing tricks on her. The ghostly mob boss's usual charming demeanor had vanished, replaced by something far more dangerous. His spectral form seemed to fill the entire space, wisps of blue energy crackling around him like static electricity. Excuse me? You want me to what now? Join my empire, doll. It's the only way to keep you safe from that demon skank. Vinny's otherworldly voice echoed through the empty bar, making the glasses behind the counter rattle. I got connections, power, an entire network of spirits at my disposal. That hellspawn won't dare touch you if you're under my protection. Marnie felt Cassian shift beside her, his shoulder brushing against hers, as he subtly maneuvered between her and the increasingly agitated spirit. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees, and her breath came out in visible puffs. Back off, Vinny. Cassian's voice carried that dangerous edge she'd only heard a few times before. This obsession has gone too far. The ghost mob boss whirled on him, his form flickering violently. Mind your business, Drath. The glasses behind the bar shattered one by one, raining glass onto the floor. Marnie and I are bound by an ancient contract. A contract? The words tumbled out of Marnie's mouth before she could stop them. Her heart hammered against her ribs as Vinny's face split into a terrible grin. With a theatrical flourish that would have made Lord Zeke proud, Vinny produced a weathered scroll from thin air. The parchment crackled with an eerie blue light, casting strange shadows across his translucent features. From decades past, he crooned, his voice taking on that nostalgic tone she'd heard him use when reminiscing about the good old days of bootlegging and Tommy guns. Sealing our souls together for all eternity as ghoul wife and ghoul husband. His spectral eyes gleamed. Ain't that romantic? That's impossible, Marnie managed, though her voice came out embarrassingly squeaky. I wasn't even alive decades ago. Reincarnation, sweetheart. You got the same spark as my Angelica. Same fire, same sass. Vinny's form flickered closer, and Marnie felt Cassian tense beside her. The moment you walked into my establishment, I knew. You're her, returned to me after all these years. I hate to break it to you, Marnie said, finding her voice again, but I'm definitely not your long-lost love. I'm just me, Marnie Caldwell, accidental exorcist and professional messmaker. The contract doesn't lie, dollface. Vinny unfurled the scroll with another dramatic gesture. The text seemed to writhe on the page, glowing symbols that made Marnie's eyes water. See? Right here in black and white, well, more like spectral blue and white. Cassian moved forward, his expression darkening as he studied the document. This is ancient binding magic. Where did you get this? I got my sources. Vinny's smirk turned smug. Let's just say some very interested parties wanted to ensure our lovely ghost whisperer here stays firmly in the spiritual realm of influence. You're working with the council? Cassian's voice carried a dangerous edge. The council, some independent operators, maybe a few cursed artifacts dealers. Vinny shrugged, his transparent shoulders rippling. A guy's gotta diversify his interests. Marnie's head spun. Hold up. Are you saying you've been conspiring with the supernatural council? The same ones who blamed me for the ghost surge? Insurance policy, sweetheart. Can't have that demon dame thinking she can waltz in and mess with what's mine. I am not yours. Marnie snapped, her patience finally breaking. I'm not Angelica, I'm not your ghoul bride, and I'm definitely not some pawn in whatever weird supernatural power play you've got going on. The lights in the speakeasy flickered violently. Vinny's form grew larger, his usually jovial features twisting into something ancient and terrible. You don't got a choice, doll. The contract's binding. Either you join my organization willingly or things get complicated. That's enough. Cassian's voice cut through the tension like a blade. He pulled something from his coat, one of his many protective amulets, Marnie realized. It glowed with a warm golden light that pushed back against Vinny's spectral blue. You're not the only one with connections, Morello. And you're certainly not the only one who can make things complicated. Vinny's laugh echoed through the empty bar, making the remaining glasses vibrate. You threatening me, Drath? Over some dame? His spectral eyes narrowed. Or is there something else you ain't telling us about why you're so invested in keeping her away from the spirit world? Marnie felt Cassian go very still beside her. The amulet in his hand pulsed brighter, and for a moment she could have sworn she saw something dark and ancient flash across his features, something that matched the curse he'd mentioned. Last warning, Cassian said quietly. Back. Off. The air crackled with supernatural tension. Marnie stood frozen between them, a very alive person caught between very dead power plays and very real magic. Her mind raced, trying to figure out how she'd gone from job hunting to being the center of a supernatural custody battle in less than 2 weeks. Vinny's form rippled again, and the contract in his hands began to glow brighter. Time's running out, dollface. Make your choice. Marnie watched as Cassian's dark eyes narrowed, scanning the glowing contract with growing intensity. His jaw clenched, and she could practically feel the fury radiating off him in waves. The amulet in his hand pulsed brighter, matching his rising anger. You manipulative son of a... Cassian's voice dropped to a dangerous growl. This is entrapment, Vinny. She didn't agree to this. Oh, but she did, Vinny countered, his spectral form rippling with smug satisfaction. He gestured toward the writhing text, with an elegant flick of his transparent wrist. When she took that investigator job of yours. The contract's binding, baby. A chill ran down Marnie's spine, as the air around them grew thick with magic. The contract's ethereal glow intensified, and suddenly she felt it, tendrils of supernatural energy snaking through the air like ghostly vines. They wrapped around her wrists, cool and impossibly solid despite their translucent appearance. No. Marnie tried to jerk away, but the spectral bonds only tightened. She pulled harder, her heart hammering against her ribs as panic set in. Get off. Vinny advanced, his otherworldly grin growing wider with each step. The speakeasy's remaining lights flickered wildly, casting his approaching form in strobing bursts that made him look like something from a nightmare. Don't fight it, doll. You're just making it harder on yourself. The magical restraints crawled higher up her arms, sending waves of numbing cold through her body. Marnie's thoughts raced, this couldn't be happening. She'd only wanted a normal job, maybe healthcare benefits. Now she was being magically bound to an undead crime boss with boundary issues. I said no. She twisted against the bonds, but they only constricted tighter. I don't care what that contract says, I'm not your reincarnated anything. The magic disagrees, sweetheart. Vinny reached for her with one spectral hand. Time to come home. Suddenly Cassian was there, inserting himself between them with fluid grace. His coat swirled around him as he raised both hands, the amulet blazing like a miniature sun. Ancient words rolled off his tongue in a rhythm that made Marnie's teeth ache. A counterspell, she realized, watching as golden light began to push back against the contract's blue tendrils. But something went wrong. Instead of breaking apart, the magical bonds seemed to multiply. They wrapped around Cassian too, binding them together as Vinny's outraged shout echoed through the bar. The speakeasy dissolved into pure light, magic crackling through the air like lightning. Marnie squeezed her eyes shut against the blinding flash, feeling Cassian's solid presence beside her as reality itself seemed to bend. The last thing she heard was Vinny's furious no, before everything, sound, sight, sensation, vanished into a sea of competing magics. The world turned inside out and Marnie fell. She wasn't alone, though. Even through the chaos of whatever magical nonsense was happening, she could feel Cassian's arm around her waist, holding her steady as they tumbled through what felt like every dimension at once. His voice continued the counterspell, somehow maintaining its rhythm despite their supernatural freefall. The competing magic swirled around them, Vinny's spectral blue, the contract's sickly purple, and Cassian's warm gold. They crashed together like waves, sending shock waves of power that made Marnie's skin tingle and her ears pop. Hold on. Cassian's voice cut through the magical chaos. His grip tightened, and Marnie grabbed onto his coat with both hands, pressing her face against his chest as the world continued to dissolve around them. She felt more than heard his heart hammering against her cheek, steady but fast like he was running a marathon. The counterspell's rhythm matched it perfectly, each syllable pulsing with his heartbeat, as he fought against Vinny's binding magic. The contract's energy constricted again, trying to separate them, but Cassian's spell pushed back. Marnie felt the moment their magics collided, like being caught between two thunderstorms, each fighting for dominance. The air crackled with supernatural electricity, making her hair stand on end. I won't let him take you, Cassian murmured between verses, his words barely audible over the magical chaos. Just stay with me. Marnie didn't need to be told twice. She held on tighter as reality continued to bend and twist around them, trusting that whatever crazy plan Cassian had was better than becoming Vinny's eternally bound ghost bride. The magic reached a fever pitch, and Marnie felt something deep in her chest respond to it, like a key turning in a lock she hadn't known existed. Power surged through her, different from both Vinny's and Cassian's magic. It was wild and untamed, and it wanted out. Chapter 12. The Ring of St. Theodora, now with extra drama. Marnie stared at the ornate ring on her finger, watching it catch the dim light of Cassian's office. The Ring of St. Theodora gleamed mockingly, its antique silver band and delicate engravings looking far too innocent for something that had just turned her into Grand Central Station for the deceased. This was supposed to protect me from ghosts, not supercharge my connection to them. She thrust her hand toward Cassian, who'd been pacing behind his desk for the last 10 minutes. I mean, seriously? I thought the whole point of protective artifacts was, protection? Cassian stopped his pacing to lean closer, his dark brows drawn together as he examined the ring. His proximity sent an entirely different kind of shiver down her spine, one that had nothing to do with supernatural energy, and everything to do with the way his cologne mixed with old books and magic. Clearly there are, he paused, choosing his words carefully, unintended side effects when combined with your abilities. Unintended side effects? Marnie laughed, the sound edging toward hysteria. That's what we're calling the ghost parade that's been following me around all morning? Mrs. Henderson from the flower shop won't stop asking me to water her plants. They're plastic, Cassian. Plastic. The air beside Marnie's desk shimmered and cooled. A translucent figure materialized, a Victorian lady in an elaborate bustle dress, her spectral hands clasped dramatically to her chest. Oh, the tragedy. The ghost threw her head back, ethereal tears streaming down her face. If only my dear Reginald had loved me as I loved him. The countless nights I spent gazing from my window, hoping to catch but a glimpse of his distinguished form passing by. Oh no, Marnie muttered, recognizing the incoming drama. Not this again. Right on cue, Reginald himself appeared in a swirl of ghostly indignation, his monocle quivering with outrage. Madam, I will ask you to cease these scandalous insinuations at once. He adjusted his cravat with transparent fingers. I have told you repeatedly that our acquaintance extended no further than 3 dances at the Henderson Summer Ball of 1867, and you stepped on my feet during all of them. But Reginald. The lady ghost floated closer, her spectral bustle swishing. Surely you remembered the poetry I sent? The pressed flowers? The lock of hair? That was you? Reginald's usually impeccable posture stiffened further. I thought those came from Miss Prudence Whitmore. I spent decades believing she was my secret admirer. Marnie dropped her head onto her desk with a thud. I can't handle another Victorian ghost soap opera. I really can't. Miss Whitmore? The lady ghost's wails reached glass-shattering pitch. That vapid creature who couldn't tell a waltz from a quadrille? This is worse than death itself. Now see here, Lavinia, Reginald started, but Marnie cut him off. Okay, that's enough. She lifted her head, pointing at both ghosts with her ring-adorned finger. Reginald, go haunt the filing cabinet or whatever it is you do when you're not criticizing my exorcism technique. And you, she turned to the wailing spirit. Lavinia, was it? The man literally died without figuring out you liked him. I think it's time to move on. But, both ghosts began simultaneously. No buts. Out. Marnie made shooing motions. Go write some ghostly missed connections or something. Just do it somewhere that isn't here. The spirits disappeared, though not without a final, well, I never from Reginald, and a theatrical sob from Lavinia. Cassian, who'd watched the entire exchange with an expression caught between amusement and concern, cleared his throat. The ring seems to be amplifying your natural ability to attract and communicate with spirits. You think? Marnie wiggled her fingers, watching the ring sparkle. I thought Saint Theodora was supposed to be this big-shot ghost repeller. What gives? Saint Theodora was known for her ability to guide lost souls to peace, Cassian explained, moving around the desk to stand beside her chair. The ring doesn't repel spirits so much as it helps them find their way. And since I can already see them, you've essentially become a supernatural beacon. He reached down and gently took her hand, examining the ring more closely. His touch sent warmth spreading up her arm, a pleasant contrast to the constant ghost-induced chills. Every spirit within range will be drawn to you, seeking guidance or resolution. Great. Marnie slumped in her chair. So instead of protection, I've got a magical ghost magnet that's turning my life into a spectral dating show. As if on cue, another ghost materialized, this time a young man in a 1920s suit, clutching a phantom ukulele. Pardon me, he said brightly, but I don't suppose either of you would care to hear my original composition? It's called My Heart is Like a Broken Banjo, String My Love Along. Marnie pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling a headache building. The ring pulsed with an almost gleeful energy, as if it was thoroughly enjoying its role in this supernatural circus. Through the growing fog of spectral energy around her, she could feel Cassian's hand still holding hers, warm and steady, probably the only thing keeping her from screaming into the void right now. No ukulele, she managed through gritted teeth. Absolutely no ghost ukulele. I draw the line at ghost ukulele. I'm going home. Cold granite pressed against Marnie's palm, and her eyes snapped open to find herself standing in the middle of Evergreen Cemetery, surrounded by weathered headstones and the faint whispers of the dead. The ring on her finger pulsed with an eerie blue light, casting shadows that danced across the carved names and dates. What the? She looked down at herself, horrified to discover she was wearing her pizza-patterned pajama pants and her ancient college sweatshirt. In public. She squinted at her phone, 3:47 a.m. Perfect. Marnie? She spun around at Cassian's voice, nearly tripping over a low grave marker. He was sprinting toward her through the cemetery, his usual dramatic black coat billowing behind him like some kind of gothic superhero. You were sleepwalking again, he said, reaching her side. His hand closed around her arm, steadying her. This has to stop. I was in bed, she protested weakly. I specifically remember being in bed. With the doors locked. And chairs propped under the doorknobs. And she paused, noticing a tear in her sweatshirt sleeve. Did I climb out the window? Third floor, Cassian confirmed grimly. Mrs. Peterson from 2B called me when she saw you scaling down the fire escape like, and I quote, some kind of possessed spider monkey. Oh God. Marnie buried her face in her hands. Wait. She looked up sharply. Mrs. Peterson has your number? Everyone in your building has my number. Lord Zeke insisted after the incident with the haunted washing machine last week. That wasn't my fault. How was I supposed to know the dryer had strong opinions about fabric softener? Cassian's lips twitched, but his eyes remained serious as he guided her away from the gravestones. The ring's power is growing stronger. You're not just attracting spirits anymore, you're actively seeking them out, even in your sleep. The ring sparkled innocently on her finger, though Marnie could have sworn it was mocking her. Yeah, well, maybe Saint Theodora should have left better instructions. Warning, may cause unconscious cemetery visits would have been nice to know up front. A cool breeze rustled through the cemetery, carrying whispers that made the hair on the back of her neck stand up. The ring's glow intensified, and suddenly the whispers weren't so distant anymore. Finally, someone who understands. Must tell her about the treasure. Been waiting so long to share my story. Just want someone to listen. No, Marnie said firmly, clamping her hands over her ears. No ghost story hour. It's too late or early for this. Cassian pulled her closer, his presence somehow dampening the spectral voices. We need to figure out why the ring's affecting you so strongly. This isn't normal, even for a haunted artifact. How did you know where to find me? Marnie asked suddenly, the question hitting her as they passed through the cemetery gates. I mean, sure, Mrs. Peterson saw me doing my spider monkey impression, but how did you know I'd come here specifically? Cassian's step faltered slightly. I followed the energy signature. The what now? The ring's power leaves a trace. He wouldn't quite meet her eyes. Like a supernatural trail of breadcrumbs. I've been monitoring it. Since the sleepwalking started. Monitoring it? Marnie stopped walking, forcing him to face her. How exactly does one monitor magical energy at 3 a.m.? Please tell me you haven't been camping outside my apartment. Of course not. He looked offended. I've been tracking it from my office. Your office? Which is on the other side of town. Yes. Cassian. And from my car. Parked across the street. Oh my God. Marnie threw up her hands. You've been stalking me. With magic. I've been ensuring your safety, he corrected stiffly. Given that you've developed a habit of wandering into supernatural hotspots while unconscious. The ring chose that moment to pulse brightly, sending a wave of spectral energy that made nearby streetlights flicker. Marnie could feel the pull of it, like 1,000 ghostly hands trying to guide her back to the cemetery. She stumbled, and Cassian's arm went around her waist, supporting her. "This isn't just about the ring anymore, is it?" she asked quietly, fighting against the supernatural current trying to drag her back. "Something else is happening. Something bigger." Cassian's jaw tightened. "We should get you home." That's not an answer. It's not a conversation for 4 a.m. in the middle of the street either. His voice softened slightly. "Let me get you back safely, and then we can talk. Properly. With coffee." "Fine?" Marnie let him lead her toward his car, trying to ignore how the ring's light seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. "But I'm serious about the coffee. The good kind, not that weird ghost pepper blend you keep trying to make happen. It's an acquired taste. It's an acquired third-degree burn, is what it is." As they reached his car, an appropriately black vintage something or other that probably had its own ghost stories, Marnie glanced back at the cemetery. For a moment she could have sworn she saw figures standing among the graves, watching them leave. The ring hummed on her finger, a gentle reminder that whatever was happening, whatever was coming, she was now irrevocably part of it. "Hey," she said as Cassian opened the passenger door. "Next time I decide to go on a midnight ghost adventure, maybe led with the magical stocking? Before I end up giving poor Mrs. Peterson a heart attack with my parkour skills?" Marnie's morning commute had turned into a supernatural parade. Every ghost within a 5-block radius trailed after her like lost puppies, if puppies wore Victorian garb and complained about modern architecture. And that's when I realized my husband had been poisoning my tea for months. Just need someone to tell my daughter where I hid the family jewels. Absolutely criminal what they've done to my rose garden. The ring pulsed with each new spirit that joined the procession. Marnie quickened her pace, clutching her coffee closer. "I don't have time for your tragic backstories right now. Some of us still have to punch a clock." "Actually," offered a helpful ghost in a railway conductor's uniform, "I have several pocket watches you might." That was metaphorical. She burst through the doors of Spectral Solutions, hoping for refuge. Instead, she found the office packed with even more spirits, all clamoring for attention. They pressed in around her desk, their translucent forms overlapping until she could barely see her computer screen. "Miss Caldwell," Reginald materialized by the water cooler, looking particularly affronted. "I must protest this, rabble. They're disrupting the established ethereal atmosphere of our workplace." Marnie dropped into her chair, shoving ineffectively at a ghost who was trying to show her photos of his grandchildren. "Sorry, Reggie. The ring's gone haywire. I can't exactly put up a no soliciting sign for the dead." "Do not call me Reggie." He adjusted his spectral monocle with a sniff. "And might I suggest removing the troublesome artifact? Cassian said it's dangerous to take it off until we understand what's happening." She batted away a Victorian lady who kept trying to braid her hair. Something about magical feedback and potential dimensional rifts. Indeed. Reginald's tone suggested he found dimensional rifts slightly less offensive than her casual use of his nickname. However, I doubt Mr. Drath anticipated this. He gestured to where 2 ghost children were playing leapfrog through her desk. The ring flared again, and 3 more spirits materialized, these ones dressed in full Revolutionary War regalia complete with phantom cannon. "Oh, come on." Marnie ducked as they began a spirited reenactment above her head. "I draw the line at artillery fire before noon." From Cassian's office came the distinctive sound of Herbert warming up. The toaster had been unusually quiet all morning, which should have been her first warning. There was a mechanical whir, followed by the smell of burning bread and thwack. A perfectly toasted bagel sailed across the room like a carb-loaded missile, narrowly missing Marnie's head before splattering against the wall. Burnt into its surface in aggressive capital letters was the message, "Ditch the bling." The ghostly crowd paused their various activities to stare at the bagel, then at Marnie, then at Herbert, who sparked smugly from his perch on Cassian's desk. "Et tu, Herbert?" Marnie muttered, peeling the bagel off the wall. The message was so deeply charged she could read it from both sides. A second bagel launched, this one scoring a direct hit on her shoulder. "Seriously? The ring? Now? I'm getting criticism from kitchen appliances now." She brushed crumbs off her shirt as Cassian emerged from his office, drawn by the commotion. This is a new low. The ghost children had resumed their game, now incorporating the bagel throwing into their play. The Revolutionary War soldiers adjusted their formation to avoid them, while the Victorian lady tutted about proper ghostly etiquette. In the corner, Reginald looked like he was seriously reconsidering his afterlife choices. "Get it together, Caldwell," Marnie muttered, staring at the ring. It sparkled innocently, but she could feel it pulling at her, trying to draw in even more spirits. The ghostly crowd was growing denser by the minute, their voices overlapping into a cacophony of spectral demands. With a decisive motion, she pulled the ring off. The effect was immediate. The spirits began to fade, their forms growing misty around the edges. Some looked relieved, others disappointed, and the Victorian lady managed one last disapproving sniff before dissipating entirely. Soon only Reginald remained, looking immensely satisfied. "Much better. Though perhaps next time, Miss Caldwell, you might consider a less dramatic solution to our supernatural staffing issues." Marnie set the ring on her desk, where it continued to pulse faintly. She could feel Cassian watching her, his concern practically radiating across the room. But for the first time since she'd put the ring on, she could think clearly, without a dozen ghostly voices competing for her attention. Herbert chose that moment to launch a third bagel, this one with a much simpler message. "Finally." Cassian's eyes burned as he squinted at yet another ancient text, the words swimming before him in the dim light of his office. Empty coffee cups formed a caffeinated crime scene around his desk, and Herbert had long since given up offering to toast anything, settling instead for occasional concerned beeps. The ring of Saint Theodora sat in a protective circle on his desk, its metallic surface catching the lamplight. Every few minutes, it would pulse with an inner glow that made his magical wards flicker. "This makes no sense," he muttered, comparing two weathered tomes. "According to Bartholomew's Compendium of Sacred Artifacts, the ring should repel spirits, not..." He gestured vaguely at the mess of papers documenting Marnie's ghostly flash mob incidents. Something else was bothering him too. As he cross-referenced the contract archives, looking for any mention of similar artifacts, he kept finding odd inconsistencies. Dates that didn't quite match up, signatures that seemed to shift slightly when he wasn't looking directly at them, entire paragraphs that appeared to have been carefully altered. "Reginald," he called out, pinching the bridge of his nose. "A moment of your time?" The Victorian ghost materialized, with his usual air of long-suffering dignity. "Mr. Drath, might I remind you that even spectral entities appreciate standard business hours? Have you noticed anyone unusual accessing the archives lately?" Cassian held up one of the contracts. "These records appear to have been tampered with." Reginald's translucent form stiffened. "Well," he adjusted his ghostly cravat, "now that you mention it, I did observe a rather suspicious figure in the Forbidden Stacks 3 nights ago." "And you didn't think to mention this?" "I attempted to confront them," Reginald sniffed, "but they had the audacity to walk straight through me. Most uncouth. They were shrouded in shadows that seemed unnatural even by our standards." Cassian's phone buzzed. A text from his building's security system. "Movement detected, vault access." "Not again," he muttered, already reaching for his coat. Marnie's sleepwalking episodes had been escalating, but this was new. Usually, she ended up in graveyards or haunted buildings across town. The vault was something else entirely. He found her in the basement, standing in the middle of the restricted vault. Cursed artifacts and ancient scrolls surrounded her, some floating gently in the air as if caught in an invisible current. The ring, which he'd specifically locked in his office, was somehow back on her finger and glowing like a miniature star. "Marnie?" He approached carefully, knowing from experience that startling a sleepwalker surrounded by dangerous magical items was a spectacularly bad idea. She turned toward his voice, eyes open but unfocused. "The contracts are wrong," she said, her voice oddly distant. "Someone's been changing them. Hiding things." "I know." He edged closer. "We need to get you out of here before." "Look." She pointed to a scroll that had unrolled itself in front of her. "This one's about your family's curse. But it's not the original. The real one is." Her hand drifted to another shelf, where a hidden compartment had opened in the wall. Cassian's breath caught. He'd worked in this building for years, and never known that compartment existed. The ring pulsed again, and more artifacts began to rise from their resting places. The air grew thick with magical energy, making his protective amulets hum in warning. "Marnie," he tried again, finally close enough to touch her shoulder. "We need to leave. Now." She blinked slowly, consciousness seeping back into her expression. "Cassian? Why am I in the—" Her eyes widened as she took in the floating objects and glowing ring. "Oh crud." The moment her sleepwalking trance broke, everything crashed back to earth. Cassian barely managed to catch an especially volatile cursed music box before it could shatter. "So," Marnie said, helping him gather the fallen artifacts, "I'm guessing this isn't normal sleepwalking behavior?" "Not even close." He carefully replaced the music box on its shelf. "Though it might explain why someone's been tampering with our records. The ring isn't just attracting spirits, it's revealing hidden things. Hidden things like whatever's in that creepy wall compartment I apparently found while unconscious?" "Exactly." He examined the opening, which would have been completely invisible if you didn't know where to look. Inside was a single scroll, its seal bearing a symbol he'd never seen before. "Please tell me we're not going to open that right now," Marnie said. "Because I've seen enough horror movies to know that mysterious hidden scrolls in basement vaults never lead anywhere good." Cassian tucked the scroll into his coat pocket. "We'll examine it upstairs. After we figure out how you got past all my security wards while sleepwalking." "Magic ring?" She wiggled her fingers, then frowned at the ring still stubbornly clinging to her hand. "Speaking of which, I distinctly remember taking this off. How did it get back on your finger and lead you to a secret vault compartment that might contain information about my family's curse?" He helped her up, trying not to notice how she swayed slightly against him. "That's what I intend to find out." "After coffee," Marnie insisted. "Lots of coffee. And maybe some of Herbert's stress relief bagels." As if on cue, a distant whirring echoed from upstairs, followed by Reginald's distinctive harumph of disapproval. "The toaster," the ghost's voice drifted down, "is attempting to spell out 'I told you so' in crumbs. Shall I stop him?" Cassian looked at Marnie, who was still a bit unsteady but managing to grin. "Let him have this one," she called back. "He's earned it." Marnie took the stairs two at a time, clutching a cardboard drink carrier with 2 extra-large coffees and a paper bag of Herbert's latest stress baking efforts. The toaster had outdone himself, producing a variety of perfectly golden bagels with increasingly concerned messages burned into their surfaces. Her favorite read, "Danger, paper cuts and paperwork, complete with tiny burnt skull designs around the edges." She found Cassian exactly where she'd left him an hour ago, hunched over his desk with the mysterious scroll and a spreading collection of contracts laid out before him. His usual brooding expression had deepened into something darker, and he didn't even look up when she set his coffee beside him. "That bad, huh?" She perched on the edge of his desk, careful not to disturb the organized chaos of documents. "Worse." He finally reached for the coffee, taking a long drink, before pointing to several contracts spread out in front of him. "Look at these dates." Marnie leaned in, squinting at the elegant script. "They're different? I mean, they look normal, but—" "Keep watching." She stared at the numbers until her eyes started to blur, and then she saw it. The dates seemed to shift ever so slightly, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. Okay, that's creepy. What about the scroll? That's where it gets interesting. He unrolled the ancient parchment carefully. This appears to be the original template for all supernatural binding contracts, including employment agreements like yours. But someone's been systematically altering the copies we've been using. Altering them how? A chill crept down her spine as she spotted her own contract among the papers. Cassian pulled her contract forward, placing it beside the scroll. Compare these clauses. The language has been subtly changed, adding restrictions and obligations that weren't in the original template. Marnie's stomach dropped as she read through her contract again. Certain phrases jumped out at her now, words that seemed to pulse with the same otherworldly energy as the ring. They're not just employment terms, are they? These are... She swallowed hard. These are magical bindings. Precisely. His jaw tightened as he pointed to specific lines. Look here and here. These additions ensure you can't quit, can't discuss certain topics with outsiders, and most importantly, he tapped a particularly dense paragraph near the bottom. Can't refuse to participate in any task related to supernatural investigation. But why? The question came out as barely more than a whisper. Who would go to such lengths to trap me in this job? I mean, I'm hardly qualified. I just showed up because I thought... She stopped, the pieces suddenly clicking together. The job posting. The typo. That wasn't an accident, was it? No. Cassian's expression darkened further. Someone wanted you specifically. They engineered this entire situation, from the misleading advertisement to the altered contract. The question is, why you? Marnie's gaze drifted to the ring, still stubbornly attached to her finger despite multiple attempts to remove it. Does it have something to do with this? With why I can see ghosts? Perhaps. He shuffled through more contracts, revealing similar alterations in other recent hires across various supernatural businesses. But you're not the only one affected. Someone's been manipulating employment contracts throughout the supernatural community for months, maybe years. Binding people to jobs they can't leave, Marnie murmured, thinking of all the weird looks she'd gotten from other supernatural employees. The knowing glances, the sympathetic smiles. Creating some kind of, what? Magical workforce? A workforce that can't refuse assignments, can't warn others about what's happening, and can't leave their positions without severe magical consequences. Cassian ran a hand through his already disheveled hair. And now we have proof that someone's been sneaking into secure locations to cover their tracks. Their eyes met, and Marnie couldn't shake the growing certainty that her so-called accidental employment was part of something much bigger and much more sinister than a simple clerical error. So what's our next move? She asked, trying to ignore the way her hand trembled slightly as she reached for her own coffee. We tracked down our shadowy friend. Cassian gathered the most damning contracts into a neat pile. Someone's been physically altering these documents, which means they've been here in this building. Multiple times. Reginald saw them, Marnie remembered. In the archives. Yes, but they managed to avoid all our other security measures. He glanced at the ring on her finger. Until you started sleepwalking directly to their hiding spots. Lucky me, Marnie muttered. So now I'm what? Your personal magical metal detector? Now, Cassian said, his voice low and serious, you're the only person who might be able to expose whoever's behind this. The ring isn't just revealing hidden compartments and altered contracts. It's showing us a conspiracy that goes deeper than anything I've encountered before. And here I thought the worst part of my job would be the ectoplasm stains. She tried for humor, but her voice shook slightly. Any chance this is all just a very elaborate practical joke? As if in answer, Herbert chose that moment to launch a perfectly toasted bagel across the room. It landed in front of them, bearing a new message burned into its surface. Trust no one except the toaster. Well, Marnie said, picking up the bagel, at least someone's on our side. Cassian's lips twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile, but his eyes remained grave as they returned to the damning evidence spread across his desk. Whatever was going on, Marnie had a feeling her accidental career in supernatural investigation was about to become a lot more complicated. Chapter 13. Betrayal, but make it spectral. Marnie nearly jumped out of her skin when frantic knocking erupted at her apartment door. She'd barely taken 2 steps toward it when Lord Zeke burst in, his usual dramatic flair tinged with genuine panic. His silk robe billowed behind him as he paced her living room, running elegant fingers through his platinum hair. "I may have gotten us into a bit of a pickle," he announced gravely, which coming from Lord Zeke could mean anything from the building was on fire to he'd ordered the wrong shade of curtains. "Define pickle," Marnie said, crossing her arms. He winced. "I accidentally sold your rent debt to a loan shark." "You what?" Marnie gaped at him. "But we negotiated that debt away with my ghost removals. How could you resell something that doesn't exist?" "Ah well." Lord Zeke adjusted his cravat. "Technically the agreement was verbal, and technically I may have forgotten to file the paperwork, and technically—" "Stop saying technically. The file in question is quite insistent about collecting." A dire knock echoed through the apartment, but not from the front door. It came from the kitchen. Marnie's blood ran cold as she turned to find a creature that definitely hadn't been there a moment ago. It lounged against her refrigerator, all sharp angles and predatory grace. Its teeth gleamed like broken glass, and its eyes glowed with an unsettling amber light. "Speaking of collecting," the fly purred, voice like honey over gravel. Lord Zeke positioned himself slightly behind Marnie. "Now, Thistle, surely we can discuss this like reasonable immortal beings." "The time for discussion expired at midnight," Thistle said, examining wickedly curved nails. "I'm here for what I'm owed." "But you're not owed anything," Marnie protested. "I cleared that debt." The fly's smile widened. "Did you get it in writing?" Marnie's phone buzzed in her pocket, Cassian's name flashing on the screen. She answered it while keeping her eyes locked on Thistle, who had begun examining her kitchen knives with disturbing interest. "This isn't a great time," she hissed into the phone. "These contract alterations," Cassian's voice crackled with urgency, "they weren't random. They were all designed to draw you into the supernatural world on purpose." "What?" "Every changed clause, every modified term, they're all crafted to ensure you'd end up exactly where you are now. Someone wanted you here, wanted you involved." Marnie's gaze darted between Lord Zeke's guilty expression and Thistle's predatory grin. "You mean like how I'm currently involved with a debt collector in my kitchen?" A pause. "There's a what in your kitchen?" "Long story. Lord Zeke sold my non-existent rent debt to—" "He did what?" Cassian's voice sharpened. "Don't move. Don't agree to anything. I'm on my way." "Hurry," Marnie muttered, ending the call. To Thistle she said, "Look, there's clearly been a mistake. Lord Zeke didn't have any debt to sell you." "Oh, but he did." Thistle produced a contract from thin air, the paper shimmering with an otherworldly gleam. "See for yourself." Marnie snatched the document, her stomach dropping as she read. The contract bore her signature, not from any rent agreement, but from her employment contract with Spectral Solutions. Somehow, the magical binding from one document had been transferred to another. "This isn't possible," she whispered. "Everything's possible with the right magic." Thistle's grin turned savage. "And the right motivation." Lord Zeke peered over her shoulder at the contract. "Oh dear. That's definitely not what I sold you." "No," Thistle agreed. "But it is what I bought." "And now?" The fly straightened, shadows gathering in the corners of the kitchen. "I'm here to collect what's mine." "Which is what, exactly?" Marnie demanded, backing away. "Because I'm pretty sure I never agreed to whatever this is." "You did though." Thistle tapped the contract with one sharp nail. "Right here, where it says you agree to provide your services to any qualifying supernatural entity. And thanks to some creative reinterpretation of the terms, I qualify. Lord Zeke finally seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Now see here, I may have made a teensy mistake, but you can't just? I can, Thistle cut him off. And I will. Miss Caldwell's particular talents are in high demand these days. The ability to not just see ghosts, but communicate with them, control them, that's worth far more than a few months' rent. Marnie's back hit the wall. The ring on her finger began to pulse with an angry red light, and somewhere in the distance, she could have sworn she heard Herbert the toaster ding in warning. I don't control ghosts, she protested. I just talk to them. Usually about their relationship problems and unresolved daddy issues. For now? Thistle's eyes flared brighter. But with the right training, the right motivation. The Fae extended a hand, magic crackling between its fingers. Well, let's just say my employers have big plans for you. Marnie stared at the contract in her trembling hands, pieces clicking into place like a particularly awful jigsaw puzzle. The typo in the job listing. The suspiciously specific contract terms. The way the ghosts seemed drawn to her before she'd ever set foot in Spectral Solutions. You think my employment here was orchestrated? She asked, voice barely above a whisper. By who? Cassian stepped between her and Thistle, his broad shoulders tense. I suspect it's tied to my family's curse. Someone wanted you involved, no matter what. How delightfully paranoid of you, Thistle drawled, examining their claws. Though not entirely incorrect. Before Cassian could elaborate, Lord Zeke materialized through the kitchen wall, silk robe aflutter. Marnie, darling, perhaps we could discuss this like civilized. He caught sight of Cassian and blanched. Oh. You called him. Wonderful. What's going on? Cassian demanded, eyes blazing as Thistle snarled, their nails extending into wicked points. This fool wagered a soul debt he could never pay, the Fae sneered. I'll be collecting the girl instead. Over my dead body, Cassian growled, reaching for something in his coat pocket. Thistle's laugh tinkled like breaking glass. That can be arranged, Mr. Drath. Wait, Marnie stepped forward, mind racing. You said this contract was transferred from my employment agreement, right? Then it's subject to the same terms and conditions. The Fae's amber eyes narrowed. Your point? My point is that according to Section 7, Paragraph 3, which I memorized because it's the one that trapped me in this mess, any transfer of obligation requires mutual consent from all affected parties. Marnie lifted her chin. Including me. She's right, Cassian said, a hint of pride in his voice. You can't collect on a debt that wasn't properly transferred. Thistle's smile turned cruel. Perhaps. But Lord Graves here signed away something far more valuable than a simple employment contract. They produced another document, this one written in what looked suspiciously like blood. He offered your original birth certificate, complete with your true name. The color drained from Cassian's face. You didn't. Lord Zeke tugged at his cravat. In my defense, I didn't know it was her real birth certificate. I thought it was just some old paperwork cluttering up the rental office. Because you never actually read anything you sign, Marnie groaned. Wait, what do you mean my true name? Names have power in the supernatural world, Cassian explained, never taking his eyes off Thistle. Your true name, the one given at birth, can be used to bind you, control you, or worse. Much worse, Thistle agreed cheerfully. And now that I have it, well. They spread their hands. Let's just say my employers will be quite pleased. These employers, Cassian said carefully. Would they happen to have any connection to an ancient family curse? Something flickered across Thistle's otherworldly features, surprise maybe, or concern. My clients prefer to remain anonymous. Funny coincidence though, Marnie added, catching Cassian's drift. How all these contracts keep getting manipulated. Almost like someone's trying to collect people with specific talents. The ring of Saint Theodora pulsed on her finger, and suddenly Marnie felt the presence of dozens of spirits pressing in around them. They filled her tiny kitchen, translucent forms shimmering with barely contained energy. In the corner, a familiar ghostly figure materialized, Reginald looking unusually concerned. Miss Caldwell, he said formally, I believe you should know that similar contracts have been appearing all across the city. All connected to individuals with unique supernatural abilities. Thistle hissed. The dead should mind their own business. Oh, but this is our business, Reginald replied. Especially since these contracts seem designed to harvest power for a very specific purpose. He turned to Cassian. A purpose involving your family's curse, Mr. Drath. The Phi's composure cracked. This discussion is over. The contract is valid, and I'm taking what's mine. They lunged forward, claws extended toward Marnie's throat. But before anyone could react, a deafening pop echoed through the apartment. A piece of perfectly toasted sourdough sailed through the air, smacking Thistle right between the eyes. Burned into its surface were the words, "Not today, fairy pants." Everyone turned to stare at Herbert the toaster, who had somehow transported himself from Spectral Solutions to Marnie's kitchen counter. Did your toaster just assault a Phi? Lord Zeke asked, sounding both horrified and impressed. Herbert's protective, Marnie said weakly. Thistle touched their forehead where the toast had struck, expression murderous. This isn't over. The contract is void, Cassian interrupted, pulling out a familiar piece of parchment. Because I have the original here, completely unaltered. Care to explain how you have a different version of the same document? The Phi's form flickered, shadows writhing around them. This changes nothing. My employers will not be denied. The girl's power, the curse, all of it, it's already in motion. Their eyes locked onto Marnie. We'll meet again, Miss Caldwell. When the time is right. With that, Thistle vanished in a swirl of darkness, leaving behind nothing but the lingering scent of ozone and a piece of slightly singed sourdough on the floor. Marnie sagged against the counter. So, my whole job, my ability to see ghosts, this entire mess, it's all connected to your family curse? It appears so, Cassian said grimly. Someone's been manipulating events, gathering people with supernatural talents. And somehow, you're at the center of it all. Fascinating theory, Lord Zeke interjected. But perhaps we could discuss it somewhere else? Preferably before any other deadly Phi show up to collect on debts I may or may not have accidentally created. Herbert dinged ominously, ejecting another piece of toast. This one read, "The vampire stays out of it." Marnie's phone rang, shattering the tense silence that had fallen over her kitchen. She fumbled it out of her pocket, nearly dropping it when she saw the caller ID, "Counsel, do not ignore." "Hello?" Her voice came out squeakier than intended. "Your presence is required. Immediately." The voice on the other end managed to make those 4 words sound like a death sentence. "Both you and Mr. Drath. Lord Graves' indiscretion has come to our attention." Zeke, who had been unsuccessfully trying to sweet-talk Herbert into making him cinnamon toast, perked up. "What indiscretion? I have so many to choose from." Marnie waved him quiet. "We'll be right there," she said into the phone, then hung up before adding under her breath, "because this day couldn't get any worse." "The council?" Cassian asked, his jaw tightening. He'd been pacing the kitchen, examining the spot where Thistle had vanished as if it might reveal their secrets. "Yeah." Marnie grabbed her bag, checking that the ring of St. Theodora was still securely on her finger. "They sound extra cranky today." She caught Cassian's eye, and something unspoken passed between them. This wasn't just about Zeke's spectacular screw-up with the Phi loan shark. The timing was too perfect, the pressure too coordinated. Someone was pulling strings, and they were dancing like particularly uncoordinated puppets. "I'll drive," Cassian said, already heading for the door. "Zeke, stay here and try not to sell anyone else's soul while we're gone." "That was one time," Zeke protested. "And it was an accident. How was I supposed to know that contract was written in demon ink?" Herbert popped out another piece of toast. "Useless vampire is useless." "I'm being bullied by kitchen appliances now," Zeke muttered. "Wonderful." The drive to the council chambers was tense. Marnie kept fidgeting with the ring, watching ghost after ghost materialize along the sidewalks. They all turned to stare as the car passed, their ethereal faces filled with an unsettling mix of hope and worry. "They know something's wrong," she said quietly. "The spirits? They're agitated." Cassian's hands tightened on the steering wheel. The supernatural world is delicate. When someone tries to manipulate it, everything goes sideways? Marnie finished. "Yeah, getting that impression. But why me? Why now? Think about it. You show up with an unprecedented ability to communicate with spirits. Suddenly contracts are being tampered with, supernatural beings are choosing sides, and my family's curse seems more active than ever." He glanced at her. "That's not coincidence. So someone wanted me here. Working for you specifically." "Yes. And now they're using Zeke's massive screw-up to what? Turn the council against us?" "Probably." Cassian pulled into the underground parking beneath an unremarkable office building. "The question is, who benefits from chaos in the supernatural community?" The elevator ride to the council chambers felt like descending into another world. The temperature dropped with each floor, and the modern steel walls gradually transformed into ancient stone. By the time they reached the bottom, Marnie's breath came out in visible puffs. A robed figure waited for them, face hidden beneath a deep hood. "This way," it said in a voice like rustling leaves. "They're waiting." Marnie's stomach did an uncomfortable flip as they were led down a torch-lit corridor. The walls were lined with portraits of previous council members, some human, some decidedly not. One painting appeared to be moving, its subject following their progress with gleaming red eyes. "I hate this place," she muttered. "It's designed to be intimidating," Cassian replied quietly. "Don't let them see you're nervous." Too late. I'm pretty sure my knees are actually knocking together like a cartoon character. The massive doors to the council chamber swung open silently, revealing a circular room that seemed to stretch impossibly high into darkness. 7 figures sat at an elevated semicircle of desks, their faces obscured by shadows despite the numerous floating orbs of light throughout the chamber. Marnie squinted. Was that? Yes, there was definitely a ghost floating near one of the council members, making rude gestures. The ring of Saint Theodora warmed on her finger, and suddenly she could see dozens of spirits scattered throughout the room, watching the proceedings with varying degrees of interest. Marnie Caldwell, one of the council members, spoke, their voice echoing unnaturally. "Do you know why you've been summoned? Is it because my landlord accidentally sold my true name to a possibly evil Phi loan shark?" Marnie asked. "Because I feel like we should focus on the possibly evil part of that sentence." A different council member leaned forward. "This is no joking matter, Miss Caldwell. Lord Graves's actions, while troubling, are merely a symptom of a larger problem. One that seems to center around you." "Me? I'm just trying to do my job and pay my rent. Which, by the way, is surprisingly difficult when everyone keeps trying to magically bind me to things." "Your job," a third voice cut in, "which you obtained under suspicious circumstances. A position you are uniquely qualified for, despite having no formal training. And now we find that your true name has been compromised, potentially giving unknown entities control over your considerable power." Marnie felt Cassian tense beside her. "Her employment contract was legitimate," he said. "I have proof." "Do you?" The first council member interrupted. "Or do you have what someone wants you to think is proof? The evidence suggests that Miss Caldwell's presence in our community is part of a larger scheme. One that has led to increased supernatural activity, contract manipulation, and growing unrest among the spirit population." Chapter 14. The Exorcist becomes the hunted. The gavel's thunderous crack made Marnie jump, her heart hammering against her ribs. The sound echoed through the chamber like a death knell, accompanied by the rustling of spectral witnesses and the growing cold that seemed to seep from the very walls. "The council finds Marnie Caldwell guilty of instigating supernatural unrest," Lord Umbrecht intoned, his shadowed face revealing nothing but disapproval. Her presence has become a destabilizing force in our community. This is ludicrous. Cassian's voice cut through the chamber, sharp with barely contained fury. He stepped forward, placing himself slightly in front of Marnie. She hasn't done anything wrong. If you just look at the evidence. We have looked at the evidence, Mr. Drath. Lord Umbrecht's steely gaze fixed on Marnie, making her skin crawl. The pattern is clear. Since Miss Caldwell's arrival, we've seen an unprecedented surge in spiritual activity. Contracts have been compromised. The dead grow restless. Even now, her very presence draws spirits to this chamber like moths to flame. Marnie opened her mouth to protest, but the words died in her throat as the ring on her finger began to pulse with an eerie blue light. The spectral observers crowded closer, their ethereal forms casting strange shadows on the ancient stone walls. "My lord," another council member spoke up, "perhaps we should consider more severe measures. If her influence continues to grow." A sudden chill swept through the chamber, dropping the temperature so rapidly that frost crystallized on the floating orbs of light. The spirits scattered like startled birds, as something massive and dark began materializing above the council's heads. "Oh no," Marnie muttered. "Please don't be who I think it is." With a thunderous crack, Vinnie Morello materialized in all his spectral glory, his pinstripe suit somehow managing to look both perfectly pressed and utterly otherworldly. Before anyone could react, he raised his translucent hands and released a torrent of ectoplasmic goo directly onto the council's heads. "You call this justice?" Vinnie's voice boomed through the chamber as green slime dripped down Lord Umbrecht's horrified face. "She's being framed, you fools. Can't you see someone's pulling the strings to discredit her?" The chamber erupted into chaos. Council members leapt from their seats, slipping in the ectoplasm. Spirits swirled through the air in agitated circles, their voices rising in a cacophony of whispers and shouts. Someone tried to cast a containment spell, but it bounced off Vinnie's ghostly form and ricocheted around the room, shattering several of the light orbs. "The ghost mob sends its regards," Vinnie declared, launching another volley of supernatural slime. Marnie felt Cassian's hand close around hers. "Time to go," he muttered, tugging her toward the exit. They ran, ducking under floating debris, and dodging the increasingly panicked council members. Behind them, Vinnie's laughter mixed with outraged shouts, and the distinctive splat of more ectoplasm finding its targets. "Containment breach in the lower chambers," a voice called out over hidden speakers. "All personnel evacuate immediately." The modern elevator was too far, so Cassian pulled Marnie toward a narrow stone staircase. Their footsteps echoed off the walls as they climbed, the sounds of chaos growing more distant with each floor. "Did you know he was going to do that?" Cassian asked between breaths. "Are you kidding? I can barely get him to stop sending me ghostly love letters." Marnie's legs burned as they reached another landing. "Though I have to admit, his timing was pretty spectacular." "Spectacular isn't the word I'd use." But there was a hint of amusement in Cassian's voice. "We just assaulted the entire supernatural council with ghost slime. Technically, Vinnie assaulted them. We just made a strategic retreat." They burst through a fire exit into the parking garage, the alarm's wail mixing with the distant sounds of pandemonium below. Cassian didn't let go of her hand as they sprinted to his car, and Marnie tried very hard not to think about how natural it felt. "Where are we going?" she asked as they peeled out of the garage. "Somewhere safe," Cassian replied, checking the rearview mirror. "The council won't stay contained for long, and after this." He glanced at her. "We need to figure out who's really behind all this before they pin anything else on you." Marnie slumped in her seat, watching the city blur past. "Great. So I'm a fugitive now. My resume just keeps getting better and better." A ghostly face appeared in her side mirror, and she caught a glimpse of Vinnie's satisfied grin before it vanished. Whatever game someone was playing, they just changed all the rules. Marnie's heart was still racing as Cassian pulled into an abandoned lot behind what looked suspiciously like a defunct circus. The neon sign flickered weakly, Mad Madame Myrtle's House of Mystical Marvels. Because obviously, That's where you went when you were on the run from supernatural law enforcement. Please tell me we're not hiding out in a haunted carnival, she said, but Cassian was already out of the car, scanning the shadows with practiced intensity. It's warded, he explained, helping her over a chain-link fence. And Madame Myrtle owes me a favor. We'll be safe here, at least long enough to think. Inside, the dusty fortune teller's parlor looked exactly like every horror movie cliché, complete with a crystal ball that definitely had something moving inside it. Marnie decided not to look too closely. Cassian paced the small space, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. We need to get ahead of this, he said lowly, his voice barely above a whisper. Figure out who actually benefits from you being labeled a pariah. Marnie sank into a velvet-covered chair, her mind racing. The contract tampering, Kalina showing up right when things started getting weird, Vinny's suspiciously timed marriage claim. It was like looking at a puzzle, where all the pieces suddenly snapped into place. You're Demon X, she breathed, sitting up straighter as realization dawned. If I'm out of the way, she can control the curse without interference. Cassian froze mid-pace, his expression darkening. What do you mean? Think about it. The contract that brought me to Spectral Solutions was tampered with, right? And ever since I showed up, I've been accidentally helping spirits move on, making actual progress with your family curse. Then Kalina appears, warning me to stay away from you, and suddenly everything goes sideways? But the council is probably being manipulated too. Remember what Herbert tried to tell us? You should run. He knew something was coming. A sudden chill swept through the parlor, making the crystal ball's contents swirl ominously. Outside, shadows began to gather, taking on familiar shapes. Council members, their forms distorted by rage and magical energy. Cassian moved to the window, his jaw tight. They've been completely turned, he muttered grimly, watching as more figures materialized in the lot. We're going to have to go underground to get to the bottom of this. Underground? Marnie's voice cracked slightly. Like literally underground, or metaphorically underground? Because I have questions about both options. Both? He turned back to her, and something in his expression made her breath catch. Marnie, I need to know if you trust me. She thought about the past few weeks, about exorcisms gone wrong and ghostly paperwork, about shared coffee and subtle glances, about the way he always seemed to show up right when she needed him. About how, despite everything, she felt safer with him than she had any right to. Yeah, she said softly. I do. He nodded once, then pulled something from his pocket, a small ornate key that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. Then we need to move. Now. Outside, a voice boomed through magical amplification. Cassian Drath and Marnie Caldwell. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately, or face the consequences. That's our cue, Cassian said, grabbing her hand. He inserted the key into what looked like a completely normal wall, and suddenly the floor beneath them began to shift. Oh God, Marnie muttered as the hidden trapdoor opened. We're actually going underground. Trust me, remember? I'm starting to regret that decision. But she followed him down into the darkness anyway, trying not to think about all the horror movies that started exactly like this. Above them, the trapdoor sealed shut just as the parlor's front door burst open. The tunnel was narrow and damp, lit only by strange blue flames that flickered to life as they passed. Their footsteps echoed off stone walls that looked ancient, covered in symbols Marnie couldn't begin to understand. The old families, Cassian explained as they hurried along, they built these passages centuries ago. Safe routes through the city, hidden from both mundane and magical eyes. And we're using them to, what? Hide forever? No. He paused at an intersection, considering their options. We're using them to get to the truth. There's someone we need to see, someone who might know what Kalina's really planning. Let me guess, they're also underground. Actually, they're in a penthouse. He chose the left tunnel. But we need to avoid being seen on the streets, and this is the only way. Marnie wanted to ask more questions, but a distant rumble made them both freeze. The magical detection wards above were being triggered one by one. "They're tracking us," Cassian said, his grip on her hand tightening. "We need to move faster." They ran through the darkness, taking turns seemingly at random, the blue flames barely keeping pace. Behind them, the rumbling grew louder, accompanied by the distinctive sound of stone cracking under magical pressure. "I hope," Marnie gasped between breaths, "whoever we're meeting has a really good plan. Because right now, the entire supernatural world wants us dead. And I'm pretty sure my ghost husband is going to make everything worse by trying to help." "Don't worry," Cassian said, pulling her around another corner. "They'll have a plan." "How do you know?" "Because," he replied grimly, "they're the one who cursed my family in the first place." Chapter 15. The Demon X returns, and she's not happy. The coffee mug nearly slipped from Marnie's fingers when the door to Spectral Solutions slammed open with enough force to rattle Herbert the toaster. A woman prowled in, her crimson hair floating as if caught in an otherworldly breeze, her designer heels clicking against the weathered floorboards with predatory precision. Beside her, Cassian went rigid. "Kalina?" The name came out as a growl, his shoulders tensing as if bracing for impact. The demoness, because what else could she be with those obsidian eyes and that aura of delicious danger, paused at the reception desk. She leveled a look at Marnie that managed to be both dismissive and threatening, her perfectly painted lips curving into something adjacent to a smile. "So this is the little nuisance causing all my trouble." Marnie's mouth opened for what would undoubtedly have been a spectacularly snarky comeback, but Kalina held up one perfectly manicured hand. Her nails gleamed like daggers in the office's dim lighting. "Let's skip the niceties, shall we?" Kalina's voice carried the smooth burn of expensive whiskey. "I have a proposal." The demoness moved closer, each step deliberate, her presence filling the room like smoke. The temperature dropped several degrees, and Herbert made a concerning whirring sound. "Walk away from Cassian right now, and I'll make all this." She waved her hand dismissively, rings catching the light. "Supernatural unpleasantness, simply go away." Marnie couldn't help it, she scoffed. Her heart might have been doing its best impression of a drum solo, but there was something about this whole dramatic entrance that just struck her as ridiculous. She squared her shoulders, clutching her coffee mug like a shield. "And why the hell would I do that?" "Because, darling," Kalina purred, perching herself on the edge of Marnie's desk like she owned it, "you are tragically out of your depth. Do you have any idea what you've stumbled into? The forces you're playing with?" "Oh, I don't know," Marnie shot back. "Maybe the same forces that made you tamper with my contract? The ones that got me hired here in the first place?" Kalina's perfect composure slipped for just a fraction of a second. A twitch of her eye, a slight tensing of her jaw. But Cassian caught it too, stepping forward. "You did what?" "Please." Kalina recovered smoothly. "As if I'd waste my time with employment paperwork. I have minions for that sort of thing." She examined her nails, which now seemed to be smoking slightly. "Though I must admit, watching you two fumble around has been entertaining. Like watching puppies try to solve a murder mystery." "Wow," Marnie muttered. "You really went full evil ex-girlfriend with that one, didn't you?" The temperature dropped another 10 degrees. In the corner, Reginald the ghost actually whistled, clearly impressed by either Marnie's bravery or her stupidity, probably both. "You think this is about him?" Kalina's laugh was like breaking glass. "Oh, honey. Cassian was just a delightful distraction. This?" She gestured between them. "This is about power. Balance. Things your little mortal mind couldn't possibly comprehend." "Try me," Marnie challenged, even as Cassian made a warning sound beside her. "Because from where I'm standing, you seem pretty worried about whatever's happening here. And I'm starting to think it's not just because I've been helping ghosts move on." Kalina's eyes narrowed to dangerous slits. "You have no idea what you're capable of, do you? What you could undo." She stood suddenly, her movement too fluid to be human. "The curse on the Drath family isn't just some unfortunate magical accident. It's a cornerstone, darling. A very carefully placed cornerstone. And you. Her smile showed too many teeth. You're a wrecking ball. What are you talking about? Cassian demanded, but Kalina's attention stayed fixed on Marnie. Last chance, the demoness said softly. Walk away now. Go back to your sad little life, your overdue rent, your complete ignorance of the supernatural world. Trust me, it's better than what's coming. Marnie set her coffee mug down with deliberate care. Yeah, no. See, here's the thing about me, I'm really bad at walking away. Just ask my last boss. The one who fired me for calling him a sentient potato? Which, by the way, was totally accurate. A growl built in Kalina's throat, inhuman and furious. The lights flickered, and somewhere in the building, something crashed. Probably the possessed filing cabinet, having opinions again. The smile that curved Kalina's blood-red lips never reached her obsidian eyes. Because refusing means I'll be forced to. She tilted her head, studying Marnie like a cat sizing up an particularly annoying mouse. Eliminate you as a threat. A tremor rippled through Spectral Solutions, rattling the bookshelves with supernatural force. Tomes of arcane knowledge shuddered in their places, and Herbert the toaster sparked ominously, ejecting a piece of toast that read "duck" in charred letters. Cassian moved faster than Marnie had ever seen him, positioning himself between her and Kalina. His voice dropped into a rhythmic chant, words of power rolling off his tongue in a language that made her ears buzz. Blue light flickered to life around them as protective wards activated, their ancient symbols burning bright against the darkening air. Don't be a fool, Cassian, Kalina sneered, lifting her perfectly manicured hands. Black smoke curled from her fingertips like living shadows, writhing with malevolent purpose. She's a liability you don't need. Just another mundane human who stumbled into our world, and we both know how that always ends. Marnie peered over Cassian's shoulder, her heart hammering but her voice steady. Guess what? I'm sticking around whether you like it or not, witch. The temperature plummeted. Kalina's eyes blazed with hellfire, her carefully maintained facade cracking to reveal something ancient and terrible beneath. Her shriek of fury shattered every window in the office, sending glass flying in all directions. Cassian's wards caught most of the debris, but Marnie still felt tiny shards slice past her cheek. The demon's power lashed out like black lightning, crashing against Cassian's protective barrier with enough force to make him stumble. I tried to be reasonable. Kalina's voice echoed with otherworldly harmonics. I offered you a clean exit. Another blast of demonic energy sent papers swirling through the air. In the corner, Reginald the Ghost was shouting something about proper dueling etiquette, while desperately trying to save his prized first edition occult manuscripts from Kalina's fury. Marnie? Cassian ground out between protective incantations. The drawer second from the bottom, there's a silver box. She dove for his desk, yanking open the drawer he'd indicated. The silver box hummed under her fingers, covered in symbols that matched the ones Cassian was maintaining. But before she could grab it, a tendril of darkness wrapped around her ankle. Marnie yelped as Kalina yanked her backward, away from whatever protection the box might have offered. She slammed into the wall, knocking the breath from her lungs. Through watering eyes, she saw Cassian's barrier flicker dangerously. You know nothing about what you're protecting, Kalina snarled at him. She's not just some random human who can see ghosts. She's a possessed filing cabinet, chose that moment to launch itself at the demoness's head. Kalina batted it aside with a wave of power, but the distraction was enough for Marnie to scramble to her feet. I don't care what she thinks I am. Marnie grabbed the nearest object, which happened to be Herbert. The toaster sparked enthusiastically in her hands. But I'm getting really tired of people trying to make my career decisions for me. She hurled Herbert at Kalina with all her strength. The possessed toaster, showing an unprecedented dedication to teamwork, ejected every piece of bread in its supernatural inventory mid-flight. The resulting barrage of toast, some still flaming, all bearing increasingly creative insults, caught Kalina full in the face. The demoness's outraged screech rattled the foundations of the building. Dark energy crackled around her like a storm, and Marnie had just enough time to think this might not have been her best idea when Cassian's voice rose to a thunderous crescendo. Blue light exploded outward from his protective circle, meeting Kalina's darkness in a clash that sent everyone staggering. The impact knocked paintings off walls and sent Reginald tumbling backward through 3 solid surfaces. Even Herbert skittered across the floor with an indignant clatter. Kalina recovered first, her perfect appearance now decidedly disheveled. "This isn't over," she hissed, darkness gathering around her like a cloak. "You can't protect her forever, Cassian. And you," her burning gaze fixed on Marnie. "You'll wish you'd taken my offer." The shadows consumed her, and with a final pulse of power that knocked over what few items were still standing, Kalina vanished. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, leaving behind the wreckage of what had once been a mostly functional paranormal investigation office. Silence fell, broken only by the sound of one last piece of toast falling from the ceiling. It landed face up, revealing Herbert's final message, "That went well." Marnie's lungs burned as she waved away thick tendrils of demonic smoke, her eyes watering from the acrid stench of brimstone and scorched toast. The office looked like a supernatural tornado had torn through it, papers scattered everywhere, furniture upended, and Herbert the toaster lying on his side, occasionally sparking in what seemed like smug satisfaction. "Is everyone all right?" Cassian's voice cut through the chaos as he pushed himself up from where Kalina's final blast had thrown him. He crossed the debris-strewn floor in 3 long strides, reaching down to help Marnie up. His hand was warm against hers, and she tried not to focus on how he didn't immediately let go once she was standing. "Your protection wards need work," she managed between coughs, though the concern in his dark eyes made her throat tight for reasons that had nothing to do with demon smoke. "I'm perfectly fine, thank you for asking," Reginald announced, materializing through what remained of Cassian's desk. The Victorian ghost straightened his spectral cravat with an indignant sniff. "Though I must say, that was quite the dramatic exit, even for a she-devil of her caliber. In my day, supernatural beings had the decency to leave through doors rather than—" "Wait." Marnie held up a hand, cutting off what promised to be a lengthy lecture on proper paranormal etiquette. Something on the floor had caught her eye, a strange shimmer beneath the settling dust and debris. She moved closer, drawn by an odd tingling sensation that made the hairs on her arms stand up. There, scorched into the wooden floorboards, was a symbol she'd never seen before. It looked ancient, all sharp angles and curved lines that seemed to shift and dance in her peripheral vision. The longer she stared at it, the more her head buzzed with whispered fragments of something. Words? Names? Marnie knelt down, her fingers hovering over the mark. The whispers grew stronger, like dozens of ghosts trying to speak at once. But through the spectral cacophony, 3 words emerged with startling clarity: the original curse. Her head snapped up. Theodore and the sheriff had been unusually quiet during the whole demon debacle, which was suspicious given their tendency to argue about literally everything. Now she found them hovering near the ceiling, as far from the symbol as they could get while still remaining in the room. "You two," she said, pointing at the feuding ghosts. "You were here when this all started, weren't you? When the curse began?" The temperature dropped several degrees, as both spirits went even paler than usual. Theodore's form puffed up like an agitated spectral peacock, while the sheriff's transparent mustache twitched violently. "Now see here, young lady," Theodore began, wringing his incorporeal hands. "That's ancient history, and quite frankly—" "He knows exactly what happened," the sheriff cut in, jabbing a finger through Theodore's chest. "Been covering it up for a century and a half, just like he covered up stealing my death certificate." "Oh, not this again." Theodore threw his hands up, passing halfway through the ceiling before catching himself. "I did not steal your blasted certificate, and I certainly had nothing to do with—" He caught himself, looking guilty. "Nothing to do with what?" Marnie pressed, rising to her feet. The symbol pulsed beneath her, sending waves of spectral energy up her legs. "What aren't you telling us?" "I believe," Reginald interjected, adjusting his monocle, "that my fellow spirits are referring to the rather unfortunate incident of 1873, involving a certain ritual, a rather nasty piece of demonic interference, and, if I'm not mistaken, that very symbol you're standing on. Cassian moved closer, his shoulder brushing Marnie's as he studied the mark. This is old magic. Older than any records we have of the curse. He glanced at the ghosts, his expression hardening. If you know something about how this started. Oh, for heaven's sake, Theodore burst out, his form flickering with agitation. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. We were trying to help. We? The sheriff's transparent face went red with spectral fury. There is no we in this, Blackwood. You're the one who. A sudden surge of energy from the symbol cut him off, sending both ghosts tumbling backward through the wall. The mark flared with an eerie blue light, and Marnie felt something pull at her consciousness, like 100 ghostly hands trying to show her something just out of reach. Marnie? Cassian's voice seemed to come from very far away. She felt his hand on her arm, steady and grounding, but the whispers were getting louder, more insistent. I can hear them, she whispered, the symbol's light reflecting in her eyes. All of them. Everyone who was there when it happened. She turned to look at him, and for a moment the past and present seemed to blur together. Cassian, I think I know why Kalina's so afraid of me being here. The ghostly energy pulsed through Marnie's body, each wave bringing fragments of memory that weren't her own. She saw flashes of Theodore and the sheriff when they were alive, younger, less antagonistic, working together on something important. The symbol beneath her feet seemed to hum with their shared history. You were friends, she said softly, the revelation clear as crystal in her mind. Before all of this happened. Theodore's form wavered, his usual pompous demeanor cracking. Well, I wouldn't say friends exactly. Partners, the sheriff cut in, his transparent mustache drooping. We were trying to protect the town from something worse than either of us could handle alone. Cassian had moved to his partially destroyed desk, pulling out an ancient leather-bound book that somehow survived Kalina's dramatic exit. The Drath family grimoire, he explained, catching Marnie's questioning look. But these pages, he stopped, staring at a section that seemed newer than the rest. These weren't here before. Marnie peered over his shoulder, trying to ignore how his proximity made her skin tingle in a way that had nothing to do with supernatural energy. The pages looked freshly aged, if that was possible, like someone had taken great care to make new additions match the original text. It appears, Reginald observed, floating closer, that someone has been quite busy restoring missing information. How convenient. The sheriff drifted down from the ceiling, his badge catching non-existent light. Those records were sealed for a reason, Blackwood. We swore an oath. Yes, well, Theodore huffed, straightening his spectral vest. Circumstances have changed rather dramatically, wouldn't you say? Particularly with Miss Caldwell's unique abilities, and that demon woman's unseemly behavior. Marnie watched as Cassian's fingers traced the newly revealed text, his expression growing more intense with each line. This changes everything, he murmured. The curse wasn't just placed on my family, it was meant to be a protection spell. Protection from what? Marnie asked, though the churning in her stomach suggested she might not want to know the answer. From her, the sheriff said grimly. Or rather, what she represents. You see, back in 1873, something tried to break through from the other side. Something that would have turned this whole town into a demon's playground. Theodore nodded solemnly. The Drath family, Cassian's ancestors, they were the only ones with enough power to create a barrier. But they needed anchors, living souls to bind the magic to. Let me guess, Marnie said, the pieces falling into place. You two volunteered? Not exactly, the sheriff admitted, looking uncomfortable. We were meant to be temporary anchors, while a more permanent solution was found. But then? Then I made a terrible mistake, Theodore interrupted, his form dimming with shame. The ritual wasn't complete when Kalina appeared. She offered alternatives. Promises of power without sacrifice. I'm afraid I rather mucked things up by listening to her. Cassian's hand tightened on the grimoire. She sabotaged the protection spell, turning it into a curse that would keep my family bound to supernatural chaos forever. But why? What was she really trying to prevent? Marnie felt the symbol pulse again, stronger this time. The whispers grew clearer, and she could almost see the ritual as it had happened, the desperate attempt to save the town the moment it all went wrong. She was trying to stop this, she realized. Us. Here. Now. I believe, Reginald interjected, adjusting his monocle with practiced precision, that the answer lies in the original contract. The one that bound all parties to the initial protection spell. He paused dramatically. It should still exist in the forbidden archives beneath the old courthouse. Should? Marnie raised an eyebrow. Well, assuming the demonic bureaucracy hasn't rearranged things again. They do so love their filing system changes. Cassian closed the grimoire carefully, his jaw set with determination. We need that contract. If we can understand the original terms of the protection spell, we might be able to fix it properly this time, Marnie finished. She glanced at Theodore and the sheriff, who were hovering awkwardly near each other, a century and a half of bickering temporarily set aside. With some help from the original participants, the two ghosts exchanged looks that spoke volumes about their complicated history. Finally, the sheriff tipped his transparent hat. Ma'am, I believe we owe it to this town to make things right. Yes, well, Theodore smoothed his spectral lapels, I suppose I could assist. For the greater good, you understand. Splendid, Reginald declared, somehow managing to look both pleased and disapproving at once. Though I feel compelled to point out that breaking into the forbidden archives is generally frowned upon by the supernatural authorities. Not to mention the rather aggressive guardian spirits employed there. Marnie turned to Cassian, finding him already looking at her with that intense expression that made her heart do complicated acrobatics. So, she said, trying to sound more confident than she felt, breaking and entering into ghost jail? Sounds like a normal Tuesday at this point. We'll need a distraction, Cassian mused, running a hand through his perpetually disheveled hair. Something to keep the guardian spirits occupied while we search the archives. A familiar mechanical ding drew their attention to Herbert the toaster, who had righted himself and was now producing a piece of perfectly toasted sourdough. The message burned into it read, Vinny owes me a favor. Marnie blinked. Since when does a toaster have connections to the ghost mob? Don't ask, Cassian and Reginald said simultaneously, which only made her more curious. Right, she sighed, reaching for her phone. I'll call Vinny. But if he starts with the My Ghostly Goddess routine again, I'm throwing Herbert at him. The toaster sparked indignantly, but Marnie was already focused on Cassian's small smile, the real one, not his usual brooding smirk. What? Nothing, he said, but his eyes were warm. Just thank you. For not running when things got complicated. Please, she scoffed, ignoring the flutter in her chest. Complicated is my middle name. Actually, it's Elizabeth, but that's not nearly as impressive. The symbol pulsed one final time before fading back into the floorboards, as if approving their plans. Above them, Theodore and the sheriff had drifted into what appeared to be their first civil conversation in over a century, while Reginald supervised with all the authority of a ghostly butler. Marnie squinted at the spidery handwriting in the grimoire, trying to make sense of the archaic language while ignoring the way Cassian's shoulder pressed against hers. The restored pages had that musty, ancient book smell that made her nose itch, but she didn't dare move away. Not when they might finally have answers. Look at this passage, Cassian said, his finger landing on a particularly cramped paragraph. The original protection spell was meant to shield the town from supernatural interference. But something went wrong during the ritual. Yeah, we got that part from our ghostly friends. Marnie glanced up at Theodore and the sheriff, who were hovering near the ceiling and pretending not to eavesdrop. But what exactly was the spell supposed to do? Cassian's frown deepened as he translated. It says the Drath family would serve as temporal anchors, acting as bridges between the mortal and supernatural realms to maintain the barrier. That doesn't sound so bad, Marnie pointed out. I mean, compared to being cursed to deal with every supernatural crisis forever. Indeed, Reginald materialized beside them, making Marnie jump. The original arrangement was quite sensible. Until someone, he shot Theodore a pointed look, decided to meddle with forces beyond their comprehension. Theodore puffed up indignantly. "Now see here, you pompous specter." "Gentlemen," Marnie interrupted before they could start another century-spanning argument. "Focus. Where exactly would this original contract be?" The temperature in the room plummeted as Reginald adjusted his ghostly monocle. "I believe I may know its location, though I hesitate to suggest such a dangerous expedition." "Reginald," Cassian's voice held a warning note. "The Forbidden Archives," Reginald said with obvious reluctance. "Beneath the old courthouse, where we store the most dangerous supernatural artifacts and documents." Marnie felt a chill that had nothing to do with the ghostly presence. "Forbidden Archives? That sounds absolutely off limits," Cassian finished. "The security there is legendary. Guardian spirits, magical wards, probably a dragon." "There's no dragon," Reginald sniffed. "The council couldn't get proper insurance coverage, for one. But the rest is quite accurate." Theodore drifted down from the ceiling, his transparent form wavering with agitation. "Well, it's the only lead we got. We gotta try finding that contract." "I hate to agree with Theodore," the sheriff added, "but he's right. That contract might be our only chance to understand what really happened." Marnie watched Cassian's expression shift from stubborn refusal to reluctant consideration. She could practically see the gears turning in his head as he weighed their options. Finally, he shut the grimoire with a decisive snap. "Even if we wanted to try," he said, "we'd need clearance from at least 3 council members just to get past the front door. Not to mention—" "Actually," Reginald interrupted, looking supremely uncomfortable, "there might be a less official way in." Everyone stared at the proper Victorian ghost, who suddenly seemed very interested in examining his translucent cufflinks. "Reginald," Marnie said slowly, "are you suggesting we break into the Forbidden Archives?" "I am suggesting nothing of the sort," he huffed. "I am merely pointing out that the old service entrance, while technically sealed, might be accessible to someone with particular talents." His gaze flickered meaningfully to Marnie. "My ghost-whispering abilities?" she asked. "How would that help?" "The wards are designed to keep out the living and contain the dead," Reginald explained. "But you, my dear, seem to exist in a rather unique space between the two realms. Especially since that incident with the ring." Cassian straightened, his eyes lighting up with understanding. "The magical resonance. That's why you've been able to see and interact with spirits so easily. You're naturally attuned to both worlds." "Great," Marnie muttered. "So I'm what, supernatural Wi-Fi?" "More like a skeleton key," Theodore offered helpfully, earning a glare from Reginald. "It's dangerous," Cassian said, but Marnie could hear the shift in his tone. He was considering it. "If we're caught, when are we not in danger?" Marnie countered. "Besides, I'm already technically breaking the law by being an unlicensed exorcist. Might as well add breaking and entering to my resume." The sheriff cleared his throat. "As a former officer of the law, I feel compelled to point out that this would be highly illegal." "Thank you, Sheriff," Reginald said primly. "But," the sheriff continued, "as someone who helped create this mess in the first place, I reckon we owe it to the Drath family to make things right." Marnie met Cassian's eyes across the grimoire, and for once, she didn't need ghost-whispering abilities to read his thoughts. The weight of possibility hung between them, electric and dangerous. This was their shot, maybe their only shot, at unraveling the mess they'd stumbled into. "Well then," Cassian said, carefully rolling up the ancient sleeves of the grimoire, his movements precise and deliberate. "If we're actually considering this insanity, we need to plan it properly." "I'll fetch the blueprints," Reginald announced, disappearing through the nearest wall before anyone could object. Marnie pulled out her phone, fingers hovering over Ellie's contact. "We're going to need backup." "The living kind." "Absolutely not," Cassian started, but Marnie was already hitting dial. "Hey bestie," she said when Ellie picked up. "Quick question. How do you feel about a little light breaking and entering? Potentially haunted variety?" 20 minutes later, their office had transformed into what Marnie could only describe as a supernatural war room. Ellie perched on the edge of Cassian's desk, examining her nails while casually suggesting ways to disable magical alarm systems. Lord Zeke sprawled across Marnie's chair like it was a throne, offering increasingly dramatic commentary on their planned crime. "Darlings," Zeke drawled, swirling a glass of suspiciously red liquid, "if you're going to commit felonies, at least do it with style. I know several incredibly fashionable cat burglars who—" "We're not hiring cat burglars," Cassian cut in, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Shame. They work pro bono for vampires, you know." "I got connections too, doll face," a familiar voice announced as Vinny materialized through the ceiling, his spectral pinstripe suit immaculate as ever. "My boys can create one hell of a distraction, if you catch my drift." Marnie groaned. "Vinny, how did you even?" "I got eyes everywhere, sweetheart. Especially when it comes to you." He winked, and Marnie pretended not to notice Cassian's jaw tightening. Reginald reappeared with an armful of translucent blueprints, which he somehow managed to spread across the desk without them falling through his incorporeal form. "The service entrance hasn't been used since 1887, when a rather unfortunate incident with a possessed mop led to new security measures." "Of course it was a possessed mop," Marnie muttered, leaning over the plans. "Because regular mops aren't dramatic enough. The wards are strongest at the main entrance," Reginald continued, pointing with his ghostly finger. "But the service tunnel might be vulnerable to someone with your unique abilities, Miss Caldwell." "And if she gets caught?" Cassian demanded, stepping closer to Marnie. "The council's already looking for reasons to lock her up." "Then we'll just have to make sure she doesn't get caught," Ellie said, pulling out her phone. "I know a guy who knows a guy who can loop magical surveillance feeds." "That's highly illegal," the sheriff commented from his corner. "Says the ghost who's helping us break into a forbidden archive," Marnie pointed out. "Touché." Marnie studied the blueprints, trying to ignore the way her heart hammered against her ribs. The service tunnel looked narrow, dark, and absolutely perfect for housing whatever nightmarish entities guarded ancient supernatural secrets. "So I just what? Walk in and hope the wards don't fry me?" "The wards should recognize your dual nature," Reginald explained. "Though I must warn you, the archives themselves are temperamental." "Temperamental how?" Ellie asked. "They have a tendency to rearrange themselves," Theodore chimed in. "Like a maze with a mind of its own." "Wonderful," Marnie sighed. "A haunted library that plays hide and seek." "Which is why you'll need a guide," Vinny said, straightening his spectral tie. "Someone who knows their way around impossible architecture. Someone charming, sophisticated. Someone who's actually been in the archives before," Cassian interrupted. Vinny deflated slightly. "Ah. Well, that's less romantic." "I'll go with her," Reginald announced, surprising everyone. "I served as archive curator for 50 years after my death. I know every shelf, every corner, even when they decide to relocate themselves." Marnie swallowed hard, looking around at their unlikely gathering of conspirators. A vampire landlord, a ghost mob boss, her bartender best friend, 2 bickering historical spirits, a proper Victorian ghost, and 1 very worried paranormal investigator. This was either going to be brilliant or spectacularly disastrous. "You all realize what we're suggesting, right?" she asked, needing to hear it out loud. "Breaking into the haunted archives of the Supernatural Council? The same council that's already convinced I'm some kind of chaos agent?" A heavy silence fell over the room. Even Herbert the toaster, who had been quietly burning encouraging messages into bread all evening, went still. Finally, Cassian nodded, his expression set in determined lines. "It's the only way to break this curse once and for all." He hesitated, then added more softly, "But no one would blame you for walking away, Marnie. This isn't your fight." Like hell it isn't, she shot back. I signed that contract, didn't I? Even if someone manipulated me into it, I'm part of this now. She straightened, squaring her shoulders. Besides, who else is going to keep you from brooding yourself to death while we commit supernatural felonies? A ghost of a smile tugged at Cassian's lips. Fair point. Well then, Zeke declared, rising dramatically from Marnie's chair, shall we plan our daring heist? I do so love a good crime spree. It's not a crime spree, Cassian corrected. It's a tactical retrieval of historical documents. Darling, that's what I said. Crime spree. Chapter 16. The Final Haunting. Marnie's heart thundered against her ribs as she followed Cassian down the dimly lit corridor, every shadow seeming to conceal a threat. The enchanted emergency lights flickered overhead, casting an eerie blue glow that did absolutely nothing to settle her nerves. Their footsteps echoed despite their best efforts at stealth, and she swore even the walls were watching them. You sure about this? She whispered, fingers tightening around the enchanted blade at her side. The weapon had been a loan from Zeke's personal collection, and she tried not to think about why a vampire landlord needed blessed silver daggers in the first place. Cassian's jaw was set in that stubborn way she'd come to recognize, meant he was either about to do something incredibly brave or monumentally stupid. Usually both. If we don't retrieve that original contract, everything we've uncovered gets us nowhere. They reached a heavy ruined door that practically hummed with ancient magic. Intricate symbols carved into the dark wood seemed to shift and writhe under her gaze, and Marnie fought the urge to step back. The entrance to the haunted archives was exactly as imposing as she'd feared. Cassian placed his palm against it, murmuring an incantation in what sounded like really angry Latin. The runes flared briefly, and Marnie felt the air pressure change. With a groan of protest that reminded her way too much of horror movie sound effects, the door swung open onto a vast, dust-moated chamber lined with towering shelves. The space seemed to stretch impossibly far in every direction, defying the building's actual dimensions. Spread out, Cassian ordered lowly. That contract could be shielded by any number of wards and curses. Right, Marnie muttered. Because of course it couldn't just be filed under C, for cursed family drama. She squared her shoulders and stepped into the archives, trying to ignore how the shadows seemed to reach for her. Reginald materialized beside her, his ghostly form providing an oddly comforting glow. The filing system is based on lunar phases and the emotional state of whoever cataloged the documents, he explained, as if that made perfect sense. Given the nature of the original contract, we should start in the vengeful agreements made during full moon section. That's oddly specific. Oh, this is nothing. Wait until you see the contracts signed in blood while Mercury was in retrograde collection. Marnie followed Reginald down one of the towering aisles, while Cassian took another route. The shelves loomed overhead like ancient trees, their contents a bizarre mix of scrolls, leather-bound tomes, and what looked suspiciously like takeout menus from long-defunct supernatural restaurants. So, she whispered to Reginald, any other helpful tips about navigating haunted archives? Don't touch anything that glows, avoid making eye contact with the card catalog, and if you hear singing, run in the opposite direction. The card catalog has eyes? Among other things. A rustling sound from somewhere in the stacks made Marnie freeze. She held her breath, listening intently, but the only sound was the gentle settling of ancient paper and the distant whisper of forgotten agreements. The archives are aware of our presence, Reginald noted calmly. They're quite curious about you, actually. Living humans rarely venture this deep. Great. The haunted library likes me. That's not ominous at all. They turned a corner, and Marnie nearly walked straight through a floating shelf that definitely hadn't been there a second ago. The archives were already starting to shift around them, rearranging themselves like some kind of supernatural puzzle box. Cassian? She called softly, trying to keep the worry out of her voice. Still here, came his reply from somewhere to her left. Or maybe her right. The acoustics in this place were weird. Found anything? Just a very judgmental card catalog, and some aggressive architecture. She paused as something caught her eye. Wait. Reginald, what's that? She pointed to a faintly glowing document case, tucked between two massive volumes on demonic property law. The case seemed to pulse with a familiar energy that made her ghost-sensing abilities tingle. Ah, Reginald said, peering closer. That would be the cursed inheritances and familial obligations section. Most promising. Marnie reached for the case, then remembered Reginald's warning about touching glowing things. How exactly do we check if it's the right one without, getting cursed ourselves? Allow me, Reginald offered, passing his translucent hand through the case. His expression brightened. Oh my. This is rather interesting. Interesting good, or interesting bad? Interesting, as in this particular contract appears to be written in 3 different types of blood, and bears the seal of... He broke off suddenly, his ghostly form flickering. Oh dear. What? What's wrong? The archives, he said urgently. They're not just rearranging themselves. They're trying to separate us from... A massive shelf slid sideways with the sound of grinding stone, cutting off Marnie's view of where Cassian had been investigating. More shelves began to move, and she realized with growing alarm that the archives were creating a maze around them. Cassian, she called out louder this time. The library's getting creative. His response was muffled by several tons of supernatural reference material. I noticed. Don't move, I'll find my way back to you. Yeah, because standing still in a haunted archive that's actively trying to trap us is totally the smart play here, Marnie muttered, but she stayed put. The last thing they needed was to get completely separated in this labyrinth of legally binding nightmares. Marnie nodded, swallowing hard as she ventured deeper into the stacks. The temperature dropped with each step, her breath forming little clouds in the increasingly frigid air. Reginald's ghostly form cast weird shadows across the spines of ancient tomes, making the titles writhe and shift. I must say, Reginald commented, adjusting his spectral monocle, the archive seemed particularly agitated tonight. Most unusual. Thanks for that completely unhelpful observation. Marnie rubbed her arms, wishing she'd worn something warmer than her vintage band tee. The cold had taken on an almost sentient quality, like icy fingers trailing down her spine. The shelves continued their slow dance around them, but Marnie noticed they were forming a pattern, or rather being drawn toward something. She followed the pull, letting her weird ghost-sensing abilities guide her through the maze. The sensation grew stronger with each turn until... There. She pointed to a section of shelf that seemed to bend reality around it. Ancient scrolls and documents were crammed together, but one caught her eye immediately. It practically hummed with dark energy, sealed with black wax and covered in decades of dust. Marnie reached out, hesitated, then blew gently on the scroll. The dust scattered, revealing elaborate script that made her eyes water, and a name she recognized. Drath, she whispered, tracing the letters with her finger. The scroll's energy pulsed in response, like a sleeping thing stirring. Cassian, she called out triumphantly, her voice echoing through the labyrinth. I found it. It's... The words died in her throat as the shadows behind the shelf began to move. Not the normal, shifting shadows cast by Reginald's glow, but something deeper. Darker. The kind of darkness that had teeth. A form emerged from the void, its edges bleeding into the surrounding air like ink in water. The temperature plummeted further, and the smell of ancient decay filled Marnie's lungs. She gagged, stumbling back as the entity grew, stretching toward the impossibly high ceiling. You shouldn't have come here, it rasped, its voice like paper crumbling to ash. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Reginald, to his credit, maintained his composure, though his form flickered notably. Ah. The archivist. I was rather hoping it was taking the century off. Marnie's fingers closed around the hilt of Zeke's blade. The silver felt warm against her palm, almost eager. The entity towered over her now, its form a nightmare of twisted shadows and half-glimpsed horrors. Marnie? Cassian's voice cut through the darkness. Don't engage it. That's the archive's guardian. The warning came a split second too late. The entity let out a sound that existed somewhere between a scream and the ripping of reality itself. Shadows exploded outward like shrapnel, and Marnie threw herself behind a shelf, clutching the scroll to her chest. This way. Cassian appeared at the end of the aisle, his own blade drawn. The runes etched into the steel glowed with protective magic, cutting through the darkness. Marnie sprinted toward him as the entity gave chase, its form spreading across the ceiling like spilled ink. Shelves toppled in its wake, ancient documents scattering like startled birds. She vaulted over a fallen tome the size of a coffee table, narrowly avoiding a tendril of shadow that tried to snag her ankle. "The door," she gasped, spotting the exit ahead. "Tell me you remember how to open it." "Working on it." Cassian pressed his palm against the wood, frantically reciting the incantation. The runes flickered weakly. The entity surged forward with another reality-bending shriek. Marnie spun to face it, raising Zeke's blade in trembling hands. The silver caught what little light remained, and the shadows recoiled slightly. "Hurry up with the magic door, Cassian." "Almost got it." The runes flared to life, and the door swung open. Cassian grabbed Marnie's arm and yanked her through just as the entity lunged. They tumbled into the corridor as the door slammed shut behind them, cutting off the archivist's furious scream. Marnie lay on the floor gasping for breath, still clutching the scroll like her life depended on it. Which, given recent events, it probably did. Cassian sprawled beside her, his usually perfect hair disheveled and his face flushed. "Well," Reginald said, drifting through the door as if nothing unusual had happened, "that was rather more exciting than the usual archive visit." Marnie lifted her head to glare at him. "You knew about the shadow monster, didn't you?" "The archivist?" "Of course. I simply didn't wish to cause undue concern." "Undue?" Marnie sat up, wincing. "Next time maybe lead with, 'Hey, watch out for the demon librarian,' instead of complaining about the filing system." Cassian pushed himself to his feet, offering her a hand up. "Did you actually get it? The original contract?" Marnie held up the scroll triumphantly, trying not to think about how close they'd come to being archived themselves. "One cursed family document as requested. Though I have to say, your ancestors had terrible taste in office security." "The archivist isn't security," Cassian said grimly, taking the scroll and examining the seal. "It's more like a side effect. All those binding agreements, all that old magic in one place, it creates things. Things that don't like being disturbed." "Fantastic. Any other cursed office supplies I should know about? Haunted staplers? Possessed paper clips?" "Don't be ridiculous," Reginald sniffed. "The paper clips are perfectly normal. It's the hole punch you need to watch out for." Back at Spectral Solutions, Marnie's legs still felt wobbly from their archive adventure. She slumped against Cassian's desk, watching their unlikely team of supernatural misfits file into the office. The ancient contract felt warm in her hands, like it knew it was about to cause trouble. Theodore materialized through one wall, adjusting his spectral cravat. "I must protest this gathering. The sheriff's presence is entirely necessary," Sheriff Cooper finished, appearing right behind him with a theatrical twirl of his mustache. "Someone needs to keep an eye on known criminals." "Oh, for heaven's sake, it was one death certificate." "Which you stole." "Gentlemen," Reginald interrupted, his translucent form practically radiating disapproval. "Perhaps we could focus on the matter at hand." Vinny materialized in his favorite corner, the temperature dropping several degrees. His pinstripe suit gleamed with an otherworldly sheen as he cracked his spectral knuckles. "Yeah, let's get down to business. Though I gotta say, Dollface, you're breaking my heart working with these amateurs." "The only amateur here is you spectral thug," Sheriff Cooper muttered. Lord Zeke chose that moment to make his entrance, sweeping in through the front door in a silk robe that definitely violated several laws of physics. He immediately claimed the Victorian fainting couch, draping himself across it with practiced elegance. "Sorry I'm late, darlings. Had to evict a particularly stubborn poltergeist. Dreadful business, really. though the property values should recover nicely. Marnie pushed herself off the desk, holding up the contract. Listen up, folks. We've got one shot to break this curse, and somehow, God help me, you're the team we've got. The contract pulsed warmly in her hands, almost like a heartbeat. She tried not to think about that too hard. Cassian's family has been bound for centuries, she continued, looking around at their motley crew. But each of you brings something unique to help break it. Theodore, you practically lived in that bank vault. You know contracts better than anyone. Theodore puffed up like a proud spectral peacock. Well, I suppose my expertise in 19th century financial documents could prove useful. And Sheriff, you've got a keen eye for suspicious behavior. Marnie nodded toward Cooper, who tipped his transparent hat. Justice never rests, ma'am. Even in death. Vinny, your connections might come in handy. The ghost mob boss grinned, his blue eyes flickering. Say no more, dollface. I got people who know dead people. We'll keep things persuasive. He punched his palm for emphasis, sending a shower of spectral sparks through the air. Sheriff Cooper harumphed disapprovingly, hand instinctively moving to where his badge used to be. And I, Reginald announced, floating slightly higher than necessary, shall maintain a proper ethereal watch. One must observe the appropriate protocols, even in such dire circumstances. Naturally, Zeke drawled from his couch, examining his perfectly manicured nails. And I suppose my centuries of supernatural networking count for nothing? Your centuries of gossip-mongering, you mean, Cassian muttered, but there was almost a smile tugging at his lips. Marnie spread the contract carefully on the desk, its ancient parchment crackling ominously. The text seemed to shift and writhe under her gaze, refusing to settle into any recognizable language. According to what we found in the archives, she said, this thing is tied to multiple supernatural power sources. We need to... A violent ping cut through the air as Herbert the toaster launched a crumpet across the room with shocking accuracy. It sailed past Theodore's head. He ducked with a very undignified yelp and smacked into the wall. Burnt into its surface in crispy block letters was a simple warning, trust no spirit. Silence fell over the office. Every ghost present turned to stare at the offensive breakfast projectile. Well, Zeke said finally, that's rather pointed, isn't it? Marnie picked up the crumpet, examining Herbert's warning. You know, for a possessed kitchen appliance, he's been surprisingly reliable with these warnings. The toaster has a point, Cassian said, moving to stand beside her. His shoulder brushed against hers, and Marnie tried very hard to focus on the curse and not how warm he felt. We're dealing with forces that have had centuries to build power. Any one of our allies could be compromised. I resent the implication, Theodore huffed. Speak for yourself, Vinny grinned, his form flickering mischievously. I'm definitely compromised. But hey, at least you know where I stand. Herbert chose that moment to spit out another piece of toast, this one landing perfectly on Cassian's desk. The message was shorter this time, especially the fancy one. Every head turned toward Reginald, who looked deeply offended. I never, he sputtered. The very idea that I would, that appliance is clearly malfunctioning. And I am not fancy, I am refined. Marnie bit back a laugh, but the tension in the room had shifted. Even the contract seemed to pulse less ominously. Right then, she said, clapping her hands together. Let's figure out how to break this curse before Herbert decides to start raiding everyone's outfits. Again? The toaster dinged cheerfully, as if accepting the challenge. The haunted archives loomed before them, all Gothic arches and ominous shadows. Marnie clutched the contract, its edges digging into her palms as she tried not to think about their last visit here. The air felt thick with supernatural tension, like the calm before a particularly nasty spectral storm. Remember, we must stick together, Cassian murmured beside her, his voice low and serious. The archives are treacherous terrain even for us. Marnie shot him a sideways glance. You know, saying stuff like that never helps. It's like announcing, I'll be right back in a horror movie. He's right though, dollface, Vinny chimed in, his ghostly form flickering with unusual nervousness. This place gives even us spooks the creeps. Zeke swept past them, his dramatic cape somehow managing to billow despite the complete lack of wind. Oh please, it's just a musty old library with an attitude problem. Though the decor is absolutely criminal. They passed through the ruined door, ancient symbols flaring to life as they crossed the threshold. The temperature dropped several degrees, and Marnie could have sworn she heard distant whispers echoing through the stacks. Theodore and Sheriff Cooper, who had been maintaining an unusually civil silence, immediately bristled as wraith-like figures began emerging from the shadows. The archive's resident spirits, pale and translucent, drifted between the towering shelves like particularly judgmental librarians. You have no authority here, Cooper. Theodore puffed up, his spectral form expanding like an indignant balloon. This is a matter of financial record, which falls squarely under banking jurisdiction. Sheriff Cooper adjusted his transparent badge, tipping his hat with exaggerated politeness. We'll see about that, you thieving varmint. Law enforcement has every right to investigate suspicious documentation. Oh Lord, here we go, Marnie muttered as the ghost politics devolved rapidly. Suspicious? Theodore's voice rose several octaves. I'll tell you what's suspicious, a law enforcement officer who can't even solve his own murder case. Why you yellow-bellied, paper-pushing? Gentlemen, Reginald cut in, floating between them with an air of practiced superiority, might I suggest we focus on the task at? A chorus of demonic screeches shattered the standoff, the sound like nails on a chalkboard amplified through hell's own speaker system. Dark shapes descended from the vaulted ceiling, their claws extended and eyes burning with unholy fire. Kalina's welcoming committee, Cassian growled, pulling something that looked suspiciously like brass knuckles, blessed by a priest from his coat pocket. Right on schedule. Marnie barely had time to duck as a demon swooped overhead, its talons grazing where her head had been moments before. You know what would have been super helpful? She rolled behind a shelf, clutching the contract to her chest. If someone had mentioned your ex's minions could fly. Less sass, more running. Zeke called out, somehow managing to look elegant while diving behind a reading desk. The archive erupted into chaos. Demons screeched and dove through the stacks while ghosts scattered in all directions, their usual dignified floating replaced by panic-induced zooming. Theodore and the sheriff, their feud temporarily forgotten, tag-teamed a particularly nasty demon by passing through it repeatedly, causing it to shudder and crash into a bookshelf. Nice shot, you corrupt banker. Cooper whooped. Thank you, you incompetent lawman. Vinny materialized beside Marnie, his ghostly brass knuckles gleaming. Don't worry, sweetheart, I got your back. Nobody messes with my almost maybe ghost wife. Still not your ghost wife. Marnie shouted, ducking another demon swipe. And I thought we agreed to stop bringing that up. Cassian appeared on her other side, looking unfairly attractive for someone in the middle of a demon fight. We need to get to the central chamber. That's where they'll be keeping the original contract. Oh sure, Marnie panted, gesturing at the chaos around them. Just a casual stroll through demon-infested archives. No big deal. Totally normal Tuesday night. A familiar ding echoed through the archives, followed by the unmistakable smell of burning toast. Somehow, Herbert had managed to follow them. Please tell me that toaster didn't just, Cassian started. Doc? The word appeared burned into a slice of toast that shot past them like a carb-loaded missile, taking out a demon that had been sneaking up behind them. Okay, Marnie admitted. I'm actually glad Herbert came along. The toaster dinged again, almost smugly. Less talking, more running. Zeke called out, somehow still managing to look like he was posing for a vampire fashion magazine while sprinting. The demons are regrouping. Sure enough, the dark shapes were gathering above them, their wings creating shadows that seemed to move independently of their bodies. The temperature dropped further, and Marnie could see her breath forming in the air. You know what would be really great right now, she gasped as they ran. If your ex wasn't quite so extra about this whole thing. Well, Cassian replied, pulling her around a corner as a demon crashed into the spot where they'd been standing. She always did have a flair for the dramatic. Says the man who color coordinates his protective amulets. Even in the midst of chaos, Marnie caught the ghost of a smile on his face. They're more effective that way. Another demonic screech split the air, closer this time. Much closer. Move? Cassian grabbed her hand, and they sprinted deeper into the archives, their unlikely team of ghosts, one vampire landlord, and a possessed toaster right behind them. The central chamber waited ahead, its doors gleaming with ancient runes that definitely spelled trouble. But then again, Marnie thought as she gripped Cassian's hand tighter, trouble seemed to be their specialty lately. Chapter 17. A very unorthodox exorcism. The central chamber loomed around them, its vaulted ceiling disappearing into shadows that seemed to twist and writhe with demonic interest. Marnie's hands shook slightly as she smoothed the ancient contract across the marble altar, its yellowed pages crackling beneath her fingers. The whole thing felt like a terrible idea, which meant it was probably their best shot. "A little to the left with that candle, darling," Zeke drawled, lounging against a pillar like this was a photo shoot and not a potentially world-ending ritual. "The feng shui is atrocious." Marnie shot him a look. "I don't think ancient exorcism rites care about feng shui." "Everything cares about feng shui." He pushed off the pillar with supernatural grace and began adjusting the ritual circle's components. "Besides, if we're going to potentially die, we might as well do it with style." Behind her, Vinny paced the chamber's perimeter, his ghostly form flickering with agitation. "Madonna Santa," he muttered, Sicilian curses flowing freely. "This ain't right. Contracts ain't meant to be exorcised. They're meant to be honored. Or broken through very specific loopholes, involving at least 3 lawyers and a good accountant." "Got any better ideas?" Marnie asked, chalking the final sigil into place. Her hands were steady now, muscle memory from weeks of training taking over. "Because I'm open to suggestions that don't end with me being anyone's ghost wife, or Cassian being eternally cursed." "You sure about this, sweetheart?" Vinny's voice rumbled with genuine concern. "Ain't never seen nobody try an exorcism on a contract before. Could go real sideways real fast." Cassian stepped forward, his jaw set in that stubborn way that made Marnie's heart do inconvenient things. "It's our only chance to sever the curse's ties completely. Marnie has to try." The weight of his trust settled over her like a warm blanket. Or maybe that was just the supernatural energy building in the room, making her skin tingle and her hair float slightly. Hard to tell these days. Right then, Marnie took a deep breath, centering herself the way Cassian had taught her. "Places, everyone. And Zeke, I swear to God, if you touch that candle one more time." It was crooked. He held up his hands in mock surrender, backing away with vampiric elegance. The contract lay before her, its blood-inked words seeming to pulse in the candlelight. Marnie could feel the magic woven into its very fiber, centuries of supernatural deals and demonic influence, creating layers of power that felt like static electricity against her palms. She began the incantation, ancient words falling from her lips with surprising ease. The language should have been foreign, impossible, and yet it felt natural, like her tongue had always known how to shape these sounds. The air grew thick, heavy with potential. The candles flickered, their flames stretching unnaturally tall before guttering low. In the corners of her vision, shadows danced and twisted, taking shapes that hurt to look at directly. "Fascinating," Zeke murmured, earning him a sharp look from Cassian. The contract's words began to move. At first it was subtle, just a slight tremor in the ink, like water disturbed by a gentle breeze. But as Marnie's voice grew stronger, the text began to writhe in earnest, letters crawling across the page like insects trying to escape. The blood ink ran in rivulets, forming patterns that made Vinny cross himself reflexively. Marnie felt Cassian's sharp intake of breath more than she heard it. She risked a glance up and found him staring at her with an expression of wonder and something deeper, something that made her chest tight. He was finally seeing it, the full extent of what she could do, what she'd always been capable of. The power built to a crescendo, filling her until she thought she might burst. The contract's magic fought against her, ancient bindings trying to maintain their hold. But Marnie had learned a few things since accidentally signing up to be an exorcist, and the most important was this: contracts were just another form of ghost, really. The lingering spirit of a deal, haunting its own pages. And ghosts? Ghosts loved to talk to her. With a final shout that contained more power than words, Marnie slammed her palm down onto the contract. Blue-white flames erupted from the point of contact, racing along the letters and devouring the centuries-old magic. The contract screamed, actually screamed, as its bindings unraveled, releasing generations of carefully constructed curse work into the ether. The spectral fire raced up her arm, but it didn't burn. Instead, it felt like stepping into sunlight after a long winter, warm and somehow right. Through the flames, she saw Cassian's curse marks beginning to fade, the ancient magic finally losing its hold. "Holy shit," Zeke breathed, for once without a trace of his usual dramatic flair. "She's actually doing it." "That's my girl?" Vinny said proudly, as if he'd had anything to do with it. "I mean, not my girl, obviously, given recent legal clarifications, but—" "Vinny?" Cassian cut in, his voice tight with either concern or amazement. "Shut up." The flames reached the contract seal, the final repository of its power. Marnie gritted her teeth, pushing through the resistance. Just a little more. Just one final. A familiar ding cut through the tension. Herbert the toaster, who had somehow snuck into the ritual circle, launched a perfectly golden piece of toast directly onto the contract. The bread landed with impressive accuracy, and burned into its surface were the words, "Finish it." Marnie couldn't help it. She laughed, the sound breaking through her concentration just enough to let joy mix with power. The flames surged, turned gold, and in a final flash of light the contract disintegrated into ash. The spectral flames climbed higher, wreathing Marnie in a corona of blue-white light. She felt the power surging through her veins like electricity, like sunlight, like every metaphor for energy she'd ever rolled her eyes at in those trashy supernatural romance novels Ellie kept accidentally leaving around their apartment. Except this wasn't fiction, and she wasn't just channeling magic, she was becoming it. "Sweet mother of meatballs." Vinny's voice came from somewhere behind her, followed by the distinctive sound of a ghost trying to phase through a wall and hitting a ward instead. "Ow. Since when does this joint have anti-spirit barriers?" "Since always," Cassian replied absently, his attention fixed on Marnie. She could feel his gaze like a physical touch, equal parts concerned and fascinated, as ancient runes began etching themselves along her forearms in lines of golden light. The magic built and built, filling the room with a thickness that made it hard to breathe. Marnie's hair floated around her face, individual strands crackling with static electricity. The contract's ashes swirled in the air, forming patterns that hurt to look at directly, symbols older than language itself, writing themselves in void black smoke against the chaos of spinning magic. "I say," a familiar prissy voice cut through the supernatural light show. "This rather explains things." Reginald materialized next to Herbert the toaster, his usually impeccable appearance distinctly ruffled. His ghostly monocle sat askew, and his cravat looked like it had been tied by a drunken octopus. "This is why," he continued, actually wringing his hands, "why you were chosen for this task." "What?" Marnie managed through gritted teeth, trying to maintain control of the whirlwind of power threatening to tear loose. "The contract," Reginald said, ducking as a particularly aggressive tendril of spectral flame shot past his head. "Your contract. The original posting. It wasn't a typo at all." The ghostly clerk's words resonated through Marnie's very being, striking a chord that made the magic around her pulse in response. Of course. Of course it hadn't been a simple mistake. Nothing in her life had been simple since the moment she'd walked into Spectral Solutions. Someone knew, she realized, watching as the runes on her arms began to spread, crawling up toward her shoulders in intricate patterns. "They knew what I could do before I did." "Precisely." Reginald adjusted his monocle with trembling fingers. "You see, there are certain bloodlines that carry particular talents. The ability to speak with spirits is merely the surface of, good heavens." The magic crested like a wave, raw power flooding through Marnie with such force that her feet actually left the ground. The contract's ashes spun faster, forming a tornado of ancient magic and broken bindings around her floating form. She could feel every supernatural connection in the room. Vinny's tenuous tie to the material world, Zeke's undead essence, even Herbert's oddly sentient electrical signature. But strongest of all was her link to Cassian. She could see it now, a golden thread of destiny or fate or whatever you wanted to call it, connecting them across the chaos. More than that, she could see the curse wrapped around him like dark chains, generation upon generation of supernatural obligation weighing him down. Marnie reached out both physically and metaphysically, and grabbed those chains. "No more," she declared, her voice echoing with power that had nothing to do with volume. "You don't own him anymore." The curse fought back, of course. Centuries of carefully crafted magic didn't just give up because some accidental exorcist told it to. It writhed and twisted, trying to maintain its hold on the last drath heir. But Marnie had spent weeks dealing with supernatural nonsense, had faced down everything from possessed kitchen appliances to demon exes, and she was completely done with ancient magic thinking it could push her around. "I said," she growled, tightening her spiritual grip, "let him go." With a sound like breaking glass and screaming wind, the curse shattered. The contract's ashes burst into harmless sparkles, scattering across the room like the world's most magical confetti. The spectral flames winked out, leaving only the regular candlelight and the faint glow of Herbert's heating elements. Marnie dropped back to the ground on shaky legs, the runes on her skin fading to leave behind what looked suspiciously like magical tattoos. "Well," she managed, swaying slightly. "That was something." Across the room, Cassian doubled over with a gasp. The dark chains that had bound him for so long dissolved into nothing, taking with them the weight of generations of supernatural obligation. When he straightened, his eyes were clearer than Marnie had ever seen them. "You," he started, then had to stop and clear his throat. "You actually did it." "Don't sound so surprised." Marnie tried for her usual snark, but the words came out softer than intended. "I told you I'd fix your stupid curse problem." A beat of silence filled the room. Then Herbert dinged cheerfully and launched another piece of toast. This one bore a simple message, finally. "Indeed," Reginald sniffed, somehow having recovered both his composure and his proper cravat arrangement. "Though I do wish you'd found a less dramatic way to break a centuries-old curse. The paperwork for this will be absolutely shocking." The world tilted sideways as the last remnants of power drained from Marnie's body. The magical tattoos that had blazed across her skin like living flame just moments ago now flickered weakly, each pulse sending sharp needles of pain through her nerves. Her knees buckled, and the floor rushed up to meet her. "Marnie?" Cassian's voice cut through the ringing in her ears. Strong arms caught her before she hit the ground, and she found herself cradled against his chest. His heart hammered beneath her cheek, a frantic rhythm that matched the erratic pulsing of the fading runes. She tried to make a joke about falling for him, but her tongue felt like lead. The room spun lazily around her, and breathing suddenly required far too much effort. Something was wrong. Very wrong. "This is not ideal," she managed to whisper. Zeke materialized beside them, his usual dramatic flair subdued by genuine concern. "Well, that was certainly dramatic, even for my tastes." "Is she?" A laugh cut through the chamber before he could finish, a sound like breaking glass and winter winds, devoid of warmth or mercy. The candles flickered, and shadows stretched across the walls like grasping fingers. "Oh, she's dying," Kalina's voice purred from the darkness. "Rather spectacularly, I might add." The demon emerged from the shadows as if they'd birthed her, her heels clicking against the stone floor in a steady rhythm. Her eyes glittered with malicious delight as she surveyed the scene before her. "You actually did it." Kalina clapped her hands together in mock applause. "I must admit, I had my doubts. But here you are, little Marnie, breaking an ancient curse with power you never should have possessed. How does it feel knowing you've damned yourself in the process?" Cassian's arms tightened around Marnie. "What are you talking about?" "Oh, darling." Kalina's smile was all teeth. "Did you really think breaking your family's curse would be that simple? That some random human could just waltz in and undo centuries of carefully crafted magic without consequences? The runes on Marnie's skin pulsed again, and she bit back a cry of pain. Each beat felt weaker, like a failing heart. The curse wasn't just binding you, Cassian, Kalina continued, circling them like a predator. It was binding something else. Something ancient. Something that needed to stay locked away. And now? She gestured to Marnie's deteriorating condition with a perfectly manicured hand. Well, now we get to see what happens when a mortal channels power meant for gods. You knew, Marnie gasped, the pieces clicking into place through her pain-addled mind. The job posting. The contract. You set this up. Give the girl a prize. Kalina's laugh echoed off the walls. Though I can't take all the credit. Your bloodline did most of the work for me. Generations of latent power, just waiting to be awakened. All I had to do was make sure you found your way to the right place at the right time. But why? Cassian demanded, his voice rough with barely contained fury. Because, my dear ex-boyfriend, some doors need keys to open them. Kalina's eyes flashed crimson. And some locks need to be broken from both sides. Your family's curse wasn't just punishment, it was a prison. One that could only be undone by someone with exactly the right qualities. The runes on Marnie's skin dimmed further, and she felt something ancient and terrible stirring in the spaces between heartbeats. Whatever Kalina had manipulated her into releasing, it was waking up. Congratulations, the demon said, spreading her arms wide as darkness began seeping through the cracks in the floor. You've just helped me start the apocalypse. Herbert chose that moment to launch another piece of toast, which sailed through the air and smacked Kalina right in the face. The message burned into it was simple, rude. Shut up, you ridiculous appliance, Kalina snarled, wiping crumbs from her cheek. This is my moment of triumph. But the toaster's intervention had broken the tension, giving Marnie a precious moment to think through the pain. She wasn't dead yet, and if there was one thing she'd learned in her accidental career as an exorcist, it was that contracts worked both ways. Hey Kalina, she managed, forcing herself to sit up despite Cassian's protective grip. You forgot something important. The demon arched a perfect eyebrow. Oh? And what's that? I'm really good at finding loopholes in supernatural contracts. Marnie pressed her palm against the floor, feeling the power thrumming beneath the stone. And you just admitted to tampering with mine. The runes on her skin flared one final time, not with borrowed power, but with something that had been hers all along. Something that had been waiting for her to claim it. Kalina's triumphant smile faltered. What are you doing? Breaking another contract, Marnie said through gritted teeth. Just not the one you expected. Chapter 18. The kiss that saves the day, sort of. The shockwave rippled outward, a pulse of pure magic that shattered every window in the chamber and sent ancient texts tumbling from their shelves. Marnie's ears rang in the sudden silence, her heart pounding as the last traces of borrowed power faded from her skin. She blinked away spots from her vision, finding Cassian's face inches from hers, his expression a mix of disbelief and something else, something that made her breath catch. His eyes were the softest she'd ever seen them, the usual brooding intensity replaced by raw wonder. You impossible woman, he whispered, and then his hands were cupping her face, and he was kissing her like the world was ending, which, to be fair, it nearly had. Marnie's brain short-circuited. Cassian Drath, professional brooder and supernatural investigator extraordinaire, was kissing her. And not just any kiss, this was the kind of kiss romance novels tried and failed to capture, the kind that made her toes curl and her knees weak. His fingers tangled in her hair, and she melted against him, gripping the front of his perpetually black shirt to stay upright. All those months of tension, of careful distance and pointed snark, dissolved in the press of his lips against hers. He tasted like coffee and magic and possibility, and some distant part of her brain noted that this was definitely going to complicate their working relationship. The rest of her brain told that part to shut up and enjoy the moment. The roar that shattered their bubble of bliss wasn't entirely unexpected, but it was definitely unwelcome. Kalina's fury hit them like a physical force, dark energy crackling through the air as the demon shed her human glamour. Her true form towered over them, shadows writhing around her like living things, her eyes blazing with hellfire. "You insolent worms!" The words echoed with otherworldly power, making the very foundations of the building shake. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" Centuries of planning, ruined by a temp worker and her love-struck boss. Cassian broke away from the kiss, his hand finding Marnie's and gripping tight. One look at his face told her everything she needed to know. They were about to do what they did best, run from supernatural danger while trading quips. "Move." He yanked her toward the exit as a blast of demonic energy scorched the floor where they'd been standing. "We need to go, now." They sprinted through the archives, dodging falling debris, as Kalina's rage literally brought the building down around them. Marnie's legs burned from exhaustion. Apparently, breaking ancient curses and kissing brooding paranormal investigators took a lot out of a girl, but adrenaline kept her moving. So she managed between breaths as they rounded a corner. That happened. The kiss or the curse breaking? Cassian vaulted over a fallen bookshelf, pulling her after him. Both? A bolt of darkness shattered the wall beside them, and Marnie yelped. "Though maybe we should discuss our relationship status when we're not being chased by your homicidal ex. Technically, she's trying to kill you more than me right now." He shoved her through a doorway, just as another blast reduced the frame to splinters. "I think she's taking the kiss personally." "Oh, so this is my fault?" Marnie ducked under a flying tome of ancient prophecies. "You kissed me. You broke an ancient demonic contract." He countered, but she could hear the smile in his voice even as they ran for their lives. "Because she tried to use me to start the apocalypse." The exit was just ahead, moonlight spilling through the open doors. "Also, you definitely kissed me first." Behind them, Kalina's inhuman shriek of rage reached new octaves. "I will tear your souls apart and feed them to the void." "Rude," Marnie called over her shoulder, because apparently near-death experiences made her even more mouthy than usual. "We haven't even had our first date yet." They burst through the doors into the cool night air, and Marnie had exactly 1 second to appreciate their escape before she spotted what was waiting for them outside. Because of course this couldn't be simple. Nothing in her life had been simple since she'd answered that badly proofread job posting. The night air hit Marnie's face like a slap of reality, but the scene before her made her wish he was still dealing with just one furious demon ex-girlfriend. The entire supernatural community of the city seemed to have picked this exact moment to completely lose their collective minds. Ghosts swirled overhead in agitated clouds, their normally translucent forms crackling with excess energy. Near the wrought iron gates, a pack of werewolves squared off against a cluster of vampires, their growls mixing with hisses in a symphony of really bad decisions. And there, in the middle of it all, was Lord Zeke, her disaster of a landlord, dramatically wielding what appeared to be an antique fire poker against 3 very annoyed-looking Phi warriors. "On guard, you glitter-covered miscreants!" Zeke flourished the poker like a fencing foil, his silk robe billowing impossibly in the windless night. "I'll have you know, I was quite accomplished at dueling in 1832. "Marnie?" "Cassian." Ellie's voice cut through the chaos. Her best friend ducked under a streak of purple light, definitely a hex, probably illegal, as she fought her way toward them. Her platinum hair was singed at the ends, and her signature red lipstick was somehow still perfect. "What in God's name did you two do? Why does everyone assume we did something?" Marnie protested, then winced as another crash echoed from the archives behind them. "Okay, fine, we might have broken an ancient demonic contract. And possibly kissed. Not necessarily in that order." "You what?" Ellie's eyes went wide. "The contract thing or the kissing thing?" "Both." Cassian's hand tightened around Marnie's, reminding her that yes, that had definitely happened. Before anyone could elaborate, a deafening crack split the air like thunder without sound. The very ground beneath their feet trembled as Kalina's unrestrained power tore through the city's ley lines. Marnie felt it in her bones. a wrongness that made her teeth ache and her newly amplified supernatural sensitivity scream in protest. "That's not good," Cassian muttered, pulling her back as the pavement began to splinter. Ephemeral energy erupted from the cracks in violent arcs of light and shadow, forcing everyone to scatter. Marnie lost her grip on Cassian's hand as she dove behind a decorative planter. A bolt of pure magical force obliterated the spot where she'd been standing. "Ellie," she shouted, trying to spot her friend through the mayhem. "Cassian." The reply was lost in the cacophony of supernatural warfare. Vampires and werewolves had temporarily forgotten their squabble, too busy dodging the wild magic. Even the ghosts had stopped their aerial dance, pressing against buildings to avoid the chaos. Lord Zeke had abandoned his fire poker in favor of hiding behind a very confused gargoyle. Marnie's heart hammered against her ribs as she realized just how spectacularly they'd messed up. This wasn't just poking the supernatural hornet's nest. This was taking a sledgehammer to it and then doing a victory dance on the remains. The very fabric of the city's magical infrastructure was unraveling, and somewhere in this mess was an extremely pissed-off demon who definitely wanted her dead. A familiar mechanical ding cut through her panic. She looked down to find Herbert, her possessed toaster friend, had somehow made his way to her hiding spot. Words appeared in the chrome of his side, "Duck?" Marnie dropped flat as another surge of power crackled overhead, close enough that she could smell ozone and burning hair. "Thanks, Herbert. Any chance you know how to fix this?" The toaster vibrated anxiously. "Working on it. Don't die." Solid advice. She peered around the planter, trying to get her bearings. The archives building loomed behind her, its windows now glowing with an ominous red light. To her left, the street disappeared into a swirling vortex of magical discharge. To her right. "There you are." Kalina's voice dripped with malice as she materialized from the shadows, her demon form towering over Marnie's hiding spot. "Did you really think you could run?" Herbert, proving himself the bravest kitchen appliance in history, launched himself at the demon with his cord trailing behind him like a battle cry. Kalina swatted him aside with a tendril of darkness, sending him clattering across the pavement. "Herbert." Marnie's shock turned to anger. Nobody hurt her toaster friend. "Okay, that's it. You want to do this? Let's do this." She stood up, hands crackling with the same energy that had helped her break the contract. She had no idea what she was doing, but that hadn't stopped her so far. Besides, the way this night was going, improvising seemed like the safest bet. "You have no idea what you're dealing with," Kalina snarled, gathering power between her clawed hands. "Story of my life," Marnie shot back, channeling every ounce of sass she'd ever been fired for. "But here's the thing, neither do you." The demon lunged just as another tremor shook the ground, and Marnie realized that maybe, just maybe, she should have thought this through a little better. Marnie dove through the shattered front window of Spectral Solutions, landing hard on her shoulder as plaster dust billowed around her. The familiar scent of old books and incense mixed with an acrid tang of supernatural discharge. Her hands still tingled from whatever power she channeled outside, but at least she wasn't dead. Yet. Thank heavens. Reginald's translucent form materialized beside her, his Victorian proprieties somehow intact despite the chaos. "We've been trying to rally everyone here. The protective wards are holding barely." She pushed herself up, brushing glass from her jacket. "We? Who's?" The door burst open as Ellie stumbled in, supporting a dramatically limping Lord Zeke. His silk robe was torn and singed, but he managed to maintain his usual air of aristocratic suffering. "This is absolutely barbaric," he complained. "Do you know how much that suit cost?" "Less than your life," Ellie shot back, depositing him onto the nearest fainting couch. "Though I'm starting to question the value of either." Vinny phased through the wall next, a stream of Italian curses flowing from his spectral form. His usually impeccable pinstripe suit was ruffled, and his ghostly blue eyes flickered with rage. "That demon broad's gonna wish she never crossed the family," he snarled, then softened as he spotted Marnie. "You okay, dollface?" Before she could answer, a violent ping made her whirl around. Herbert the toaster, looking slightly dented but determined, launched what appeared to be a perfectly toasted crumpet across the room. It landed at her feet and she snatched it up, squinting at the burned message. "Light the candles quickly." "What candles?" she muttered, then remembered the protection ritual setup they'd prepared last week. The one Cassian had insisted was, just in case, while giving her that intense look that made her stomach do backflips. Speaking of backflips, her stomach did several as she scrambled for matches, lighting the black candles arranged in a precise pattern around the office. The flames flickered an unnatural blue, and she felt the wards strengthen with each one. The front door slammed open one final time as Cassian stumbled in, looking like he'd gone 10 rounds with a particularly angry poltergeist. His black coat was more gray with dust, and a cut above his eye was bleeding slightly, but his gaze found hers immediately. "That's everyone," he rasped, slumping against the doorframe. "Though I think Theodore and the sheriff are still arguing about jurisdiction in the cemetery." "Of course they are," Marnie muttered, lighting the final candle. The complete circle pulsed with energy, and she felt the protective barrier snap into place like a supernatural shield. Outside, something howled in frustration, something that sounded suspiciously like her boyfriend's demon ex. Boyfriend? Was that what they were now? One apocalyptic kiss didn't exactly define the relationship, but there hadn't exactly been time to discuss labels while running for their lives. "The wards won't hold her forever," Cassian said, pushing off the doorframe with visible effort. "We need a plan." "I vote for running away to Tahiti," Zeke offered from his fainting couch. "I hear it's lovely this time of year." "Nobody's running anywhere," Marnie said, surprising herself with how steady her voice sounded. "We started this mess, we're going to fix it." "Technically, Bella, they started it," Vinny pointed out, gesturing between Cassian and the general direction of demonic destruction outside. "We're just caught in the crossfire." "Actually," Reginald cleared his spectral throat, "I believe I may have some pertinent information regarding the original curse that might." Another explosion rocked the building, making the candles flutter. Herbert dinged urgently, spitting out toast after toast with increasingly agitated messages. "Hurry up. She's coming. Less talking, more planning." "The toaster's right," Cassian said, and Marnie couldn't help the hysterical giggle that escaped her. Of all the absurd things that had happened tonight, somehow that was the one that got her. He shot her a look that was equal parts concern and understanding. "Right," she managed, forcing herself to focus. "Okay. We've got a vampire landlord, a ghost mob boss, my bartender best friend, a possessed toaster, and whatever the hell I am now. Plus one very proper Victorian ghost, and a paranormal investigator who may or may not be my boyfriend after that kiss earlier." She paused for breath. "Anyone else think we're slightly outmatched against a literal demon?" "About that kiss," Cassian started, taking a step toward her. The building shook again, and Herbert launched a bagel that smacked Cassian in the chest. The message was crispy but clear: "Flirt later." "Herbert's right," Ellie said, already pulling bottles from her bag. "Again? Which is weird. But we need a plan, and we need it now." Marnie looked around at her unlikely team, her family really as weird and dysfunctional as they were. "All right," she said, squaring her shoulders. "Let's figure out how to stop my boyfriend's demon ex from destroying the city. But first, does anyone know how to get ectoplasm out of leather? Because these boots were expensive." Chapter 19. Marnie versus the Demon X, Final Round. The protective circle hummed with power, but Marnie could feel it weakening under Kalina's assault. Blue flames from the ritual candles cast dancing shadows across the office walls, making everyone look slightly more supernatural than usual, which was saying something, considering half her allies were already dead. "I can't believe you're choosing these amateurs over me," Kalina's voice boomed from outside, making the windows rattle. The demon's form had grown to impressive proportions, her shadow blocking out the streetlights as she loomed over Spectral Solutions. Marnie glanced around at her ragtag team, trying not to smile at how perfectly mismatched they were. Vinny had positioned himself protectively near her left side, cracking his translucent knuckles with practiced menace. His pinstripe suit somehow looked even sharper in ghost form, though the effect was slightly ruined by the way his edges kept flickering with agitation. To her right, Ellie had produced a baseball bat from somewhere, probably the same mysterious bag she kept her emergency cocktail supplies in, and was holding it like she'd been training for this moment her whole life. "You know," her friend muttered, eyeing the writhing shadows beyond their barrier, "this really isn't how I saw my night going." "Darling, none of us penciled supernatural showdown into our calendars," Zeke drawled, lounging against a filing cabinet as he flicked open an ornate pocket watch. "Though I must say, the timing is rather inconvenient. I had a very important brunch scheduled for tomorrow." A sudden gust of spectral energy announced the arrival of their ghostly reinforcements. Theodore and Sheriff Cooper materialized through the wall, already mid-argument. "Absolutely preposterous to suggest that I would know anything about missing death certificates at a time like this," Theodore was saying, his form puffing up indignantly. "A guilty man always brings up his crimes unprompted," the sheriff shot back, twirling his ethereal mustache. "Gentlemen," Reginald materialized between them, somehow managing to look down his nose at both ghosts simultaneously. He cleared his throat with pointed precision. "If I may be so bold, the spirits are quite invested in your dalliance with Mr. Drath." He directed this last bit at Marnie, who felt her cheeks heat despite the crisis at hand. "Oh my God," she muttered, then louder to the room at large. "Can we focus on the demon trying to kill us before we discuss my love life?" "Love life?" Cassian's voice cracked slightly as he finished reinforcing the last word. "Figure of speech," Marnie said quickly, though the way his eyes caught hers made her stomach flutter. She forced herself to turn back to the more pressing matter of Kalina's snarling form, visible through the windows. "You hear that?" she called out. "Looks like you've got competition for overbearing supernatural drama queen." Herbert chose that moment to launch a piece of toast directly at the window. The message was scorched clear: "Duck?" Everyone hit the floor as something that looked suspiciously like hellfire burst through the glass, singeing the ceiling. The protective circle flared, barely containing the blast. "Okay," Marnie said from her position behind an overturned desk, "we need a plan that doesn't involve getting toasted." "No offense, Herbert." The toaster dinged, appreciatively. "I might have an idea," Cassian said, crawling over to join her. His hair was dusted with ceiling plaster, and that cut above his eye was still bleeding, but somehow he looked more attractive than ever. "Focus, Marnie," she told herself firmly. "Demon first, swooning later." "The original contract," he continued, pulling a worn leather journal from his coat. "If we can use your ability to speak with spirits, to channel the collective power of our ghostly friends here." "Acquaintances," Theodore cut in primly. "We might be able to break the curse completely," Cassian finished, ignoring the interruption. "And that would stop her?" Marnie jerked her thumb toward the window where Kalina was still raging. "It would strip her of the power she's drawing from the curse, yes." He hesitated. "But it's dangerous. The amount of spiritual energy required could kill you," Vinny finished, his ghostly features darkening. "No dice, Bella. We'll find another way." "There isn't another way," Reginald said softly, materializing beside them. "The spirits have been waiting centuries for someone with Miss Caldwell's particular talents. Someone who could not only see us, but truly understand." Another blast rocked the building, and this time the protective circle flickered dangerously. "Whatever we're doing," Ellie called from behind a filing cabinet, "we better do it fast. I don't think demon ex-girlfriend out there is going to wait for us to finish our team meeting." The office exploded into chaos as Kalina's first wave of shadow creatures crashed through the remaining windows. Marnie ducked behind an overturned desk, her heart hammering as dark shapes with too many teeth writhed across the ceiling. "I really hate Mondays," she muttered, clutching the contract close. A demon spawn thing lunged at her, only to be blasted back by Cassian's quick defensive spell. "Stay behind me," he ordered, though the effect was somewhat ruined by the way he stumbled. The magic was clearly taking its toll. "Behind you? Please." Marnie rolled her eyes. I've been dealing with difficult spirits for months now. This is basically a really aggressive performance review. Before Cassian could argue, Vinny's voice boomed through the chaos. Ehi. Nessuno malmina, la mia ragazza. The temperature dropped 20 degrees as an entire platoon of spectral gangsters phased through the walls, their zoot suits pristine even in death. They were armed with ghostly Tommy guns that shouldn't have worked on physical beings, but somehow did, sending bursts of ectoplasmic energy into Kalina's forces. Sheriff Cooper's transparent jaw dropped. Well, I'll be. He turned to Theodore, who looked equally stunned. You ever see anything like this in all your years of haunting? Theodore's usual pompous demeanor faltered. I must admit, this is rather unprecedented. Though I do recall a rather rowdy incident in 1922. Not the time. Marnie called out as she dodged a flying chair. The ghosts snapped to attention, their century-old feud temporarily forgotten, as they joined Vinny's spectral army. A bone-rattling roar shook the building's foundation. Through the shattered windows, Marnie glimpsed something massive and horrifying, all scales and horns and burning eyes. The demon beast crashed through what remained of the wall, sending debris flying. Oh, come on, Marnie groaned. Do you know how much paperwork property damage causes? But Vinny's forces were already moving. Take him down, boys, he ordered, and his ghostly soldiers opened fire. The beast roared in confusion as ectoplasmic bullets peppered its hide, creating weird ripples in its demonic form. Your timing's impeccable as always, my dear, a familiar voice drawled. Marnie turned to see Lord Zeke making his entrance through a shimmering portal, because of course he was. He traded his silk robe for what appeared to be ancient battle armor, though it still somehow managed to look fashionable. Behind him streamed an army of 5 warriors, their armor gleaming with otherworldly light. Did you think I wouldn't bring allies to this soiree? He examined his nails casually. I do have some standards for party planning. Kalina's shriek of rage split the air. This is impossible. I spent centuries orchestrating this. Her human glamour was completely gone now, revealing her true form, a towering figure of shadow and flame. Yeah, well, Marnie called out, unable to resist, maybe if you'd spent less time being dramatically evil and more time making friends, you'd have backup too. The demon's eyes fixed on her with murderous intent. You insignificant little. But whatever insult she'd planned was cut off by Herbert launching himself off his counter with a battle ding, sailing through the air to smack directly into Kalina's face. The toast that popped out read, "Toaster says no." The absurdity of the moment seemed to break something in the atmosphere. Suddenly, the office was filled with the most unlikely army imaginable. Ghost mobsters providing covering fire, while 5 warriors engaged in elegant swordplay with shadow demons, Theodore and the sheriff working in perfect tandem to trip up larger monsters, and Zeke directing it all like some kind of supernatural orchestra conductor. Ellie had somehow ended up back-to-back with Vinny, swinging her baseball bat through spirits while he cleared a path with his Tommy gun. You know, Marnie heard her friend say, this is actually kind of fun. Bella, you should see our Christmas parties, Vinny replied with a spectral wink. Cassian grabbed Marnie's arm, pulling her attention back to their mission. The contract, he said urgently. While they're distracted, this might be our only chance. Marnie nodded, her fingers tightening around the ancient parchment. All around them, their weird, wonderful allies were holding the line, giving them the moment they needed. She met Cassian's eyes and managed to smile. Ready to break a curse? His answering grin made her heart skip despite the chaos. With you? Always. Marnie's boots skidded on the ectoplasm-slick floor, as she and Cassian fought their way toward the center of what used to be Spectral Solutions' main office. The ritual circle was still intact, barely, its ancient symbols glowing with an eerie purple light beneath the chaos of battle. This is insane, she muttered, ducking under a flying chunk of desk. We're actually doing this. We're breaking a centuries-old curse while my vampire landlord sword fights demons, and my ghost mob boss X provides covering fire. Focus, Caldwell. But there was a hint of a smile in Cassian's voice, as he deflected a burst of hellfire with one of his many protective amulets. The silver disc melted on impact, but it did its job. They reached the circle's edge just as Herbert the Toaster went sailing overhead, still determinedly popping out battle toast. This one read, "Showtime," before disintegrating into ash. "You know the words?" Marnie had to shout over the cacophony of supernatural warfare. Around them, Ellie was going full berserker mode with her baseball bat, which now glowed with borrowed phi magic courtesy of Zeke. The vampire landlord himself moved with impossible grace, deflecting curses with elegant gestures while somehow maintaining perfect hair. Cassian nodded grimly and grabbed her hand. His palm was warm against hers, calloused fingers intertwining with her own. The contact sent a jolt through her system that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with the intensity in his dark eyes. They began the incantation, ancient words falling from their lips in perfect sync. Power thrummed between them, building with each syllable. The circle's light pulsed in response, purple deepening to violet, then indigo. "No." Kalina's inhuman shriek cut through the din. "I won't let you destroy everything I've built." The demon launched herself toward them, but Vinny's spectral army moved as one. "Not today, Strega," he called out, and his mobsters opened fire. Ectoplasmic bullets peppered her form, each hit causing her to flicker and distort. Marnie's voice never faltered, even as she watched Theodore and Sheriff Cooper, sworn enemies for over a century, fighting back-to-back against shadow creatures. The banker's ghost wielded his spectral ledger like a shield, while the sheriff's transparent pistol somehow fired very solid-looking bullets. "The numbers don't lie," Theodore declared, smacking a demon with his ledger. "And neither did I, about that death certificate." "Less talking, more shooting?" the sheriff barked back, but there was something almost friendly in his tone. The ritual's power built to a crescendo, making Marnie's teeth vibrate. Her free hand tingled with pins and needles, and Cassian's grip tightened. She could feel the curse now, a twisted, ugly thing wrapped around his family line like thorny vines. Kalina must have felt it too. The demon's human glamour completely shattered, revealing her true form in all its terrifying glory. She rose up, a creature of shadow and flame and too many teeth, and unleashed a wave of pure obsidian force. But it never reached them. Vinny's ghostly soldiers formed a wall, their spectral bodies absorbing the blast. The mobster himself stepped forward, Tommy gun blazing. "Nobody touches my ex-future wife's new boyfriend," he declared, which was both touching and slightly concerning. Marnie's voice rose for the final words of the incantation, Cassian's deep tone harmonizing perfectly. Power surged between them, through them, around them. The circle's light turned blinding white. Something snapped. The curse broke with a sound like reality itself cracking, and for a moment everything stopped. Marnie saw it all with perfect clarity, Ellie frozen mid-swing, Zeke's sword catching the light, Theodore's ledger suspended in air. Even the ectoplasm hung motionless, green droplets caught like stars. Then the shockwave hit. Raw magic exploded outward from the circle, and Marnie felt Cassian pull her close, shielding her with his body as white light consumed everything. The force of it sent them both sprawling, but he never let go of her hand. The world seemed to waver, like heat rising off summer pavement. Colors bled into each other, sounds distorted, and for one terrifying moment, Marnie felt reality flex like a soap bubble about to pop. She clung to Cassian, face pressed against his chest, breathing in the familiar scent of leather and sage. His heartbeat thundered against her cheek, too fast but wonderfully alive. If reality was going to collapse, at least she wasn't facing it alone. "Marnie," he murmured into her hair, voice rough with concern. "Are you?" But whatever he planned to ask was lost in another wave of power. This one felt different, like the world snapping back into place, everything rushing to fill the void left by the broken curse. Wind howled through the destroyed office, carrying the scent of ozone and something ancient. Somewhere in the chaos, Herbert managed one final piece of toast. "Hold on tight." So Marnie did. Chapter 20. Still employed, against all odds. The dust settled like snow over the wreckage of Spectral Solutions, coating broken furniture and scattered papers in a fine gray powder. Marnie's ears were still ringing from the magical explosion, but the eerie silence that followed felt almost worse. She pushed herself up from where she and Cassian had landed, wincing at muscles she didn't even know could hurt. Around them, the aftermath of supernatural warfare looked like a cross between a mob hit and a particularly aggressive interior redesign. Scorch marks decorated the Victorian wallpaper in fascinating patterns. Ectoplasm dripped from the ceiling in slow, glutinous drops. Herbert the toaster lay on his side, though his cord twitched occasionally to show he was still functioning. Their unlikely army was scattered but intact. Theodore helped Sheriff Cooper to his feet with a gentlemanly hand, their century-old feud apparently forgotten in the heat of battle. Vinny's ghostly mobsters were already straightening their spectral ties and collecting their Tommy guns, looking rather pleased with themselves. Ellie sat propped against what remained of Cassian's desk, her baseball bat still faintly glowing with borrowed phi magic. Her platinum hair was wild, mascara smudged, but she managed a weary thumbs up when she caught Marnie's eye. "Next time," Ellie called out, "maybe we skip the demon ex-girlfriend drama and just do happy hour instead?" "There better not be a next time," Marnie muttered, brushing dust from her jeans. Her hands were still tingling from the ritual, little sparks dancing across her skin like static electricity. Zeke materialized from a shadow, somehow managing to look both battle-worn and fashionable. He inspected a tear in his silk robe, with an expression of profound suffering. "Well, that was certainly dramatic," he sniffed, picking at a loose thread. "Do you have any idea how difficult it is to find ethereal silk in this century? The phi craftsmen are absolutely impossible to schedule." "Bill me," Marnie said dryly, though they both knew his complaints were more habit than genuine grievance. The vampire landlord had seemed to thoroughly enjoy himself during the fight, especially when he got to make that entrance with his backup dancers. His auxiliary supernatural task force. Movement caught her attention. Cassian approached slowly, picking his way through the debris. His black coat was torn and dusty, dark hair wild from the magical backlash. But it was his expression that made Marnie's breath catch, intense, unreadable, focused entirely on her. He stopped a few feet away, close enough that she could see the faint tremor in his hands. "The curse is broken," he said, voice rough. "My family is finally free." The weight of those words hung in the air between them. Generations of draths had tried to break this curse, each failing more spectacularly than the last. Now here they were, standing in the ruins of yet another spectacular event, but this time with very different results. Marnie looked at him, really looked at him. The tension that had lived in his shoulders since the day they met was gone. The shadows under his eyes seemed lighter. Even his perpetual brooding aura had softened around the edges. She quirked an eyebrow, fighting to keep her voice casual despite her racing heart. "So, does this mean I'm out of a job?" For a moment, Cassian just stared at her. Then incredibly he laughed, a real laugh, warm and rich and completely untouched by centuries of family trauma. "Marnie Caldwell," he said, shaking his head. "Only you would worry about unemployment after saving an entire bloodline from eternal damnation." "Hey, rent doesn't pay itself," she shot back. "And unlike some people, I can't just dramatically swish around in silk robes all day." "I heard that," Zeke called from across the room. "You were meant to." But Cassian was moving closer now, that intensity back in his eyes. "The contract that brought you here might have been manipulated," he said softly, "but I think we both know this was never just about a job." Marnie's heart did something complicated in her chest. "Really? Because I distinctly remember someone being very unimpressed with my lack of qualifications." "I was wrong." His hand came up to brush dust from her cheek, lingering against her skin. "About a lot of things." "I'm going to need that in writing," she managed, though it was getting harder to maintain her usual snark with him standing so close. "Possibly notarized. Definitely with witnesses." "I believe I can help with the witnessing," Theodore called helpfully, earning him an elbow from the sheriff. "Let them have their moment, you old busybody," Cooper grumbled. Cassian's lips twitched. "I don't suppose you'd accept a different kind of testimony?" Before Marnie could ask what he meant, he closed the distance between them. One hand cupped her face while the other slid around her waist, pulling her against him. Then he was kissing her, and all thoughts of contracts and qualifications went right out the broken window. This wasn't like their first kiss in the archive. That had been desperate, adrenaline-fueled, with literal demons on their heels. This was slower, deeper, full of everything they hadn't had time to say. His lips were soft against hers, tasting faintly of sage and magic, and Marnie decided that maybe unemployment wasn't such a pressing concern after all. Someone, probably Vinny, Wolf whistled. Ellie cheered. Zeke made a comment about property damage and public indecency that they both ignored. When they finally broke apart, Marnie was breathless and slightly dazed. "So," she said, trying to gather her scattered thoughts, "not fired then?" Cassian's smile was something she'd never seen before, open, unguarded just for her. "I think we can arrange a more permanent position." The chaos around them faded into background noise as Marnie studied Cassian's face, trying to read the mix of emotions flickering behind those dark eyes. Something had shifted between them, beyond just breaking curses and kissing in the wreckage. There was a warmth there she'd never seen before, softening his usually stern features. A ghost of a smile touched Cassian's lips. "I was hoping you might consider staying on as a partner." Marnie's heart did a little skip at the word partner, but she wasn't about to let him see how much that affected her. Instead, she pretended to consider it, tapping her chin thoughtfully while fighting back a grin. "I don't know, the hours are pretty terrible. And the boss is kind of a brooding jerk." "I'm not your boss, Marnie." Cassian rolled his eyes, but his hands hadn't left her waist, thumbs tracing absent patterns against her sides. Behind them, Herbert the toaster chose that moment to spit out a piece of perfectly golden toast. The message burned into it read, "Just kiss again already." "Fine," she relented with a grin, plucking the toast from where it had landed and waving it at him. "But I get a raise next time. And hazard pay for any ghost mob run-ins." She glanced meaningfully at Vinny, who was attempting to look innocent while straightening his spectral fedora. "Fine," Cassian said, rolling his eyes again, though she could see the amusement he was trying to hide. "But don't call me boss." Marnie's grin widened and she stepped closer, smoothing down the lapels of his dust-covered coat. "Oh, don't worry. I have way better nicknames for you." "Do I want to know?" he asked, trying to sound stern but failing miserably as his hand slid up her back. "Probably not," she admitted cheerfully. "But you'll find out anyway. I'm thinking Broody McVampire Face has a nice ring to it." "I am not broody," he protested, which earned him a chorus of disbelieving snorts from their audience. "You kind of are, dear," Zeke called out helpfully, now perched on what remained of a filing cabinet. "It's part of your charm. Very gothic romance hero." Ellie nodded sagely from her spot on the floor. "He's right. You've got that whole, tortured soul who needs the love of a good woman thing going on. Had it since day one." "I hate all of you," Cassian muttered, but Marnie could feel him fighting back a laugh. "No you don't," she said, rising on her tiptoes to press a quick kiss to his jaw. "You're stuck with us now. No more curses means no more excuses for being all dark and mysterious." Theodore drifted closer, practically vibrating with ghostly excitement. "Does this mean we're keeping her? Because I've been saying since the beginning that Miss Caldwell would make an excellent addition to—" "Out?" Cassian ordered, though without any real heat. "All of you. We need to assess the damage." "Is that what they're calling it these days?" Ellie stage whispered to Zeke, who snickered. But the gathered supernatural spectators began to disperse, some through walls, others through what remained of the door. Vinny tipped his hat to Marnie with a wink that suggested he'd already forgiven her for choosing the living over his ghostly charms. Even Herbert the toaster allowed himself to be carried out by Ellie, though not before spitting out one last piece of toast with "Get it girl" burned into both sides. When they were finally alone, Marnie looked around at the destruction with a mix of pride and resignation. "You know," she said thoughtfully, "we should probably clean this up before Monday. I don't think our insurance covers demon ex-girlfriend rampage." "Marnie," Cassian said, in that way he had of making her name sound like both an endearment and an exasperation. Yes, partner? She turned back to him with an innocent smile that fooled absolutely no one. Stop talking about insurance. Make me, she challenged, and then his mouth was on hers again, and okay, maybe the cleanup could wait a little longer. Thank you for listening. Please visit me at wynnvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review on Amazon.